Preface of Frederick the Great by G.A. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gary Ullman. Frederick the Great by G.A. Henty. Preface. Among the great wars of history, there are few, if any, instances of so long and successfully sustained a struggle against enormous odds as that of the 7 Years' War, maintained by Prussia, then a small and comparatively insignificant kingdom, against Russia, Austria, and France simultaneously, who were aided also by the forces of most of the minor principalities of Germany. Population of Prussia was not more than 5 million, while that of the Allies considerably exceeded 100 millions. Prussia could put, with the greatest efforts, but 150,000 men into the field, and as these were exhausted, she had but small reserves to draw upon, while the Allies could, with comparatively little difficulty, put 500,000 men into the field and replenish them as there was occasion. That the struggle was successfully carried on for 7 years was due chiefly to the military genius of the king, to his indomitable perseverance, and to a resolution that no disaster could shake, no situation, although apparently hopeless, appall. Something was due also, at the commencement of the war, to the splendid discipline of the Prussian army at that time, but as comparatively few of those who fought at Lobositz could have stood in the ranks of Torgau, the quickness of the Prussian people to acquire military discipline must have been great, and this was aided by the perfect confidence they felt in their king and the enthusiasm with which he inspired them. Although it was not nominally a war for religion, the consequences were as great and important as those which arose from the 30 Years' War. Had Prussia been crushed and divided, Protestantism would have disappeared in Germany, and the whole course of subsequent events would have been changed. The war was scarcely less important to Britain than to Prussia. Our close connections with Hanover brought us into the fray, and the weakening of France by her effort against Prussia enabled us to wrest Canada from her, to crush her rising power in India, and to obtain that absolute supremacy at sea that we have never since lost. And yet, while every schoolboy knows of the battles of ancient Greece, not one in 100 has any knowledge whatever of the momentous struggle in Germany, or has ever as much as heard the names of the memorable battles of Rossbach, Lutheran, Prague, Zorndorf, Hochkirch, and Torgau. Carlyle's great work has done much to familiarize older readers with the story, but its bulk, its fullness of detail, and still more the peculiarity of Carlyle's diction and style, place it altogether out of the category of books that can be read and enjoyed by boys. I have therefore endeavored to give the outlines of the struggle for their benefit, but regret that, in a story so full of great events, I have necessarily been obliged to devote a smaller share than usual to the doings of my hero, G.A. Henty. End of preface. Chapter 1 of With Frederick the Great, a story of the 7 Years' War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gary Ullman. With Frederick the Great, a story of the 7 Years' War by G.A. Henty. Chapter 1. King and Marshal. It was early in 1756 that a Scottish trader from Edinburgh entered the port of Stettin. Among the few passengers was a tall young Scotch lad, Fergus Drummond by name. Though scarcely 16, he stood 5 feet 10 in height, and it was evident from his broad shoulders and sinewy appearance that his strength was in full proportion to his height.
His father had fallen at Culloden 10 years before. The glens had been harried by Cumberland's soldiers, and the estates confiscated. His mother had fled with him to the hills, and had lived there for some years in the cottage of a faithful clansman, whose wife had been her nurse. Fortunately, they were sufficiently well off to be able to maintain their guests in comfort, and indeed the presents of game, fish, and other matters frequently sent in by other members of the clan had enabled her to feel that her maintenance was no great burden on her faithful friends. For some years she devoted herself to her son's education, and then, through the influence of friends at court, she obtained the grant of a small portion of her late husband's estate, and was able to live in comfort in a position more suited to her former rank. Fergus's life had been passed almost entirely in the open air, accompanied by one or two companions, sons of the clansmen. He would start soon after daybreak, and not return until sunset, when they would often bring back a deer from the forest, or a heavy creel of salmon or trout from the streams. His mother encouraged him in these excursions, and also in the practice of arms. She confined her lessons to the evening, and even after she settled on her recovered farm at Kilgowie, and obtained the services of a tutor for him, she arranged that he should be permitted to pass the greater part of the day according to his own devices. She herself was a cousin of the two brothers Keith, the one whom then Lord Marischal had proclaimed the old pretender king of Edinburgh, and both of whom had attained very high rank abroad. The younger Keith having served with great distinction in the Spanish and Russian armies, and had then taken service under Frederick the Great, from whom he had received the rank of field marshal, and was the king's greatest counsellor and friend. His brother had joined him there, and stood equally high in the king's favour, although both were devoted Jacobites, and had risked all, at the first rising in favour of the old pretender. Neither had taken part in that of Charles Edward, seeing that it was doomed to failure. After Culloden, James Keith, the field marshal, had written to his cousin, Mrs. Drummond, as follows: Dear Cousin, I have heard with grief from Alexander Graham, who has come over here to escape the troubles, of the grievous loss that has befallen you. He tells me that, when in hiding among the mountains, he learned that you had, with your boy, taken refuge with Ian the forester, whom I well remember when I was last staying with your good husband, Sir John. He also said that your estates had been confiscated, but that he was sure you would be well cared for by your clansmen. Graham told me that he stayed with you for a few hours, while he was flying from Cumberland's bloodhounds, and that you told him you intended to remain there, and to devote yourself to the boy's education until better times came. I doubt not that ere long, when the hot blood that has been stirred up by this rising has cooled down somewhat, milder measures will be used and some mercy be shown. But it may be long, for the Hanoverian has been badly frightened, and the Whigs throughout the country greatly scared, and this for the second time. I am no lover of the usurper, but I cannot agree with all that has been said about the severity of the punishment that has been dealt out. I have been fighting all over Europe, and I know of no country where a heavy reckoning would not have been made, after so serious an insurrection. Men who take up arms against the king know that they are staking their lives, but after vengeance comes pardon, and the desire to heal wounds, and I trust you will get some portion of your estate again. It is early yet to think of what you are going to make of the boy, but I am sure you will not want to see him fighting in the Hanoverian uniform. So, if he has a taste for adventure, let him, when the time comes, make his way out to me; or if I should be under the sod by that time, let him go to my brother. There will, methinks, be no difficulty in finding out where we are, for there are so many Scottish abroad that news of us might often come home. However, from time to time I will write to you. Do not expect to hear too often, for I spend far more time in the saddle than at my table, and my fingers are more accustomed to grasp a sword than a pen. However, be sure that wherever I may be, I shall be glad to see your son, and to do my best for him. See that he is not brought up at your apron string, but is well trained in all exercises. For we Scots have gained a great name for strength and muscle, and I would not that one of my kin should fall short of the mark." Maggie Drummond had been much pleased with her kinsman's letter. There were few Scotchmen who stood higher in the regard of their countrymen, and the two Keiths had also a European reputation. Her husband and many other fiery spirits had expressed surprise and even indignation that the brothers, who had taken so prominent a part in the first rising, should not have hastened to join Prince Charlie. But the more thoughtful men felt it was a bad omen that they did not do so. It was certainly not from any want of adventurous spirit or of courage, for wherever adventures were to be obtained, wherever blows were most plentiful, James Keith and his brother were certainly to be in the midst of them. But Maggie Drummond knew the reason for their holding aloof, for she had, shortly before the coming over of Prince Charlie, received a short note from the field marshal. "They say that Prince Charlie Edward is meditating a mad scheme of crossing to Scotland and raising his standard there. If so, do what you can to prevent your husband from joining him. We made but a poor hand of it last time, and the chances of success are vastly smaller now. Then it was but a comparatively short time since the Stuarts had lost the throne of England, and there were great numbers who wished them back. Now the Hanoverian is very much more firmly seated on the throne. The present man has a considerable army, and the troops have had experience of war on the continent, and have shown themselves rare soldiers. Were not my brother Lord Marischal of Scotland, and my name somewhat widely known, I should not hang back from the adventure, however desperate. But our example might lead many who might otherwise stand aloof to take up arms, which would bring, I think, some destruction upon them. Therefore we shall restrain our own inclinations, and shall watch what I feel sure will be a terrible tragedy, from a distance, striking perhaps somewhat heavier blows than usual upon the heads of Turks, Moors, Frenchmen, and others, to make up for our not being able to use our swords where our inclinations would lead us. The King of France will assuredly give no efficient aid to the Stuarts. He has all along used them as puppets, by whose means he can, when he chooses, annoy or coerce England. But I have no belief that he will render any useful aid either now or hereafter. Use then, cousin, all your influence to keep Drummond at home. Knowing him as I do, I have no great hope that it will avail, for I know that he is Jacobite to the backbone, and that if the prince lands, he will be one of the first to join him." Maggie had not carried out Keith's injunction. She had indeed told her husband, when she received the letter, that Keith believed the enterprise to be so hopeless a one that he should not join in it. But she was as ardent in the cause of the Stuarts as was her husband, and said no single word to deter him when, an hour after he heard the news of the prince's landing, he mounted and rode off to meet him, and to assure him that he would bring every man of his following to the spot where his adherents were to assemble. From time to time his widow had continued to write to Keith, though, owing to his being continually engaged on campaigns against the Turks and Tartars, he received but 2 or 3 of her letters. So long as he remained in the service of Russia, however, he displeased the Empress Elizabeth, and at once left the service and entered that of Prussia, her letters again reached him. The connection between France and Scotland had always been close, and France was a language familiar to most of the upper class. And since the civil troubles began, such numbers of Scottish gentlemen were forced either to shelter in France or to take service in the French or other foreign armies, that a knowledge of the language became almost a matter of necessity. In one of his short letters Keith had told him that, of all things, it was necessary that the lad should speak French with perfect fluency and master as much German as possible, and it was to these points that his education had been almost entirely directed. As to French, there was no difficulty, and, when she recovered a portion of the estate, Drummond was lucky in hearing of a Hanoverian trooper who, having been wounded and left behind in Glasgow, his term of service having expired, had, on his recovery, married the daughter of the woman who had nursed him. He was earning a somewhat precarious living by giving lessons in the use of the rapier, and in teaching German, and gladly accepted the offer to move out to Kilgowrie, where he was established in a cottage close to the house, where his wife aided in the housework. He became a companion of Fergus in his walks and rambles, and being an honest and pleasant fellow, the lad took to him, and after a few months their conversation, at first somewhat disjointed, became easy and animated. He learned, too, much from him as to the use of his sword. The Scotch clansmen used their claymores chiefly for striking, but under Rudolph's tuition the lad came to be as apt with the point as he had before been with the edge, and fully recognized the great advantage of the former. By the time he reached the age of 16, his skill with the weapon was fully recognized by the young clansmen, who, on occasion of festive gatherings, sometimes came up to try their skill with the young lord. From Rudolph, too, he came to know a great deal of the affairs of Europe, as to which he had hitherto been profoundly ignorant. He learned how, by the capture of the province of Silesia from the Empress of Austria, the King of Prussia had, from a minor principality, raised this country to a considerable power, and was regarded with hostility and jealousy by all his neighbours. "But it is only a small territory now, Rudolph," Fergus said. "'Tis small, Master Fergus, but the position is a very strong one. Silesia cannot well be invaded, save by an army forcing its way through very formidable defiles, while on the other hand the Prussian forces can suddenly pour out into Saxony or Hanover. Prussia has perhaps the best drilled army in Europe, and though its numbers are small in proportion to those which Austria can put in the field, they are a compact force, while the Austrian army is made up of many peoples, and could not be gathered with the speed with which Frederick could place his force in the field. The king, too, is himself, above all things, a soldier. He has good generals, and his troops are devoted to him, though the discipline is terribly strict. It is a pity that he and the King of England are not good friends. They are natural allies, both countries being Protestant, and, to say the truth, we at Hanover should be well pleased to see them make common cause together, and should feel much more comfortable with Prussia as our friend than as a possible enemy. However, 'tis not likely that at present Prussia will turn her hand against us. I hear, by letters from home, that it is said that the Empress of Russia, as well as the Empress of Austria, both hate Frederick. The latter because he has stolen Silesia from her, the former because he has openly said things about her such as a woman never forgives. Saxony and Poland are jealous of him, and France none too well disposed. So at present the King of Prussia is like to leave his neighbours alone, for he may need to draw his sword at any time in self-defence." It was but a few days after this that Maggie Drummond received this short letter from her cousin, Marshal James Keith. "My dear cousin, by your letter, received a few days since, I learned that Fergus is now nearly 16 years old, and is, you say, as well grown and strong as many lads 2 or 3 years older. Therefore, it is as well that you should send him off to me at once. There are signs in the air that we shall shortly have stirring times, and the sooner he is here the better. I would send money for his outfit, but as your letter tells me that you have, by your own economies, saved a sum ample for this purpose, I abstained from doing so. Let him come straight to Berlin and inquire for me at the palace. I have a suite of apartments there, and he could not have a better time for entering upon military service, nor a better master than the king, who loves his Scotchmen, and under whom he is like to find opportunity to distinguish himself." A week later, Fergus started. It needed a heroic effort on the part of his mother to let him go from her, but she had all along recognized that it was for the best that he should leave her. There he should grow up as a petty laird, where his ancestors had been the owners of wide estates, and were powerful chiefs with a large following of clansmen and retainers, was not to be thought of. Scotland offered few openings, especially to those belonging to Jacobite families, and it was therefore deemed the natural course for a young man of spirit to seek his fortune abroad, and from the days of the Union there was scarcely a foreign army that did not contain a considerable contingent of Scottish soldiers and officers. They formed nearly a third of the army of Gustavus Adolphus, and the service of the Protestant princes of Germany had always been popular among them. Then, her own cousin being a marshal in the Prussian army, it seemed to Mrs. Drummond almost a matter of course, when the time came, that Fergus should go to him, and she had for many years devoted herself to preparing the lad for that service. Nevertheless, now that the time had come, she felt the parting no less sorely, but she bore up well, and the sudden notice kept her fully occupied with preparations, till the hour came for his departure. Two of the men rode with him as far as Leith, and saw him on board ship. Rudolph had volunteered to accompany him as servant, but his mother had said to the lad, "It would be better not, Fergus. Of course you will have a soldier servant there, and there might be difficulty in having a civilian with him." It was, however, arranged that Rudolph should become a member of the household, being a handy fellow, a fair carpenter, ready to turn his hand to anything. There would be no difficulty in making him useful about the farm. Fergus had learnt from him the price at which he ought to be able to buy a useful horse, and his first step, after landing at Stettin and taking up his quarters at an inn, was to inquire the address of a horse dealer. The latter found, somewhat to his surprise, that the young Scot was a fair judge of a horse, and a close hand at driving a bargain, and when he left, the lad had the satisfaction of knowing that he was the possessor of a serviceable animal, and one which, by its looks, would do him no discredit. 3 days later he rode into Berlin. He dismounted at a quiet inn, changed his travelling dress for the new one that he carried in his valise, and then, after inquiring for the palace, made his way there. He was struck by the number of soldiers in the streets, and with the neatness, and indeed almost stiffness, of their uniform and bearing. Each man walked as if on parade, and the eye of the strictest martinet could not have detected a speck of dust on their equipment, or an ill-adjusted strap or buckle. "I hope they do not brace and tie up their officers in that style," Fergus said to himself. He himself had always been accustomed to a loose and easy attire, suitable for mountain work, and the high cravats and stiff collars, powdered heads and pigtails, and tight-fitting garments seemed to him the acme of discomfort. It was not long, however, before he came upon a group of officers, and saw that the military etiquette was no less strict in their case than in that of the soldiers, save that their collars were less high, and their stocks more easy. Their walk, too, was somewhat less automatic and machine-like. but they were certainly in strong contrast to the British officers he had seen on the occasions of one or two visits to Perth. On reaching the palace, and saying that he wished to see Marshal Keith, he was conducted by a soldier to his apartment, and on the former taking in the youth's name, he was at once admitted. The marshal rose from his chair, came forward, and shook him heartily by the hand. "So you are Fergus Drummond," he said, "the son of my cousin Maggie. Truly, she lost no time in sending you off, after she got my letter. I was afraid she might be long before she could bring herself to part from you. She had made up her mind to it so long, sir, that she was prepared for it, and indeed I think that she did her best to hurry me off as soon as possible, not only because your letter was somewhat urgent, but because it gave her less time to think. That was right and sensible, lad, as indeed Maggie always was from a child. She did not speak too strongly about you, for indeed I should have taken you for fully 2 years older than you are. You have lost no time in growing, lad, and if you lose no more in climbing, you will not be long before you are well up the tree. Now, sit down and let me first hear all about your mother, and how she fares. In the first place, sir, she charged me to give you her love and affection, and to thank you for your good remembrance of her, and for writing to her so often when you must have had so many other matters on your mind. I was right glad when I heard that they had given her back Kilgowrie. It is but a corner of your father's lands, but I remember the old house well, going over there once when I was staying with your grandmother, to see his mother, who was then living there. How much land goes with it?" "About 1,000 acres, but the greater part is moor and mountain. Still, the land suffices for her to live on, seeing that she keeps up no show, and lives as quietly as if she had never known anything better. Aye, she was ever of a contented spirit. I mind her, when she was a tiny child. If no one would play with her, she would sit by the hour talking with her dolls, till someone could spare time to perch her on his shoulder and take her out. Marshal Keith was a tall man, with a face thoughtful and reposed, but having a pleasant smile, and an eye that lit up with quiet humour when he spoke. He enjoyed the king's confidence to the fullest extent, and was regarded by him not only as a general in whose sagacity and skill he could entirely rely, but as one on whose opinion he could trust upon all political questions. He was his favourite companion when, as happened not unfrequently, he donned a disguise and went about the town, listening to the talk of the citizens and learning their opinions upon public affairs. "I have spoken to the king about your coming, lad, and told him that you were a kinsman of mine." "Indeed, marshal," the king said, "from what I can see, it appears to me that all Scotchmen are more or less kin to each other." "It is so to some extent, your majesty. We Scotchmen pride ourselves on genealogy, and know every marriage that has taken place, for ages past, between the members of our family and those of others, and claim as kin, even though very distant, all those who have any of our blood running in their veins. But in this case the kinship is close, the lad's mother being a first cousin of mine. His father was killed at Culloden, and I promised her, as soon as the news came to me, that when he had grown up strong and hearty he should join me, wherever I might be, and should have a chance of making his fortune by his sword." "You say that he speaks both French and German well. It is more than I can do," the king said with a laugh. "German born and German king as I am, I get on but badly when I try my native tongue, for from a child I have spoken nothing but French. Still, it is well that he should know the language. In my case it matters but little, seeing that all my court and all my generals speak French, but one who has to give orders to soldiers should be understood by them. Well, what do you want me to do for the lad?" "I propose to make him one of my own aides-de-camp," I replied, "and therefore I care not so much to what regiment he is appointed, though I own that I would far rather see him in the uniform of the Guards than any other." "You are modest, Marshal, but I observe that it is a common fault among your countrymen. Well, which shall it be, infantry or cavalry?" "Cavalry, since you are good enough to give me the choice, sire." "The uniform looks better for an aide de camp than that of the infantry. Very well, then, you may consider him gazetted as a cornet in my 3rd Regiment of Guards. You have no more kinsmen coming at present, Keith?" "No, sire, not at present. If many more come, I shall form them into a separate regiment." "Your majesty might do worse," I said. The king nodded. "I wish I had half a dozen Scotch regiments, aye, a score or two. They were the cream of the army of Gustavus Adolphus, and if matters turn out as I fear they will, it would be a welcome reinforcement." "I will give you a note presently," continued the marshal, "to a man who makes my uniform, so that I may present you to the king as soon as you are enrolled. You must remember that your favour, or otherwise, with him will depend very largely upon the fit of your uniform and the manner in which you carry yourself. There is nothing so unpardonable in his eyes as a slovenly and ill-fitting dress. Everything must be correct, to a nicety, under all circumstances. Even during hot campaigns, you must turn out in the morning as if you came from a bandbox. I will get Colonel Grunau, who commands your regiment, to tell off an old trooper, one who is thoroughly up to his work, as your servant. I doubt not that he may be even able to find you a Scotchman, but there are many in the ranks, gentlemen who came over after Culloden, and hundreds of brave fellows who escaped Cumberland's harryings by taking ship and coming over here, where, as they supposed, they would fight under a Protestant king. But the king is a Protestant, is he not, sir?" "He is nominally a Protestant, Fergus." "Absolutely. His majesty has so many things to see about that he does not trouble himself greatly about religion. I should say that he was a disciple of Voltaire, until Voltaire came here, when, upon acquaintance, he saw through the vanity of the little Frenchman, and has been much less enthusiastic about him since. By the way, how did you come here?" "We heard of a ship sailing for Stettin, and that hurried my departure by some days. I made a good voyage there, and on landing bought a horse and rode here." "Well, I'm afraid your horse won't do to carry one of my aides de camp, so you had best dispose of it, for what it will fetch. I will mount you myself. His majesty was pleased to give me 2 horses the other day, and my stable is therefore over full. Now, Fergus, we will drink a goblet of wine to your new appointment, and success to your career. For what you said in your letter to my mother, sir, you think it likely that we shall see service before long?" "Aye, lad, and desperate service, too. We have, but mind this must go no further, sure news that Russia, Austria, France, and Saxony have formed a secret league against Prussia, and that they intend to crush us first, and then partition the kingdom among themselves. The Empress of Austria has shamelessly denied that any such treaty exists. But tomorrow morning a messenger will start with a demand from the king that the treaty shall be publicly acknowledged and then broken off, or that he will at once proclaim war. If we say 9 days for the journey there, 9 days to return, and 3 days waiting for the answer, you see that in 3 weeks from the present we may be on the move. For our only chance depends upon striking a heavy blow before they are ready. We have not wasted our time. The king has already made an alliance with England." "But England has no troops, or scarcely any," Fergus said. "No, lad, but she has what is of quite as much importance in war, namely money, and she can grant us a large subsidy. The king's interest in the matter is almost as great as ours. He is a Hanoverian more than an Englishman, and you may be sure that if Prussia were to be crushed, the allies would make but a single bite of Hanover. You see, this will be a war of life and death to us, and the fighting will be hard and long. For what grievance has France against the king? His Majesty is open spoken and no respecter of persons, and a woman may forgive an injury, but never a scornful jibe. It is this that has brought both France and Russia on him. Madame Pompadour, who is all-powerful, hates Frederick for having made disrespectful remarks concerning her. The Empress of Russia detests him. For the same reason, she of Austria had a better cause, for she has never forgiven the loss of Silesia. And it is the enmity of these women, as much as the desire to partition Prussia, that is about to plunge Europe into a war to the full as terrible as that of the 30 Years' War. Keith now rung a bell, and a soldier entered. "Tell Lieutenant Lindsay that I wish to speak to him." A minute later, an officer entered the room and saluted stiffly. "Lindsay, this is a young cousin of mine, Fergus Drummond. The king has appointed him to a cornetcy in the 3rd Royal Dragoon Guards, but he is going to be one of my aides-de-camp now that things are beginning to move. You and Gordon will need help. Take him first to Torts. I have written a note to the man telling him that he must hurry everything on. There is still a spare room on your corridor, is there not? Get your man to see his things bestowed there. I shall get his appointment this evening, I expect, but it will be a day or two before he will be able to get a soldier from his regiment. He has a horse to sell, and various other matters to see to. At any rate, look after him till tomorrow. 'Tis my hour to go to the king." Lindsay was a young man of 22 or 23. He had a merry, joyous face, a fine figure, and a good carriage. But until he and Fergus were beyond the limits of the palace, he walked by the lad's side with scarce a word. When once past the entrance, however, he gave a sigh of relief. "Now, Drummond," he said, "we will shake hands, and begin to make each other's acquaintance. First, I am Nigel Lindsay, very much at your service. On duty I am another person altogether, scarcely recognizable even by myself, a sort of wooden machine, ready when a button is touched, to bring my heels smartly together, and my hand to the salute. There is something in the air that stiffens one's backbone and freezes one from the tip of one's toes to the end of one's pigtail. When one is with the marshal alone, one thaws, for there is no better fellow living, and he chats to us as if we were on a mountainside in Scotland instead of in Frederick's palace. But one is always being interrupted. Either a general or a colonel, or possibly the king himself, comes in. For the time, one becomes a military statue, and even when they go, it is difficult to take up the talk as it was left. Oh, it is wearisome work, and heartily glad I shall be when the trumpets blow and we march out of Berlin. However, we are beginning to be pretty busy. I have been on horseback 12 hours a day on an average for the past week. Gordon started yesterday for Magdeburg, and Macgregor has been 2 days absent, but I don't know where. Everyone is busy, from the king himself, who is always busy about something, to the youngest drummer. Nobody outside a small circle knows what it is all about. Apparently we are in a state of profound peace, without a cloud in the sky, and yet the military preparations are going on actively everywhere. Convoys of provisions are being sent to the frontier fortresses. Troops are in movement from the northern provinces. Drilling is going on. I was going to say night and day, for it is pretty nearly that, and no one can make out what it is all about. There is one thing, no one asks questions. His Majesty thinks for his subjects, and as he certainly is the cleverest man in his dominions, everyone is well content that it should be so. And now, about yourself. I am running on and talking nonsense when I have all sorts of questions to ask you, but that is always the way with me. I am like a bottle of champagne, corked down while I'm in the palace, and directly I get away the cork flies out by itself, and for a minute or two is all froth and emptiness. Now, when did you arrive? How did you arrive? What is the latest news from Scotland? Which of the branches of the Drummonds do you belong to, and how near kin are you to the marshal? Oh, by the way, I ought to know the last without asking. As you are a Drummond, and a relation of Keith, you can be no other than the son of Drummond of Tarbet, who married Margaret Ogilvie, who was a first cousin of Keith's." "That is right," Fergus said. "My father fell at Culloden, you know. As to all your other questions, they are answered easily enough. I know very little of the news in Scotland, for my mother lived a very secluded life at Kilgowrie, and little news came to us from without. I came from Leith to Stettin, and there I bought a horse and rode on here." His companion laughed. "And how about yourself? I suppose you know nothing about this beastly language." "Yes, I can speak it pretty fluently, and of course know French. I congratulate you, though how you learnt it up in the hills I know not. I did not know a word of it when I came out 2 years ago, and it is always on my mind, for of course I have a master who, when I am not otherwise engaged, comes to me for an hour a day, and well nigh maddens me with his crackjaw words. But I don't seem to make much progress. If I am sent with an order, and the officer to whom I take it does not understand French, I am floored. Of course I hand the order, if it is a written one, to him. If it is not, but just some verbal message asking him to call on the marshal at such and such a time, I generally make a horrible mess of it. He gets in a rage with me because he cannot understand me. I get in a rage with him for his dullness. And were it not that he generally manages to find some other officer who does understand French, the chances are very strongly against Keith's message being attended to. First of all, I will take you to our quarters. That is the house." "Why, I thought you lodged in the palace." "Heaven forbid! Macgregor has a room in the chief's suite of apartments. He is a senior aide de camp, and if there is any message to be sent led, he takes it. But that is not often the case. Gordon lodges here with me. The house is a sort of branch establishment to the palace. Malcolm Menzies and Horace Farquhar, 2 junior aides of the king, are in the same corridor with us. Of course we make up a party by ourselves. Then there are 10 or 12 German officers, some of them aides de camps of the Princes Maurice and Henry, the Prince of Bevern and General Schwerin, beside a score or two of palace officials. Fortunately, the Scotch corridor, as we call it, has a separate entrance, so we can go in or out without disturbing anyone. It is a good thing, for in fact we and the Prussians do not get on very well together. They have a sort of jealousy of us, which is, I suppose, natural enough. Foreigners are never favourites, and George's Hanoverian officers are not greatly loved in London. I expect the campaign will do good that way. They will see, at any rate, that we don't take our pay for nothing, and we are ready to do full share and more of fighting, while we shall find that these stiff pipe-clayed figures are brave fellows and good comrades, when they get a little of the starch washed out of them. Now, this is my room, and I see my man has got dinner ready." End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of With Frederick the Great, A Story of the 7 Years' War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gary Oldman. With Frederick the Great, A Story of the 7 Years' War by G.A. Henty. Chapter 2. Joining. In answer to the shout of Donald, a tall man in the pantaloons of a Prussian regiment, but with his tunic laid aside, came out from a small room that served as a kitchen and dormitory for himself. "I am just ready, sir," he said. "Hearing you talking as you came along, and not knowing who you might have with you, I just ran in to put on my coat. but as you passed and I heard it was Scottish you were speaking, I knew that it didn't matter. Put another plate and goblet on the table, Donald. I hope that you have meat enough for two of us." "Plenty for four," the soldier said. "The market was full this morning, and the folks so tanned up with this talk of war, and so puzzled because no one could make out what it was about, that they did more gossiping than marketing. So when the time came for the market to close, I got half a young pig at less than I should hae paid for a joint, as the woman did not want to carry it home again. This is lucky, as you are from Perth, Donald. It is possible you may know this gentleman. He is Mr. Fergus Drummond of Tarbet. I kenned his father weel, and was close beside him at Culloden. For, when our company was broken, I joined one that was making a stand close by, and it was Drummond who was leading it. Stoutly did we fight, and to the end stood back to back, hewing with our claymores at their muskets. At last I fell wounded. I couldna say where at the time. When I came to myself, and finding that all was quiet, sat up and felt myself over. I found that it was a musket bullet that had ploughed along the top of my head, and would have killed me had it not been that my skull was, as my father has often said when I was a boy, thicker than ordinary. There was dead men lying all about me, but it was a dark night, and as there was no time to be lost, if I was to save my skin, I crawled away to some distance from the field, and then took to my heels, and did not stop till next morning, when I was far away among the hills." While he was talking, Donald had been occupied in adding a second plate and knife and fork and glass, and the two officers sat down to their meal. Fergus asked the soldier other questions as to the fight in which his father had lost his life, for beyond that he had fought to the last with his face to the foe. The lad had never learnt any particulars, for of the clansmen who had accompanied his father not one had ever returned. "Mr. Drummond will take the empty room next to mine, Donald. I am going down now with him, to the inn where he has left his horse. As he has a few things there, you had best come with us and bring them here." The landlord of the inn, on hearing that Fergus wished to sell his horse, said that there were two travellers in the house who had asked him about horses, as both had sold two officers fine animals they had brought in from the country, there being at present a great demand for horses of that class. One of these persons came in as they were speaking, and after a little bargaining, Fergus sold the horse to him, at a small advance on the price he had given for it at Stettin. The landlord himself bought the saddle and bridle for a few marks, saying that he could at any time find a customer for such matters. Donald took the valises and cloak and carried them back to the palace. "The matter is all comfortably settled," Lindsay said. "Now we are free men. But my liberty won't last long. I shall have to go on duty again, in half an hour. But at any rate, there is time to go first with you to the tailor's, and put your uniform in hand." "I wish to be measured for the uniform of the 3rd Royal Dragoon Guards," Fergus said, as he entered the shop and the proprietor came up to him. "Yes, Herr Tots, and His Excellency, Marshal Keith," Lindsay put in, "wishes you to know that the dress suit must be made instantly, or quicker if possible, for His Majesty may at any moment order Mr. Drummond to attend upon him. Mr. Drummond is appointed one of the marshal's aides de camp, and therefore he will often come under the king's eye. You may well believe that the fit must be of the best, or you are likely to hear of it, as well as Mr. Drummond." "I will put it in hand at once, lieutenant. It shall be cut out without delay, and in 3 hours, if Mr. Drummond will call here, it shall be tacked together in readiness for the first trying on. By 8 o'clock tomorrow morning it shall be ready to be properly fitted, and unless my men have bungled, which they very seldom do, it shall be delivered by midday." "Mr. Drummond lodges in the next room to myself," the lieutenant said, "and my servant is looking after him till he gets one of his own, so you can leave it with him." While the conversation was going on, two of the assistants were measuring Fergus Will you have the uniform complete, with belts, helmet, and all equipments?" "Everything except the sword," Fergus said. "At least, I suppose, Lindsay, we can carry our own swords?" "Yes, the king has made that concession, which is a wonderful one for him, that Scottish officers in his service may carry their own swords. You see, ours are longer and straighter than the German ones, and most of us have learnt our exercises with them, and certainly we would not fight so well with others. Besides, the iron basket protects one's hand and wrist vastly better than the foreign guard." The concession was first made only to generals, field officers, and aides de camp; but Keith persuaded the king at last to grant it to all Scottish officers, pointing out that they were able to do much better service with their own claymores than with weapons to which they were altogether unaccustomed, and that Scottish men were accustomed to fight with the edge, and to strike downright sweeping blows, whereas the swords here are fitted only for the point, which, although doubtless superior in a duel, is far less effective in a general melee. "I should certainly be sorry to give up my own sword," Fergus said. "It was one of my father's, and since the days when I was big enough to begin to use it, I have always exercised myself with it; though I, too, have learned to use the point a great deal, as I had a German instructor, as well as several Scottish ones." "Except in a duel," Lindsay said, "I should doubt if skill goes for very much. I have never tried it myself, for I have never had the luck to be in a battle; but I fancy that in a cavalry charge strength goes for more than skill, and the man who can strike quickly and heavily will do more execution than one trained to all sorts of nice points and feints. I grant that these are useful when two men are watching each other, but in the heat of battle, when everyone is cutting and thrusting for his life, I cannot think that there is any time for fooling about with your weapon." They had by this time left the shop, and were strolling down the streets. "Is there much duelling here?" "It is strictly forbidden," Lindsay said with a laugh, "but I need hardly say that there is a good deal of it. Of course, pains are taken that these affairs do not come to his majesty's ears. Fever, or a fall from a horse, account satisfactorily enough for the absence of an officer from parade, and even his total disappearance from the scene can be similarly explained, should the affair come to the king's ears. 'Tis best to keep out of his way until it has blown over. Of course, with us it does not matter quite so much as with Prussian officers. Frederick's is not the only service open to us. Good swords are welcome either at the Russian or Austrian courts, to say nothing of those of half a dozen minor principalities. At all of these we are sure to find countrymen and friends, and if England really enters upon the struggle, and it seems to me that if there is a general row she can scarcely stand aloof, men who have learned their drill and seen some service might be welcome, even if their fathers wielded their arms on the losing side 10 years ago. Of course, to a Prussian officer it would be practical ruin to be dismissed from the army. This is so thoroughly well understood that, in cases of duels, there is a sort of a general conspiracy on the part of all the officers and surgeons of a regiment to hush the matter up. Still, if an officer is insulted, or thinks that he is insulted, which is about the same thing, he fights, and takes the consequences. I am not altogether sorry that I am an aide de camp, and I think that you can congratulate yourself on the same fact, for we are not thrown, as is a regimental officer, into the company of Prussians, and there is therefore far less risk of getting into a quarrel. I have no doubt the marshal himself will give you a few lessons shortly. He is considered to be one of the finest swordsmen in Europe, and in many respects he is as young as I am, and as fond of adventure. He gave me a few when I first came to him, but he said that it was time thrown away, for that I must put myself in the hands of some good maitre d'armes before he could teach me anything that would be useful. I have been working hard with one since, and know a good deal more about it than I did, but my teacher says that I am too hot and impetuous to make a good swordsman, and that though I should do well enough in a melee, I shall never be able to stand up against a cool man in a duel. Of course the marshal had no idea of teaching me arms, but merely, as he said, of showing me a few passes that might be useful to me, on occasion. In reality he loves to keep up his sword play, and once or twice a week Van Bruff, who is the best master in Berlin, comes in for half an hour's practice with him, before breakfast. After Lindsay had left him at the entrance to the palace, Fergus wandered about the town for some hours, and then went into the tailor's and had his uniform tried on. Merely run together though it was, the coat fitted admirably. "You are an easy figure to fit, Herr Drummond," the tailor said. "There is no credit in putting together a coat for you. Your breeches are a little too tight. You have a much more powerful leg than is common, but that, however, is easily altered. Here are a dozen pairs of high boots. I notice the size of your foot, and have no doubt that you will find some of these to fit you." This was indeed the case, and among a similar collection of helmets, Fergus also had no difficulty in suiting himself. "I think that you will find everything ready for you by 8:30, the tailor said, "and I trust that no further alteration will be required. 6 of my best journeymen will work all night at the clothes, and even should His Majesty send for you by 10, I trust that you will be able to make a proper appearance before him, though at present I cannot guarantee that some trifling alteration will not be found necessary when you try the uniforms on." Fergus supped with the marshal, who had now time to ask him many more questions about his home life and the state of things in Scotland. "'Tis a sore pity," he said, "that we Scotchmen and Irishmen, who are to be found in such numbers in every European army, are not all arrayed under the flag of our country. Methinks that the time is not far distant when it will be so. I am, as you know, a Jacobite, but there is no shutting one's eyes to the fact that the cause is a lost one. The expedition of James III, and still more that of Charles Edward, have caused such widespread misery among the Stuarts' friends that I cannot conceive that any further attempt of the same kind will be made. In fact, there is no one to make it. The prince has lost almost all his friends by his drunken habits and his quarrelsome and overbearing disposition. He has gone from court to court as a suppliant, but has everywhere alienated the sympathies of those most willing to befriend him. I may say that as a King of England and Scotland he is now impossible, and his own habits have done more to ruin his cause than even the defeat of Culloden. There are doubtless many, in both countries, who consider themselves Jacobites, but it is a matter of sentiment and not of passion. At any rate, there is no head to the cause now, and cannot possibly be, unless the prince had a son. Therefore, for at least 25 years, the cause is dead. Even if the prince leaves an heir, it would be absurd to entertain the idea that, after the Stuarts had been expelled from England 100 years, any Scotchman or Englishman would be mad enough to risk his life and property to restore them to the throne. Another generation and the Hanoverians will have become Englishmen, and the sentiment against them as foreigners will have died out. Then there will be no reason why Scotchmen and Irishmen should any longer go abroad, and all who wish it will be able to find employment in the army of their own country. This, indeed, might have happened long before this, had the Georges forgotten that they were electors of Hanover, as well as kings of Great Britain, and had surrounded themselves with Englishmen instead of filling their courts with Germans, whose arrogance and greed made them hateful to the Englishmen, and kept before their eyes the fact that the kings were foreigners. Hanover is a source of weakness instead of strength to Great Britain, and its loss would be an unmixed benefit to her, for as long as it remains under the British crown, so long must Britain play a part in European politics, a part, too, sometimes absolutely opposed to the interests of the country at large. After supper was over, two general officers dropped in for a chat with the marshal. He introduced Fergus to them, and the latter then retired and joined the little party of Scottish officers at Lindsay's quarters. Lindsay introduced him to them, and he was very heartily received, and it was not until very late that they turned in to bed. At 8:30 next morning, Fergus went to the tailor's and found that he had kept his promise to the letter. The uniforms fitted admirably, and were complete in every particular, as Marshal Keith had, the evening before, informed him that he had received his appointment to the 3rd Royal Dragoon Guards. He had no hesitation in putting on a uniform when, a quarter of an hour later, it arrived at his quarters. Donald went out and fetched a hairdresser, who combed, powdered, and tied up his hair in proper military fashion. When he left, Donald took him in hand and attired him in his uniform, showed him the exact angle at which his belt should be worn, and the military salute that should be given. It was fortunate that he was in readiness, for at 10:30 Lindsay came in with a message from the marshal that he was, at once, to repair to the palace, with or without a uniform, as the king had sent to say that he should visit Keith at 11, and that he could then present his cousin to him. It could not be said that Fergus felt comfortable, as he started from his quarters. Accustomed to a loose dress and light shoes, he felt stiff and awkward in his tight garments, closely buttoned up, and his heavy jackboots, and he found himself constrained to walk with the same stiffness and precision that had amused him in the Prussian offices on the previous day. "So you have got your uniform," the marshal said, as Fergus entered and saluted, as Donald had instructed him. "It becomes you well, lad, and the king will be pleased at seeing you in it. He could not have blamed you had it not been ready, for the time has been short, indeed. But he will like to see you in it, and will consider that it shows alacrity and zeal." Presently the door opened, and as the marshal rose and saluted, Fergus knew that it was the king. He had never had the king described to him, and he had depicted to himself a stiff and somewhat austere figure. But the newcomer was somewhat below middle height, with a kindly face, and the air rather of a sober citizen than of a military martinet. The remarkable feature of his face were his eyes, which were very large and blue, with a quick, piercing glance that seemed to read the mind of anyone to whom he addressed himself. So striking were they that the king, when he went about the town in disguise, was always obliged to keep his eyes somewhat downcast, as, however well made up, they would have betrayed him at once had he looked fixedly at anyone who had once caught sight of his face. "Good morning, marshal," he said in a friendly tone. "So this is my last recruit. A goodly young fellow, truly." He walked round Fergus as if he were examining a lay figure, closely scrutinizing every article of his appointment, then gave a nod of approbation. "Always keep yourself like that, young sir. An officer is unfit to take charge of men, unless he can set an example of exactness in dress. If a man is precise in little things, he will be careful in other matters. Although he is going to be your aide de camp, Keith, he had better go to his regimental barracks and drill for a few hours a day, if you can spare him." "He shall certainly do so, sire. I spoke to his colonel yesterday evening, and told him that I would myself take the lad down to him this morning, and present him to his comrades of the regiment. It would be well if he could have 6 months' drilling, for an aide de camp should be well acquainted with the meaning of the orders he carries, as he is, in this case, far less likely to make mistakes than he would otherwise be. Your majesty has nothing more to say to him?" "Nothing. I hope he is not quarrelsome. But there, it is of no use my hoping that, Keith, for your Scotchman is a quarrelsome creature by nature. At least, so it seems to me. Of the duels that, in spite of my orders, take place, I know you all try to hide them from me, Keith. I hear of a good many between these hot-headed countrymen of yours and my Prussian officers. With deference to your majesty, I don't think that that proves much. It would be as fair to say that these duels show how aggressive are your Prussian officers towards my quiet and patient countrymen. Now you can retire, cornet." Fergus gave the military salute, and retired to the anteroom. "Have you passed muster?" Lindsay asked him with a laugh. "Yes, at least the king found nothing wrong. He was not at all what I thought he would be. No, I was astonished myself the first time I saw him. He is a capital fellow, in spite of his severity in matters of military etiquette and discipline. He is very kind-hearted, does not stand at all upon his dignity, bears no malice, and very soon remits punishment he has given in the heat of the moment. I think that he regards us Scotch as being a people for whom allowances must be made, on the ground of our inborn savagery and ignorance of civilized customs. He does not mind plain speaking on our part, and, if in the humour, will talk with us much more familiarly than he would do to a Prussian officer." In a few minutes the bell in the next room sounded. Lindsay went in. "Are the horses at the door?" "Yes, marshal." "Then we will mount at once. I told the colonel of the 3rd that I should be at the barracks by 12 o'clock, unless the king wanted me on his business." Fergus had already put on his helmet, and he and Lindsay followed Keith downstairs. In the courtyard were the horses, which were held by orderlies. "That is yours, Fergus," Keith said. "It has plenty of bone and blood, and should carry you well for any distance." Fergus warmly thanked the marshal for the gift. It was a very fine horse, and capable of carrying double his weight. It was fully caparisoned with military bridle and saddle and horse cloth. They mounted at once. The orderlies ran to their horses, which was held by a mounted trooper, and the four fell in behind the officers. Lindsay and Fergus rode half a length behind the marshal, but the latter had some difficulty in keeping his horse in that position. The marshal smiled. "It does not understand playing second fiddle, Fergus. You see, it has been accustomed to head the procession." As they rode along the street, all officers and soldiers stood as stiff as statues at the salute, the marshal returning it as punctiliously, though not as stiffly. In a quarter of an hour they arrived at the gate of a large barracks. The guard turned out as soon as the marshal was seen approaching, and a trumpet call was heard in the courtyard as they entered the gate. Fergus was struck with the spectacle, the like of which he had never seen before. The whole regiment was drawn up in parade order. The colonel was some distance in the front, the officers ranged at intervals behind him. Suddenly the colonel raised the sword above his head. A flash of steel ran along the line. 8 trumpeters sounded the first note of a military air, and the regiment stood at the salute, men and horses immovable, as if carved in stone. A minute later the music stopped. The colonel raised his sword again. There was another flash of steel, and the salute was over. Then the colonel rode forward to meet the marshal. "Nothing could have been better, my dear colonel," the latter said. "And I told you yesterday my inspection of your regiment is but mere form, for I know well that nothing could be more perfect than its order. But I must report to the king that I have inspected all the regiments now in Berlin and Potsdam, and others that will form my command, should any untoward event disturb the peace of the country. But before I begin, permit me to present to you this young officer, who was yesterday appointed to your regiment. I have already spoken to you of him. This is Cornet Fergus Drummond, a cousin of my own, and whom I recommend strongly to you. As I informed you, he will, for the present, act as one of my aides de camp. You have lost no time in getting a uniform, Mr. Drummond," the colonel said. "I am sure that you will be most cordially received, by all my officers as by myself, as a relation of the marshal whom we all respect and love." "I will now proceed to the inspection," the marshal said, as he proceeded towards the end of the line. The colonel rode beside him, but a little behind. The 2 aides de camp followed, and the 4 troopers brought up the rear. They proceeded along the front rank, the officers having before this taken up their position in the line. The marshal looked closely at each man as he passed, horse as well as man being inspected. "I do not think, colonel, that the king himself could have discovered the slightest fault or blemish. The regiment is simply perfect. I hope that, during the next few days, you will have every shoe inspected by the farrier, and everyone showing the least sign of wear taken off and replaced, and that you will also direct the captains of troops to see that the men's kits are in perfect order." "That shall be done, sir, though I own that I cannot see against whom we are likely to march. For though the air is full of rumours, all our neighbours seem to think of nothing so little as war. "It may be," Keith said with a smile, "that it is merely His Majesty's intention to see in how short a time we can place an army, complete in every particular and ready for a campaign, in the field. His Majesty is fond of trying military experiments. I hope, Marshal, that you will do us the honour of drinking a goblet of champagne with us. Some of my officers have not yet been presented to you, and I shall be glad to take the opportunity of doing so." "With pleasure, Colonel. A good offer should never be refused." By this time they had moved to the front of the regiment. "Officers and men of the 3rd Royal Dragoon Guards," Keith said in a loud voice, "I shall have great pleasure in reporting to the king the results of my inspection, that the regiment is in a state of perfect efficiency, and that I have been unable to detect the smallest irregularity or blemish. I am quite sure that, if you should at any time be called upon to fight the enemies of your country, you will show that your conduct and courage will be fully equal to the excellence of your appearance. I feel that whatever men can do, you will do. God save the king." He lifted his plumed hat. The trumpets sounded, the men gave the royal salute, and then a loud cheer burst from the ranks. For the rumours current had raised a feeling of excitement throughout the regiment, and though no man could see from what point danger threatened, all felt that great events were at hand. The regiment was then dismissed. Hoarse words of command were shouted, and each troop moved off to its stable, while the colonel and Keith rode to the officers' anteroom, the trumpets at the same time sounding the officers' call. In a few minutes all were gathered there. The colonel first presented some of his young officers to the marshal, and then introduced Fergus to his new comrades, among whom were 2 Scotch officers. "Mr. Drummond will, for the present, serve with the marshal as one of his aides de camp, but I hope that he will soon join the regiment where, at any rate, he will at all times find a warm welcome." Keith had already told the colonel that, for the present, Fergus would be released from all duty as an aide de camp, and would spend his time in acquiring the rudiments of drill. Champagne was now served round. The officers drank the health of the marshal, and he in return drank to the regiment. Then all formality was laid aside for a time, and the marshal laughed and chatted with the officers, as if he had been one of themselves. Fergus was surrounded by a group, who were all pleased at finding that he could already talk the language fluently, and in spite of the jealousy of the Scottish officers felt throughout the service, the impression that he made was a very favourable one, and the hostility of race was softened by the fact that he was a near relation of the marshal, who was universally popular. He won favour, too, by saying, when the colonel asked whether he would rather have a Scottish or a Prussian trooper assigned to him as servant and orderly, that he would choose one of the latter. After speaking to the adjutant, the colonel gave an order, and 2 minutes later a tall and powerful trooper entered the room and saluted. The adjutant went up to him. "Karl Hoger," he said, "you are appointed orderly and servant to Mr. Fergus Drummond. He is quartered at the officer's house facing the palace. You will take your horse round there, and await his arrival. He will show you where it is to be stabled. You are released from all regimental duty until further orders." The man saluted and retired, without the slightest change of face to show whether the appointment was agreeable to him or otherwise. Half an hour later the marshal mounted, and with his party rode back to the palace. After he had dismounted, Lindsay and Fergus rode across to their quarters. Karl Hoger was standing at the entrance, holding his horse. He saluted as the 2 officers came up. "I will go in and see if dinner is ready," Lindsay said. "I told Donald that we should be back at 1:30, and it is nearly 2 now, and I am hungry as a hunter." Fergus led the way to the stable, and pointed out to the trooper the 2 stalls that the horses were to occupy. For each room in the officers' quarter had 2 stalls attached to it, the one for the occupant, the other for his orderly. "I suppose you have not dined yet, Karl?" "No, sir, but that does not matter. I don't want you to begin by fasting. Here are a couple of marks. When you have stabled the horse and finished here, you had better go out and get yourself dinner. I shall not be able to draw rations for you today. After you have done, come to the main entrance where I met you, and take the first corridor to the left. Mine is the 5th room on the right-hand side. If I am not in, knock at the next door to it on this side. You will see Lieutenant Lindsay's name on it. You need not be in any hurry over your meal, for I am just going to have dinner, and certainly shall not want you for an hour." On reaching Lindsay's quarters, Fergus found that dinner was waiting, and he and Lindsay lost no time in attacking a fine fish that Donald had bought in the market. "This is a fine regiment of yours, Drummond," Lindsay said. "Magnificent, of course. I never saw anything like it before, but it was certainly splendid. Yes, they distinguished themselves in the campaigns of Silesia very much. Their Colonel Grimm is a capital officer, very strict, but a really good fellow, and very much liked by his officers. However, if I were you, I should be in no hurry to join. I had 2 years and a half in an infantry regiment before Keith appointed me one of his aides-de-camp, and I can tell you it was hard work, drill from morning till night. We were stationed at a miserable country place, without any amusements or anything to do, and as at that time there did not seem the most remote chance of active service, it was a dog's life. Everyone was surly and ill-tempered, and I had to fight 2 duels." "What about?" "About nothing, as far as I could see. A man said something about Scotch officers in a tone I did not like. I was out of temper, and instead of turning it off with a laugh, I took it up seriously, and threw a glass at his head. So, of course, we fought. We wounded each other twice, and then the others stopped. The second affair was just as absurd, except that I got the best of it, and I sliced the man's arm so deeply that he was on the sick list for 2 months. The result of an accident, as the surgeon put down. So, although I didn't say but that there is much better class of men in the 3rd than there was in my regiment, I should not be in any hurry to join. If there is a row, you will see 10 times as much as an aide-de-camp as you would in your regiment, while during peacetime there is no comparison at all between our lives as aides-de-camp and that of regimental officers. I fancy you have rather a treasure in the man they have told off to you. He was the colonel's servant at one time, but he got drunk one day, and of course the colonel had to send him back to the ranks. One of the officers told me about him when he came in, and said that he was one of the best riders and swordsmen in the regiment. The adjutant told me that he has specially chosen him for you, because he had a particularly good mount, and that, as your orderly, it would be of great importance that he should be able to keep up with you. Of course, he got the horse when he was the colonel's orderly, and though he was sent back to the ranks 6 months ago, the colonel, who was really fond of the man, allowed him to keep it. I thought it seemed an uncommonly good animal when he led it into the stable," Fergus said. "Plenty of bone and splendid quarters. I hope he is not unwilling to come to me. It is a great fall from being a colonel's servant to becoming a cornet's. I don't suppose he will mind that, and at any rate, while he is here, the berth will be such an easy one that I have no doubt he will be well content with it, and I daresay that he and Donald will get on well together. Donald is a cuirassier, after Keith appointed me as one of his aides. He got me transferred to the cuirassiers, who are stationed at Potsdam. That was how I came to get hold of Donald as a servant." A few minutes after they had done dinner, there was a knock at the door. The orderly entered and saluted. "You will find my man in there," Lindsay said. "At present, Mr. Drummond and I are living together. I daresay you and he will get on very comfortably." For the next fortnight, Fergus spent the whole day in barracks. He was not put through the usual preliminary work, but the colonel, understanding what would be most useful to him, had him instructed in the words of command necessary for carrying out simple movements. His place as cornet with a troop, when in line or column, and being quick, intelligent, and anxious to learn, Fergus soon began to feel himself at home. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of With Frederick the Great, a story of the 7 Years' War by G. A. Henty. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gary Oldman. The outbreak of war. As Lindsay had predicted, the marshal had, on the evening of the day Fergus joined his regiment, said to him: "I generally have half an hour's fencing the first thing of a morning, Fergus. It is good exercise, and keeps one's muscles lissom. Come round to my room at 6. I should like to see what the instructors at home have done for you, and I may be able to put you up to a few tricks of the sword that may be of use to you, if you are ever called upon to break His Majesty's edicts against duelling." Fergus, of course, kept the appointment. Very good indeed," the marshal said, after the first rally. "You have made the most of your opportunities. Your wrist is strong and supple, your eye quick. You are a match, now, for most men who have not worked hard in the school of arms. Like almost all our countrymen, you lack precision. Now, let us try again." For a few minutes Fergus exerted himself to the utmost, but failed to get his point past the marshal's guard. He had never seen fencing like this. Keith's point seemed to be ever threatening him. The circles that were described were so small that the blade seemed scarcely to move, and yet every thrust was put aside by a slight movement of the wrist, and he felt that he was at his opponent's mercy for the whole time. Presently there was a slight jerk, and on the instant his weapon was twisted from his hand and sent flying across the room. Keith smiled at his look of bewilderment. "You see, you have much to learn, Fergus." "I have indeed, sir. I thought that I knew something about fencing, but I see that I know nothing at all." "That is going too far the other way, lad. You know, for example, a vast deal more than Lindsay did when he came to me 6 months ago. I fancy you know more than he does now, or ever will know, for he still pins his faith on the utility of a slashing blow, as if the sabre had a chance against a rapier in the hands of a skillful man. However, I will give you a lesson every morning, and I should advise you to go to Van Bruff every evening. I will give you a note to him. He is by far the best master we have. Indeed, he is the best in Europe. I will tell him that the time at your disposal is too short for you to attempt to become a thorough swordsman, but that you wish to devote yourself to learning a few thrusts and parries, such as will be useful in a duel, thoroughly and perfectly. I myself will teach you that trick I played on you just now, and 2 others like it, and I think it possible that in a short time you will be able to hold your own, even against men who may know a good deal more of the principles and the general practice of the art than yourself." Armed with a note from the marshal, Fergus went the next day to the famous professor. The latter read the letter through carefully, and then said: "I should be very glad to oblige the marshal, for whom I have the highest respect, and whom I regard as the best swordsman in Europe. I often practice with him, and always come away having learned something. Moreover, the terms he offers for me to give you an hour and a half instruction every evening are more than liberal, but every moment of my time in the evening is occupied from 5 to 10. Could you come at that hour?" "Certainly I could, Professor." "Then so be it. Come at 10, punctually. My school is closed at that hour, and you will find me ready for you." Accordingly, during the next 3 weeks, Fergus worked from 10 till half past 11 with Herr Van Bruff, and from 6 till half past with the marshal. His mountain training was useful indeed to him now, for the day's work in the barrack was in itself hard and fatiguing, and tough as his muscles were, his wrist at first ached at nights that he had to hold it for some time under a tap of cold water to allay the pain. At the end of a week, however, it hardened again, and he was sustained by the commendations of his two teachers, and the satisfaction he felt in the skill he was acquiring. "Where is your new aide-de-camp, Marshal?" the king asked one evening. It was the close of one of his receptions. As a rule, these young fellows are fond of showing off in their uniform at first. "He is better employed, sire. He has the makings of a very fine swordsman, and having some reputation myself that way, I should be glad that my young cousin should be able to hold his own well, when we get to blows with the enemy. So I and Van Bruff have taken him in hand, and for the last 3 weeks he has made such progress that this morning, when we had open play, it put me on my mettle to hold my own. So what with that and his regimental work, his hands are more than full, and indeed he could not get through it had he to attend here in the evening. And I know that as soon as he has finished his supper, he turns in for a sound sleep, till he is woke in time to dress and get to the fencing school at 10. Had there been a longer time to spare, I would not have suffered him to work so hard. But seeing that in a few days we may be on the march to the frontier, we have to make the most of the time. He has done well, Keith, and his zeal shows that he will make a good soldier. Yes, another 3 days, and our messenger should return from Vienna, and the next morning, unless the reply is satisfactory, the troops will be on the move. After that, who knows?" During the last few days, the vague rumours that had been circulating had gained strength and consistency. Every day fresh regiments arrived and encamped near the city, and there were reports that a great concentration of troops were taking place at Halle, under the command of Prince Ferdinand of Brunswick, and another, under the Duke of Bevern, at Frankfurt on the Oder. Nevertheless, the public announcement that war was declared with Austria, and that the army would march for the frontier in 3 days' time, came as a sudden shock. The proclamation stated that, it having been discovered that Austria had entered into the secret confederacy with other powers to attack Prussia, and the king having, after long and fruitless negotiations, tried to obtain satisfaction from that power, no resource remained but to declare war, at once, before the Confederates could combine their forces for the destruction of the kingdom. Something like dismay was, at first, excited by the proclamation. A war with Austria was, in itself, a serious undertaking. But if the latter had the powerful allies, such as Russia, France, and Saxony, and it was well known that all three looked with jealousy on the growing power of the kingdom, the position seemed well nigh desperate. Among the troops, however, the news was received with enthusiasm. Confident in their strength and discipline, the question of the odds that might be assembled against them in no way troubled them. The conquest of Silesia had raised the prestige of the army, and the troops felt proud that they should have the opportunity of proving their valour in an even more serious struggle. Never was there a more brilliant assembly than that at the palace, the evening before the troops marched. All the general officers and their staffs were assembled, together with the ladies of the courts and those of the nobility and army. The king was in high good humour and moved about the rooms, chatting freely with all. "So you have come to see us at last, young sir," he said to Fergus. "I should scold you, but I hear that you have been utilizing your time well. Remember that your sword is to be used against the enemies of the country only," and nodding, he walked on. The Princess Amelia was the centre of a group of ladies. She was a charming princess, but at times her face bore an expression of deep melancholy, and all knew that she had never ceased to mourn the fate of the man she would have chosen, Baron Trench, who had been thrown into prison by her angry father for his insolence in aspiring to his daughter's hand. "You must be glad that your hard work is over, Drummond," Lindsay said, as they stood together watching the scene. "I am glad that the drill is over," Fergus replied, "but I should have liked my work with the professor to have gone on for another 6 months." Ah, well, you will have opportunities to take it up again when we return after thrashing the Austrians. How long will that be, Lindsay?" The latter shrugged his shoulders. 6 months, 6 years, who can tell, he said. If it be true that Russia and France, to say nothing of Saxony, are with her, it is more likely to be years than months, and we may both come out colonels by the time it is over. That is, if we come out at all," Fergus said, with a smile at the other's confidence. "Oh, of course, there is that contingency, but it is one never worth reckoning with. At any rate, it is pretty certain that, if we do fall, it will be with odds against us. But of course, as aides de camp, our chance is a good deal better than that of regimental officers. At any rate, we have had good preparation for the campaign, for your work will be child's play in comparison to what you have been going through. How you stood it, I cannot make out. I worked pretty hard when I first arrived, but the drill for the first 6 months was tremendous, and I used to be glad to crawl into bed as soon as I had my supper." "Well, you have been a poor companion so far, Drummond." "I am afraid I have been, but will try and make up for it in the future. I suppose there is no doubt that we shall march, in the first place, on Dresden." "I think that there is no doubt of that. There is no Saxon army to speak of, certainly nothing that can offer any serious opposition. From there are 3 or 4 passes by which we could pour into Bohemia. Saxony is a rich country, too, and will afford us a fine base for supplies as we move on. I suppose the Austrians will collect an army to oppose us in Bohemia. When we have thrashed them, I expect we shall go on straight to Vienna." Fergus laughed. "It all sounds easy enough, Lindsay. I only hope that it will come off just as you prophesy." "That is one advantage of fighting in a foreign service, Fergus. One fights just as stoutly for victory as if one were fighting for home. But if one is beaten, it does not affect one so much. It is sad to see the country overrun and pillaged, but the houses are not the houses of our own people. The people massacred are not one's own relations and friends. One's military vanity may be hurt by defeat, otherwise one can bear it philosophically." "I never looked at it in that light before, Lindsay, but no doubt there is a great deal in what you say. If my father had fallen on a German battlefield, instead of at Culloden, our estates would not have been confiscated, our glens harried, and our clansmen hunted down and massacred. No, I see there is a great difference. I suppose I should fight just as hard against the Austrians as I should have done against the English at Culloden, had I been there. But defeat would have none of the same consequences. No, putting it as you do, I must own that there is a distinct advantage in foreign service that I never appreciated before. But I see people are leaving, and I am not sorry. As we are going to be up before daybreak, the sooner one turns in the better." Karl had received the order to call his master at 3, to have breakfast ready at half-past, and the horses at the door at 4, with somewhat less than his usual stolidity. "You will have hard work in the future, Karl," Fergus said. "I shall be glad of it, sir. Never have I had such a lazy time as I have had for the last month. The first 3 or 4 days were very pleasant. Then I began to think that I should like a little to do, so as to remind me that there was such a thing as work. But the last fortnight has been terrible. A man cannot sleep for 24 hours, and if it had not been that Donald and I have had an occasional quarrel as to our respective regiments, and over the native land he is so proud of bragging about, I should have been ready to hang myself. Ah, sir, how often have I to thank my stars that I did not take my discharge, which I could have asked for. As I have served my time, I had thought of it many times, and have said to myself how delightful it would be to hear the morning call sound at a barracks near, and to turn over in my bed and go to sleep again. To have no guard to keep, no sergeant to bully, or provost guard to arrest one, if one has taken a cup too much. This fortnight has shown me the folly of such ideas. It has taught me, when I am well off, then what misery it is to be one's own master, and to be always wondering how the day is to be got through." "Well, you are not likely to have to complain that you have nothing to do, for some time now, Karl." "No, Cornet, I have felt a new man, since I heard the great news. There is always plenty to do, on a campaign. There are the horses to be cleaned, food to be cooked, forage and rations to be fetched. Then, too, on a campaign everyone is merry and good tempered, and one sings as one marches and sits round the campfire. One may be cold and wet and hungry, but who cares? One swears at the moment, but one laughs again as soon as the sun shines. Well, Karl, you had best turn in at once, for at 3 o'clock we shall want to be called." "You can rely upon my waking, sir. Does my officer wish to take a full dress suit with him?" "No, the order is that all are to start in marching order, and that all baggage is to be cut down to the smallest proportions. No officer is to take more than can be carried in his valises." It was the first week in August, when the three columns, each 20,000 strong, moved from their respective starting points. Although the king was nominally in command of the central division, Marshal Keith was the real commander. He rode with the king at the head of the column, and his aides de camp and those of Frederick were constantly on their way up and down the line, carrying orders and bringing in reports as to the manner in which the regiments maintained their respective positions, and especially how the artillery and baggage train kept up. There was no necessity at present for taking precautions. The march would for some days lead through Prussia, and it was morally certain that the Saxon army, which was small and scattered, and even if united would not equal the strength of one of the Prussian armies, would not attempt any serious resistance, for the country was flat, and there would be no defiles where a small force of men could successfully oppose a larger one. Nevertheless, the daily marches were long for the infantry and the baggage, but by no means fatiguing for mounted men. The staff and aides de camp, with their orderlies, rode behind the leaders. The troopers were sometimes employed instead of the officers, when a short written order had to be sent back to the rear of the column. The harvest having been gathered in, the cavalry rode across the open country, thus reducing the length of the column. The day was very hot, and the infantry opened their ranks as much as possible to allow the passage of what little air was moving. At 9 o'clock the troops were halted. Each man had been served with a breakfast before starting, and the haversacks were now opened, and a meal made of the bread they contained, washed down with an allowance of rough wine, carried in each regimental wagon. Then the men sat down under the shade of greatcoats supported by ramrods and other contrivances, and either slept or talked until 2:30, when the bugle sounded. The greatcoats were rolled up and strapped on to the knapsacks. Then there was a rigorous use of the brush to remove the thick dust gathered on the march. At 3 the column got into motion again, and halted for the night at 6:30, when fires were lighted, coppers put on, and the main meal of the day presently served. The rations of the officers were the same as those of the men, but the greater part of them supplemented the food by that carried in their orderlies' saddlebags. Lindsay, Fergus, and the marshal's other two aides-de-camp had arranged that, where possible, they should mess together, and their servants should prepare the meal by turns, while those not so engaged looked after the horses, saw that they were fed, watered, and groomed. The servants were all old campaigners, and though neither Lindsay nor Fergus had thought of giving them orders to that effect, both Donald and Karl had laid in a stock of provisions. Donald had cooked a pair of fowls on the previous evening. Karl had brought a suckling pig. One of the German officer's servants had a huge piece of salt beef that had already been boiled, while the other had a hare. It was agreed at once that the fowls should be left for early breakfast, and the beef put aside for dinner, and for supper also, if nothing else could be obtained. Karl, as the servant of the junior officer, was cook for the evening, and he acquitted himself admirably. Each officer carried in his saddlebag a tin plate, drinking horn, and a knife, fork, and spoon. There was no dish, but the spit was handed around, and each cut off a portion. Soup made from the ration of meat was first served, then the hare, then the suckling pig, while the 4 orderlies had an ample meal from the ration of meat. A supply of spirits had been carried in the staff wagon. This they took, plentifully watered with the meal, with a stronger cup afterwards. The night was so fine that all agreed that it was not worth while to erect the tent carried for them in the wagon. At 8 o'clock the order for the next day's march came out, and 2 of the king's orderlies started on horseback, with copies of it to the commanders of brigades, who in their turn communicated to the colonels of their respective regiments. The next evening the force encamped round Torgau, a very strong fortress, where a great store of provisions had been collected. Ample quarters were assigned to the marshal and his staff in the town. Here they halted for a day to allow the other armies, which had both farther to march, to keep abreast of them on their respective lines of route. Then, following the Elbe, the army arrived after 2 marches in front of Dresden. The court of Saxony had, for years, been wasting the revenues of the country in extravagance and luxury, while intriguing incessantly with Austria, and dreaming of obtaining an increase of territory at the expense of Prussia. No effort had been made to prepare to carry out the engagements entered into with Austria, and the army, utterly neglected, numbered but some 15,000. These were scattered over the country, and but poorly provided with artillery. When then the news arrived that 3 Prussian armies had crossed the frontier, there was no thought of resistance, but orders were dispatched for the whole force to concentrate at Pima, a strongly fortified camp among the defiles of the mountains separating Saxony from Bohemia. The position was almost an impregnable one, and they could receive reinforcements from Bohemia. On the arrival of the Prussian army the king fled, and Dresden threw open its gates, as Frederick hoped to detach Saxony from the alliance against him. The greater portion of the army were encamped outside the town, 3 or 4 regiments only, marching in and quartering themselves in the empty Saxon barracks. The aid Saxony could render Frederick would be insignificant, but it was most desirable for him that he should ensure its neutrality, in order to secure his communications with Prussia when he marched forward into Bohemia. Finding the king had gone, his first step was to send a general officer with a party of soldiers to seize the archives in the palace. Among these was discovered the prize he most desired to find, namely a signed copy of the secret treaty between Austria, Russia, France, and Saxony, for the invasion and partition of Prussia. Copies of this document were instantly sent off to the courts of Europe, thus affording an ample justification for what would otherwise have appeared a wholly unprovoked attack by Prussia upon her neighbours. Had it not been for the discovery of this document, Frederick would probably have always remained under the stigma of engaging in an unprovoked and ambitious war, for the court of Austria had hitherto positively and categorically declared to Frederick's ambassador and envoys the non-existence of any such treaty or agreement between the powers. As the queen had remained in the palace, Frederick took up his abode in another royal building, Marshal Keith and a large number of officers being also quartered there. In order to prevent any broils with the citizens, orders were issued that certain places of refreshments were to be used only by officers, while the soldiers were only to frequent wine and beer shops selected in the neighbourhood of the barracks, and were strictly forbidden to enter any others. Any soldier caught in an act of theft or pillage was to be hung forthwith, and all were enjoined to observe a friendly demeanour to the people. One evening Fergus had been sent with a message to the camp, 2 miles from the town. It was nearly 10 o'clock when he started to ride back. When within half a mile of the town, he heard a pistol shot in the direction of a large house, a quarter of a mile from the road. Without hesitation, he turned his horse's head in that direction. In a couple of minutes he arrived at a pair of large gates. They were closed, but he dismounted, fastened the bridle chain to them, and snatching the pistols from his holster, ran along by the side of a high wall until he came to a tree growing close to it. With some difficulty, for his high boots were ill adapted for such work, he climbed the tree, got on to the wall, and dropped down. He was in a large park-like grounds. Guided by a light in a window, he ran to the house. The door was closed. After hesitating for a moment, he ran along, and soon, coming as he expected to an open window, he at once climbed through it. A door was opened, and, passing on, he entered a large hall in which a light was burning. Pausing to listen now, he heard voices upstairs, and, holding a pistol in each hand and his drawn sword in his teeth, he lightly ascended the stairs. On the landing 2 men lay dead. Light was issuing from a half-closed door, and, noiselessly approaching it, he looked in. It was a small room. At the end stood 8 or 10 scared women, huddled together, while a soldier, with a pistol in one hand and a sword in the other, stood sentry over them. These were evidently the servants of the chateau, who had been unceremoniously hauled from their beds and gathered there, under a guard, to prevent them from screaming or giving any alarm. As Fergus was equally anxious that no alarm should be given, at present he retired quietly. A pair of double doors faced the top of the staircase. This was evidently the grand reception room, and, listening intently, he could hear a murmur of voices inside. Turning the handle and throwing them suddenly open, he entered. Upon the floor lay the body of a gentleman. A lady, pale as death and in a half-fainting condition, leaned back in a settee, while a girl of 13 or 14 lay on a couch, with bound hands and a handkerchief fastened across her mouth. 3 soldiers were engaged in examining the contents of a large coffer of jewels. As the doors opened, they turned around, and, on seeing a solitary officer, sprang forward with terrible oaths. Fergus shot one of them as they did so, dropped the pistol, seized his sword. Both men fired. Fergus felt a stinging sensation in his left arm, and then the pistol held in that hand dropped to the ground. Confident in his swordsmanship, he awaited the onslaught of the 2 marauders. The swords clashed, and at the second pass one of them fell back, run through the body. The other, shouting for aid, stood on the defensive. Fergus heard the rush of heavy steps coming down the staircase, and, just as 3 other men rushed into the room, he almost clove his opponent's head in two with a tremendous blow from his claymore. 2 of the newcomers fired their pistols hastily. Both missed, then rushed at him with their swords, and as he was hotly engaged with them, the third, who was the sentry who had been placed over the women, advanced slowly with his pistol pointed. With the intention of making sure of his aim, he paused close to the combatants, waiting for an opportunity to fire between the shifting figures of his comrades, when a white figure, after peering in at the door, ran swiftly forward and threw herself on his back, hurling him forward to the ground, his pistol exploding as he fell. One of the others started back at the sound, and as he did so, Fergus ran him through the body. He then attacked his remaining opponent, and after a few passes laid him dead beside his comrade. Picking up his own fallen pistol, Fergus blew out the brains of the soldier, who was struggling to free himself from the girl's weight, and then helped her to her feet. "Well done, my brave girl," he said. "You have saved my life. Now run and tell those wretches to stop screaming, and come and help their mistress." These scoundrels are all killed, and there is nothing more for them to be alarmed at." Then he ran to the girl on the sofa, cut her cords with a dagger, and freed her from the gag. As he did so, she leaped up and ran to her mother's side, while Fergus, kneeling by the gentleman who had fallen before he had entered, turned him over and, laying his ear over his heart, listened intently. "He is alive," he said. "His heart beats, but faintly. Tell the maids to fetch some cordial." The women were coming in now, some crying hysterically, some shrieking afresh at the sight of the bodies that were strewn about the room. "Silence!" Fergus shouted sternly. "Now, while one runs to fetch some cordial, do 3 others come here and aid me to lift your master gently on to the couch." The maid who had overthrown the soldier at once came forward to his assistance. "Now, Truchen and Lisa," the young girl said, stamping her foot, "come at once. Do you, Caroline, run and fetch the stand of cordials from the dining room." The 2 women approached timidly. "Now," Fergus said, "get your arm under his shoulders on your side, and I will do the same. One of you others support his head when we lift, the other take his feet." So gently he was raised and laid on the couch. By the time this was done, the women returned with a bottle of spirits. "Now," he said, "water and glass." The young girl ran and fetched a carafe of water and a tumbler, standing on a table by the wall. Her hands shook as she handed it to Fergus. "Are you sure that he is not dead, sir?" she asked in a hushed voice. "Quite sure. I fear that he is grievously wounded, but he certainly lives. Now get another glass and put some spirits in it, and fill it up with water, and make your mother drink it, as soon as you have roused her from her faint." Fergus now gave all his attention to the wounded man, poured 2 or 3 spoonfuls of strong spirits and water between his lips, and then proceeded to examine his wounds. He had 3. One was a very severe cut upon the shoulder. His left arm had been broken by a pistol bullet, and he had a dangerous sword thrust in the body. Under Fergus's direction, the servant had cut off the doublet and, after pouring some more spirits down the wounded man's throat, he bade one of the other women fetch him some soft linen and a sheet. When these arrived, he made a pad of the linen and bound it over the wounded man's shoulder with some strips torn from the sheet. Then he sent for some straight strips of wood, cut them to the right length, wrapped some linen round them, and straightening the arm applied them to it, and with the assistance of the girl bandaged it firmly. Then he placed a pad of linen over the wound in the body, and passed bandages round and round. "Well done," he said to his assistant. "You are a stout girl and a brave one." Then he turned to the others, who were crowded round their mistress. "Stand back," he said, "and throw open the window, and let the air come to her. This will do. The young lady and this girl will be enough. Now, do the rest of you run off and get some clothes on. She has opened her eyes once, sir. She will come round directly. Young lady, pour a spoonful or 2 from the glass between her lips. It is stronger than that you have in your hand. She has had a terrible shock, but as soon as she hears that your father is alive, it will do more for her than all our services." "Will he live, sir?" "That I cannot say for certain, but I have great hopes that he will do so. However, I will send a surgeon out as soon as I get to the city." The lady was longer in her swoon than Fergus had expected, and the servants had returned before she opened her eyes. "Now," he said, "the 4 of you lend me your assistance. It would be well to carry this sofa with your master into the next room, and then we will take your mistress in there too, so that she will be spared seeing these ruffians scattered about when she comes to herself." The doors leading to the adjoining apartment were opened, candles lighted there, and the wounded man carried in on his sofa. "And now for your mistress. It would be easier to lift her out of the chair and carry her in bodily." This he did, with the assistance of 2 of the servants. "Now," he said to the young girl, "do you stay by her, my brave maid. I think she will recover in a minute or 2. Her eyelids moved as I brought her in. I will look round and see about things." "Were these the only 2 men in the house?" he asked the other women, as he joined them on the landing. "No, sir. There were 6 men. The other 4 have gone to bed, but the 2 outside always waited up till the count and countess retired." "Where are their rooms?" he asked, taking a candle. One of the women led him upstairs. As he expected, he found the 4 men lying dead. One had apparently leaped up as the door was opened, and the other 3 had been killed in their beds. "Where can I get help from?" "There are the men at the stables. It is at the back of the house, 300 or 400 yards away. Well, take one of your other women with you, and go and rouse them. Tell them to dress and come here at once." He now went down to the gate, undid the fastenings, and then led his horse up to the house. In a few minutes the stablemen arrived. He ordered them to carry the bodies of the 6 marauders out and lay them in the front of the house. When they had done so, they were to take those of the servants and place them in an outhouse. Then he went upstairs again. "The countess has recovered, sir," one of the women said. "Tell her that I will send one of the army surgeons down at once. But first, bandage my arm. It is but a flesh wound, I know, but I am feeling faint, and am sure that it is keeping on bleeding. Here, my girl," he said to the one who had before assisted, "I can trust to you not to faint." With her assistance, he took off his coat, the arm of which was saturated with blood. "You had better cut off the sleeve of the shirt," he said. This was done, and the nature of the wound was seen. A ball had ploughed through the flesh 3 inches below the shoulder, inflicting a gaping but not serious wound. "It is lucky that it was not the inside of the arm," he said to the girl, as she bandaged it up, "for had it been, I should have bled to death in a very few minutes." "Had the count opened his eyes yet?" "No, sir. He is lying just as he was." "What is the gentleman's name?" "Count Eulenfurst." "You had better give me a draught of wine before I start. I feel shaken, and it is possible that riding may set my wound bleeding again." Having drunk a goblet of wine, Fergus went down and mounted his horse. As he did so, he said to one of the men: "Take a lantern and go down to the spot where the road hither turns off from the main road. Surgeon will be here in half an hour, or perhaps 20 minutes. He will be on the lookout for you and your lantern." Events had passed quickly, and the church bell chimed 11:15, and he rode through the streets of Dresden. In 3 minutes he drew up at the entrance to the royal quarters. As he dismounted, Karl came out. "Keep the horse here, Karl," he said. "It may be wanted in a minute or 2 again." "Are you hurt, sir?" the man asked as he dismounted, for he saw his face by the light of the torches on each side of the gateway. "It is only a flesh wound, and of no consequence, but I have lost a good deal of blood." He made his way up the staircase to the marshal's quarters. He was feeling dizzy and faint now. "Is the marshal in his room?" he asked. "He is in, sir, but I would speak to him immediately. 'Tis a most urgent matter." The sergeant went in. A moment later held the door open and said: "Will you enter, sir?" Fergus entered and made the usual formal salute to the marshal. 2 or 3 other officers were in the room, but he did not heed who they were, nor hear the exclamations of surprise that broke out at his appearance. "I beg to report, sir, that the house of the Count Eulenfurst has been attacked by marauders, belonging to one of the Pomeranian regiments. The count is desperately wounded, and I pray that a surgeon may be sent instantly to his aid. The house stands back from the road, about half a mile from the north gate. A man with a lantern will be standing in the road to guide him to it. My horse is at the door below, in readiness to take him. I pray you to allow me to retire." He swayed and would have fallen, had not the marshal and one of the others present caught him and laid him down on a couch. "He is wounded, marshal," the other officer said. "This sleeve is saturated with blood." The marshal raised his voice and called an attendant. "Run to the quarters of Staff Surgeon Schmidt, and ask him to come here immediately, and to bring another of his staff with him, if there is one in." In 2 minutes the king's chief surgeon entered, followed by another of his staff. "First look to the wound of Cornet Drummond," the marshal said. "It is in the arm, and I trust that he has only fainted from loss of blood." The surgeons examined the wound. "It is in no way serious, Marshal. As you say, he has fainted from loss of blood. He must have neglected it for some time. Had it been bandaged at once, it would only have the consequence of disabling his arm for a fortnight or so." The assistant had already hurried away to get lint and bandages. Another voice now spoke. "Surgeon Schmidt, you will please, at once, mount Mr. Drummond's horse, which is standing at the door. Ride out through the north gate. When you have gone about half a mile, you will see a man with a lantern. He will lead you to the house of Count Eulenfurst, who has been grievously wounded by some marauders. Surgeon Morfin will follow you, as soon as he has bandaged Mr. Drummond's wound. There may be more wounded there who may need your care. Major Armfeldt, will you order a horse to be brought round at once for the surgeon? Then hurry to the barracks. Order the colonel to turn out a troop of horse instantly, and let him scour the country between the north gate and the camp, and arrest every straggler he comes across." End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of With Frederick the Great, A Story of the 7 Years' War, by G. A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gary Oldman. Promotion. As soon as the bandage was applied and the flow of blood ceased, a few spoonfuls of wine were poured down the patient's throat. It was not long before he opened his eyes and struggled into a sitting position. "I beg pardon, sir," he said faintly, as his eyes fell on the marshal, who was standing just in front of him. "I am sorry that I came into your apartments in this state, but it seemed to me—" "You did quite right, sir," said a sharp voice that he at once recognized, while the speaker put his hand upon his shoulder, to prevent him from trying to rise. "You were quite right to bring the news here at once of this outrage, which, by heaven, shall be punished as it deserves. Now drink a cup of wine, and then perhaps you will be able to tell us a little more about it. Now, don't be in a hurry, but obey my orders." Fergus drank off the wine. Then, after waiting a minute or two, said: "Count Eulenfurst is sorely wounded, sire, but I cannot say whether mortally or not. When I came away he was still lying insensible. His wife and daughter are, happily, uninjured. Was anyone else hurt?" "Yes, sire. The 6 men servants who were sleeping in the house were all killed, 4 in their beds, 2 while hastening from below to assist their master." The king gave an exclamation of fury. "You said these men belonged to a Pomeranian regiment. Had they left before you got there? But I suppose not, or else you would not have been wounded. How was it that you heard of the attack?" "I had carried a despatch from the marshal to the camp, sire, and was on my way back when I heard a pistol shot. The sound was faint, for it came from a house a quarter of a mile away, and was fired indoors. But the night was still, and fortunately some of the windows were open. Thinking that some evil work was being done, I rode straight for it, climbed the wall, and, making my way on foot to the house, happily arrived in time." "You saw the fellows, then? How was it that they suffered you to escape with your life? They must have known that your evidence would hang them all." "There were but 6 of them, sire, and they will need no hanging, for they are all disposed of. Though had it not been for the assistance of a brave servant maid, who threw herself upon the back of one of them, my career would certainly have been terminated." "But who had you with you to help you?" the king asked. "I had no one but the maid, sire." "Do you mean to say, Mr. Drummond, that with your own hand you slew the whole of 6 villains?" "That was so, sire, but in respect to the one thrown down by the girl, I had but to blow out his brains before he could gain his feet." "Can you give us the particulars?" the king asked quietly. "If you do not feel equal to it, we will wait till morning." "I can tell you now, sire. I am feeling better and stronger." And he related the incident of the fight. "1 with his pistol, Keith," the king said. "4 with his sword, after his left hand was disabled. to say nothing of the 6th. This is not a bad beginning for an aide-de-camp, gentlemen." "No, indeed, sire. It is most gallant indeed, though it was well for him that he was able to dispose of the first 3 before the others appeared on the scene." "It was a most gallant action, indeed," the king repeated, and a hearty assent was given by the general officers standing round. "I congratulate you on your aide-de-camp, Keith," he went on. "A man capable of killing, single-handed, 6 of my Pomeranians is a treasure. Do you see that his commission as lieutenant is given me tomorrow to sign?" "No, sit still, young sir. It is I who have to thank you for so promptly punishing those marauders who would have brought disgrace upon my army, and not you who have to thank me. Now, be off to your bed." 2 of the attendants were called in, and these assisted Fergus, who was almost too weak to stand, to the apartment that he shared with Lindsay. Keith himself accompanied them. Lindsay leaped out of bed as they entered. "Don't ask any questions, Lindsay," the marshal said. "Drummond has performed a very gallant action, and has been wounded and, as you see, can scarcely stand from loss of blood. He will be asleep as soon as he lies down. You will hear all about it in the morning." The marshal then returned to his apartment. The king was on the point of leaving. "I have left orders," he said, "that as soon as either of the surgeons returns, I am to be awakened and informed of the state of Count Eulenfurst. He is a noble man, of distinction and character, though I believe in no great favour at the court here, since he resigned his seat on the council, because he disapproved of the resources of the state being wasted in extravagance, instead of being spent in maintaining the army in proper condition. Should he die, it would cause an extremely bad impression throughout Saxony." At daybreak the next morning, finding that the surgeons had not returned, Keith despatched an officer to request them to furnish him at once with a written record of the state of the count. He returned in 3/4 of an hour, saying that the count had just recovered consciousness, that 2 of his wounds were serious and the other very grave, but that having probed it, they were of opinion that it might not prove fatal. The countess was completely prostrated, and had gone from one fainting fit into another, and required more attention than her husband. The rest of the household was uninjured. Lindsay got up quietly and dressed without awakening Fergus. He was disappointed at a despatch being at once handed to him to carry to the Prince of Brunswick's army, which was 10 miles away, and was therefore obliged to mount and ride off, without obtaining any news whatever as to the nature of Drummond's adventure. As he passed through the camp of the Pomeranians, he saw the bodies of 6 soldiers swinging from the bough of a tree close to the camp. He rode a little out of his way to discover the cause of this strange spectacle. In front of them was erected a large placard of canvas, with the words painted on it: "Marauders killed in the commission of crime, and their bodies hung by order of the king, as a lesson to anyone who ventures to break the law against plundering." Then he rode on his way, and did not return until 1 o'clock. The marshal was occupied. He therefore simply handed in the reply to the despatch that he had carried, and immediately retired. "Is Mr. Drummond up?" he asked one of the attendants. "He is still in his room, sir. His servant is with him, and he is taking food." He went straight to the room. Fergus was sitting up in a chair, eating a basin of strong chicken broth. "This is a nice hour to be breakfasting, Lindsay," he said with a smile. "I feel quite ashamed of myself, I can tell you, but I am under orders. The doctor came here half an hour ago. I had just woke and got out of bed, and was going to dress, when he told me I was not to do so. I might sit up to take breakfast, but was to keep perfectly quiet for the rest of the day. He said I only needed feeding up, that he would send me some strong broth, and 3 hours later I was to have some soup and a pint of Burgundy, and that if I obeyed his instructions, and ate and drank well, I should be able to leave my room tomorrow, though of course I should not be fit for active service till my arm begins to heal. But what is it all about, Drummond? I was sent off to Brunswick's camp as soon as I got up, and have heard nothing about it, and the marshal forbade me to speak to you when you were brought in last night. He merely said that you had done a very gallant action." "There was nothing very gallant in it, Lindsay, but it turned out very fortunate." Then he gave a brief account of the previous evening's events. "Well, I should call that a gallant action, Drummond, if you don't. It is no joke for one man to tackle six, and those not ordinary marauders, but Pomeranian soldiers. Of course, it was somewhat lucky that you had rid yourself of three of them before the other three entered the room, and had it not been, as you say, for the girl, things might have turned out differently. Still, that does not affect the matter. It was a gallant business." "What happened when you came in?" "I don't know much about what happened. At first I made some sort of report to the marshal, and then I believe I fainted. When I came to, I found that they had bandaged up my shoulder and poured some wine down my throat. I felt very shaky at first, but I know that I drank some wine, and was then able to give some sort of an account of what had happened. The king was there then, and asked me questions, but whether or not he was there at first I cannot say. I have a vague idea that he told the marshal, too, that he promoted me, but I am not quite sure about that, nor do I know how I got here." "Well, if you are not mistaken about your step, I congratulate you most heartily. It is seldom, indeed, that anyone gains one in 6 weeks after his first appointment. I thought myself lucky, indeed, in getting it after serving only 2 years and a half, but I got it simply on nomination as one of the marshal's aides de camp. It is customary to get promotion on such appointment, if there has been 2 or 3 years' previous service. Well, you have drawn the first blood in this campaign, Drummond, and have not been long in giving very striking proof that your month's hard work in the fencing school has not been thrown away." The conversation was broken off by the entry of the marshal himself. "Pooh, pooh, Fergus," he said as the latter rose. "There is no occasion for saluting in a bedroom. I am glad to see you looking so much better. You could not have looked more ghastly when you came in yesterday evening, if you had been your own wraith. There, lad," he said, handing him a parchment. "It is not usual to have a new commission on promotion, but the king told me that he had had it done in the present case, in order that you might have a record of the exploit for which you had been promoted. You will see it is set down inside that, although but 6 weeks in service, you were promoted to the rank of lieutenant for a deed of extraordinary gallantry. You had attacked and killed, with your own hand, 6 marauding soldiers who had entered the chateau of Count Eulenfurst, well nigh murdered the count, killed 6 of his servants, and were occupied in plundering the house. In token of his thankfulness that the life of so distinguished and enlightened a nobleman had been saved by you, as well as of approbation for the gallantry of your conduct, His Majesty promoted you to the rank of lieutenant. You should keep the papers, Fergus, and pass it down to your descendants as an heirloom. I congratulate you, my boy, with all my heart, and feel some satisfaction on my own account for such an action. This shows those who are inclined to grumble that what they may consider the favour shown to Scotchmen, that at any rate the favour is not misplaced. A general order to the army has been issued this morning, saying that some scoundrels, having disgraced their uniform and brought discredit upon the army by a murderous and wicked attack upon the house of Count Eulenfurst, the king reiterates and confirms his previous order that any man caught when engaged in pillaging, or upon whose person any stolen goods are found, will be summarily hung by the provost marshal, or by any general officer before whom he may be brought. The king himself has ridden to the court's chateau this morning to make a personal inquiry into his state, and to express his deep regret at the outrage that has taken place. It is a politic action as well as a kind one. Of course, the event has occasioned great excitement in the city." "And may I ask how the count is going on, sir?" The last report of the surgeons is a favourable one. He has partly recovered consciousness, and at any rate recognizes his daughter, who has divided her time between his bedside and her mother's. The latter has fallen into a deep sleep of exhaustion, but will, I doubt not, recover. The girl came down into the hall when the king called. She bore herself well. They tell me it would have retained her composure had it not been for the king himself. She came down the grand staircase with 4 of her maids before her, for a notice had been sent half an hour before of his coming, prepared, no doubt, to meet a stiff and haughty king. But though Frederick can be every inch a king when he chooses, there is, as you know, no kinder-hearted man alive. He went forward bareheaded to meet her, and as she stopped and curtsied low, he took her 2 hands and said, "My poor child, I am sorry, more sorry than I can tell you, for what has happened, and hope with all my heart that your father, whom all respect and honour, will not be taken from you. No doubt you look upon me as an enemy, but although compelled to come here, because your king is leagued with those who intend to destroy me and my country, I bear no ill will to the people, and have given the strictest orders that my soldiers shall, in all respects, treat them as firm friends. But unfortunately there are scoundrels everywhere. These men have been punished as they deserved, and the whole army will join with me in deep regret of what has happened, and in the fervent hope that your father's life will be spared. I grieve, too, to hear that the countess, your mother, has suffered so greatly from the shock, and hope as soon to be able to express to her, in person, the regret I feel for what has taken place." The kindness of his tone, in saying all this, broke her down more than the words of the king. He saw that she was unable to speak. "There, there, child," he said. "I know what you are feeling, and that you are longing to go upstairs again. So I will say goodbye. Keep up a brave heart. The surgeon has every hope that your father will recover, and believe that you will always have a friend in Frederick of Prussia." He kissed her on the cheek, and then turned and left the hall, followed by his staff. 3 days later the doctors were able to say confidently that, unless some changes occurred for the worse, they believed the count would recover. 3 days later the doctors were able to say confidently that, unless some changes occurred for the worse, they believed the count would recover on the 4th day. Fergus was sufficiently well to mount his horse. The countess and her daughter had repeatedly asked after him, and expressed their desire that he would come over as soon as he was well enough to do so. One of the aides de camp had gone over, twice a day, to inquire as to the progress the count was making. A guard had been placed at the gate, and an officer stationed there to receive the names of the stream of visitors from the city, and to inform them that the count was making satisfactory progress. By the doctor's orders, even the count's most intimate friends were refused admission, as absolute quiet was needed. Fergus dismounted at the gate, walked up to the house. The maid who opened the door recognized him at once. "Will you come in, sir?" she said, with a beaming face. "I will tell the young countess you are here, and she will, I am sure, see you." A minute later the girl ran down the stairs. As she came forward she stopped with sudden shyness. Absorbed in her anxiety for her father and mother, she had taken but little heed of the appearance of the officer who had saved them. That he was kind as well as brave she was sure, for, although he had scarce spoken to her, the gentleness with which he had moved her father and her mother from the bloodstained room, and the promptness and decision with which he had given his orders, had inspired her with absolute confidence in him. She had a vague idea that he was young, but his face, flecked here and there with blood, had left but a faint impression upon her memory, and when she saw the young officer in his spotless and imposing uniform, she almost felt that there must be some mistake. "Are you Lieutenant Drummond, sir?" she asked timidly. "I am, Countess. Was it really you who saved us the other night?" "I had that good fortune," he said with a smile. She took the hand he held out, wonderingly, and then suddenly burst into tears. "Oh, sir," she said, "is it possible that you, who look so young, can be the one who came to our assistance and killed those 6 evil men? It seems impossible." "I have been so unhappy since. I did not know that you were wounded until the maids told me. Afterwards I had never even asked. I let you go without one word of thanks for all that you have done for us. What must you have thought of me?" "I thought that you were a very courageous girl," Fergus said earnestly, "and that after what you had gone through, the sight of your father, as you believed, dying, and your mother in such a state, you were wonderfully calm and composed. It would have been strange, indeed, had you thought of anything else at such a time." "You are good to say so, sir. But when I heard from the surgeons you sent that you had fainted from loss of blood after delivering your message, I felt that I should never forgive myself. You had thought so much of us, and not of yourself. You had gone about seeing to our comfort, and giving orders and arranging everything, and all the time you yourself needed aid." "The wound was a mere trifle," he said, "and I scarce gave it a thought myself, until I began to feel faint from loss of blood. I can assure you that the thought that you were ungrateful has never once entered my head. And now, will you please come up to see my mother, sir? She will be most anxiously expecting you." They went upstairs together and, turning to the right on the top of the stairs, entered a pretty apartment that was evidently the countess's boudoir. "This is our preserver, mother," the girl said as she entered. The countess, who was advancing towards the door, stopped in surprise. She had been able, from her daughter, to gain no idea of the age of their rescuer, but the maids had all asserted that he was quite young, as he was, for so the surgeons had told her, one of Marshal Keith's aides de camp. She had pictured to herself a fierce soldier, and the sight of his youth, with his smooth, pleasant face, surprised her indeed. "Yes, mother, it is himself," the girl said. "I was as surprised as you are. I have no words to thank you, sir, for the most inestimable service which you have rendered us," the countess said warmly, as she held out her hand. "Assuredly my husband would have died, had aid been delayed but a few minutes. As to my daughter and myself, they would probably have killed us, to prevent our ever recognizing or giving evidence against them. They only spared our lives for a time, in order to learn where our jewels were kept. This was but a comparative trifle, though the jewels are precious, and there are some more valuable in Saxony. I have no doubt that after stripping the house of its valuables, they would have buried them, intending some day to recover them, and would then have fired the house, in order to conceal all evidence of the crime that had been committed. It seemed to me wonderful, before, that one man should, single handed, have attacked and slain them; but now that I see you, it seems almost a miracle that you performed in our favour." "It was no great feat, madam. I have a good fortune to be a fair swordsman, and soldiers, although they may know their military drill, have little chance with one who can use his weapon well. Then, too, I have fortunately but 3 to deal with at a time, and even then I should not have come off victoriously, had it not been for the courage of the maid, who ran boldly in, sprang on the back of one, and threw him to the ground, while he was waiting to get a steady aim at me with his pistol. I assuredly owe my life to her. The King of Prussia left 20 gold crowns for her when he was here, saying that it was payment for saving the life of one of his officers, and you may be sure that we shall not be ungrateful to her. Your death would have involved that of my husband and us. The king also ordered that inquiry should be made as to whether our men who were killed had families dependent upon them, and that if so, pensions were to be given to these, as their loss had been occasioned by the evil deeds of some of his soldiers. It was very thoughtful and kind, and my daughter seems quite to have fallen in love with him. I hope that in a few days my husband will be able to see you. He does not know that you are here. If he did, I am sure he would wish to see you now. but the surgeons have insisted so strongly on absolute quiet that I dare not let him hear of your coming. I am delighted to learn that he is going on so well, madam. I sincerely trust that he will not long remain an invalid." "I suppose you would not have recognized me?" the countess asked. "I should not indeed, of course. I could do nothing to aid you, and was chiefly occupied by the count. But indeed you were then so pale that I might well be excused for not knowing you again." The countess was a very handsome woman, of some 7 or 8 and 30, with a noble figure and a gracious air, and bore no resemblance to the almost distraught woman, with her hair falling over her face, whom he had seen before. "I am not a coward, Mr. Drummond," she said, "and when those villains first ran in and attacked my husband, I struggled desperately with the two who seized me, until I saw him drop, as I believed, dead. Then my strength suddenly left me, and I should have fallen to the ground had the men not thrown me back into the chair. I have a vague recollection of seeing Thirza, who had retired for the night but a minute or two previously, carried inbound and gagged. They asked me several questions, but I could not reply, and I think they learned from the frightened servants where the family jewels were kept. The clashing of swords and the firing of pistols roused me a little, and after it was all over, and I heard you say that my husband was still living, my heart gave one bound, and I knew nothing more of what happened until next day." After chatting for a short time longer, Fergus took his leave, well pleased to have got through a visit he had somewhat dreaded. The king remained for nearly a month at Dresden, engaged in carrying on negotiations with the Elector. By this delay he lost most of the advantages that his sudden movement had given him, but he was most anxious to detach Saxony and Poland from the confederacy against him, as he would then be able to turn his attention wholly to Austria, aided by the Saxons, while the Poles would aid his army in the east to keep the Russians in check. The Elector of Saxony, who was also King of Poland, however, was only negotiating in order to give time for Austria to gather an army in Bohemia, and so to relieve the Saxons, who were watched by the eastern column, which had crossed the defiles into Bohemia and taken post near Coengratz, while that of Prince Maurice of Brunswick pushed forward further to threaten their line of retreat from the west. The king at last became convinced that the King of Poland was but trifling with him, and in the last week of September started to take command of the centre, which was facing the entrance to the defile at Pirna. Marshal Keith had been sent a week after Fergus was wounded to assume the command of the western column, hitherto commanded by Prince Ferdinand of Brunswick. Fergus remained behind for 10 days, at the end of which time he felt perfectly fit for service again. He still carried his arm in a sling, but a generous diet and good wine had filled his veins again, and upon the day the king left he rode with Karl to join the marshal. He had been several times over to the chateau, and had on the last occasion seen the count, who, although still terribly weak, was now out of danger, and able to sit on a couch propped up by pillows. His thanks were as earnest as those of the countess, and having heard that Fergus was to start on the following morning to join the army on the frontier, he said to him: "There is no saying how far your king may carry his arms, nor where you may find yourself. The countess will, therefore, write letters addressed to intimate friends at various large towns, telling them that you have placed us under a vast obligation, and praying them to do, for our sake, all in their power for you, under whatever circumstances you may arrive there." She will write them on small pieces of paper, each with its name and address on the back, so that they will make a small and compact packet, not much bigger than an ordinary letter. "I trust that when you return to Dresden, lieutenant, I shall be able, myself, to do my best to prove my gratitude for your services." After taking leave of the count, his wife and daughter, Fergus rode back to the royal quarters. As Karl took his horse, he said: "Herr Lieutenant, I know not how we are going to manage." "In what way, Karl?" "Two magnificent horses, complete with saddlery, holsters, and pistols, arrived here half an hour since. The man who brought them said they were from Count Eulenfurst, and handed me this note. Pray accept the horses we send you, as a feeble token of our gratitude. May they, by their speed and staunchness, carry you unharmed through dangers well nigh as great as those you faced for us." Fergus walked by the side of the soldier as he led the horse round to the stable. "There, sir," Karl said, pointing to a pair of splendid animals. "They are fit for a king. 'Tis a noble gift and, indeed, I doubt whether the king himself has such horses in his stables. The question is, what is to be done with them? My present charger is an excellent one, and as a gift of the marshal I could not part with it. As to the others, it is out of the question that I can take both. It would be altogether contrary to rules. I am entitled to forage for two horses, and that is when forage is to be had." "Ah, I see what had best be done. Come to my room with me. I will give you a letter to the count." He wrote as follows: "Dear Count Eulenfurst, I cannot refuse the noble gift that you have made me, and thank you and the countess for it with all my heart. At present, however, it places me in a difficulty. Aides de camp are allowed to take only two horses. Indeed, my orderly could not take with him more than one led horse. The animal I have was the gift of Marshal Keith. That being so, you will see that I could not part with it. The only solution, therefore, that occurs to me is to beg you to add to your kindness by taking care of the one that I send back to you by the bearer, until I return to Dresden, or find means to send for it, in the event of one of the others being killed. The only fault with your gifts is that they ought to be kept for state reviews or grand occasions, for it seems wrong to take such noble creatures into the midst of a heavy fire. I am sure that I shall feel more nervous, lest a ball should injure my horse, than I shall do for my own safety." When he had folded and sealed this, he handed it to Karl, who had followed shortly after him. "I am sending back one of the horses, Karl, and asking the count to take care of it for me, until I return or send for it. Do you see any difference between them?" "It would be hard to pick the best, lieutenant. They both struck me as being perfect in all points. Both are 4 years old." "Well, then, you must take one at random, Karl. Had one been better than the other, I should have left it behind. As it is, take whichever you choose. The man who brought them told me, sir, that both were bred on the count's estates, and that he prided himself on having some of the best blood in Europe, both for beauty and stamina. He thought this pair were the pick of the stables. I almost wish I could leave them both behind, but I could not do so without hurting the feelings of the count and countess. But they are too good for an aide de camp's work." "I don't think anything can be too good for that, sir. An aide de camp wants a horse that will stop at nothing, and sometimes he has to ride for his life, pursued by the enemy's cavalry. You will be the envy of the division on one of those horses." Karl returned an hour later with a message from the countess, saying that she could not disturb her husband, who was then resting, but that she understood Mr. Drummond's difficulty, and they should be very glad to take care of the horse for him until he wanted it. "You did not see the countess, I suppose, Karl?" "Yes, sir, I saw her. She had me taken upstairs to her room. She asked if I was your servant, and when I said yes, she told me that she hoped I would take great care of you. I said that was my duty. "Nevertheless, do more than your duty," she said. "His life is a very precious one to us. Is it not, Thirza?" The young lady nodded. "Here are 5 gold crowns for yourself," she went on, handing me the money. "They may help to make your bivouac more comfortable. And now," she said, "there is something else, but I do not wish you to tell your master." "What am I to do, your honour?" "You had better keep it to yourself, Karl," Fergus laughed. "I daresay I shall hear of it some day." "Very well, lieutenant. Then that is all there is to report." The next morning Fergus started early. 2 days previously a Prussian governor had been appointed to Dresden, and 3,000 men were left under the command. Similar appointments were also made to all the fortified towns in Saxony. For now that the negotiations were broken off, and the King of Poland had declared finally for the Confederates, Saxony was to be treated as a conquered country. Nevertheless, strict injunctions were given that all cattle, wheat, and other provisions taken for the use of the garrisons, or for storing up in fortresses whence it might be forwarded to the army, were to be paid for, and that any act of pillage or ill treatment was to be most severely punished, as the king was still most anxious to gain the goodwill of the mass of the population. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of With Frederick the Great, The Story of the 7 Years' War, by G. A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gary Oldman. Lobositz. In Dresden itself, the feeling was far from hostile to the invaders. The discontent with the vicious government had been extreme, and the imposts now levied were less onerous than those which had been wasted in profusion and extravagance. The conduct of the troops had been admirable, and in the case of Count Eulenfurst, the personal visit of the king to express his regrets and his generosity to the families of the servants had produced a most excellent effect. As Fergus rode into camp, mounted on his new acquisition, it at once caught the marshal's eye. "Why, Fergus," he exclaimed, "have you been robbing the King of Poland's stables? This is a noble animal indeed." "It was a present from Count Eulenfurst, Marshal," Fergus replied. "He sent me two, but one of them he is going to keep for me until I return, for I could not part with Rollo, who is as good a horse as anyone can wish to ride, and I know his paces." "You are right, lad, for it is always well to accustom yourself to a horse before you want to use it in action. But in faith, it will be a pity to ride such a horse as that through the heat of a battle." "I feel that, sir; but as the count in his letter with the horses said that he hoped they would carry me safely through dangers as grave as those I had encountered at his house, I feel that he would be hurt if, on my return, I admitted to him that I had saved it for show occasions." "You are right," Keith said approvingly; "but that is the more reason that you should accustom yourself to it before you use it for such work, as horse and rider should be as one on the field of battle, and unless the horse has absolute confidence in the rider, it is very difficult to keep it steady under fire." "I suppose we shall not see the king for some time, Marshal," Fergus said later, as Keith was chatting with him. "On the contrary, he will be with us tomorrow. He rides today to have another look at the Saxon position. He will tomorrow morning join us, and to give his orders there. It is we who are likely to have the first fighting, for the Austrians must come to the relief of the Saxons, who are shut up, as in a trap, by our divisions. They made a great mistake in not retiring at once into Bohemia, which they could have done without difficulty, had they lost no time. There is no greater mistake than shutting a large force up, either in a fortress or an entrenched camp, unless that fortress is an absolute obstacle to an enemy. This is not the case with Pirna. The mountains can be crossed at many other points, and by leaving 5,000 or 6,000 men in a strong position at the end of each file, we could disregard them altogether and march on southward. They have already been 3 weeks there, and we believe that they cannot hold out very much longer. However, it is probable that they may be able to do so until an Austrian force comes up and tries to relieve them. From what we hear, 2 armies have already entered Bohemia, and we may expect that our first battle will not be far distant." "Do we block the only line of retreat, sir?" Fergus asked. "No, indeed. We do not absolutely close the direct path, but our position, and that of Marshal Schwerin, facing Königgrätz, so menaces their line of retreat that they dare not venture from the shelter, and our cavalry render it impossible for any supplies to be thrown in, unless the convoy is supported by an army. There are, we know, paths across the hills by which infantry might effect a passage, but as there is nowhere a place for them to retire to, we should easily overtake them and force them to surrender. No, their only hope is in the coming of relief." A few hours later the king himself rode in. In the evening orders were issued that a force of cavalry and infantry were to march at daylight, and that the rest of the army were to follow 2 hours later. It was soon known that the king had received news that Marshal Browne, an Irish officer of great distinction, who commanded the Austrian force gathered at Budin, on the Eger, was expecting the arrival of artillery and pontoons from Vienna in the course of a day or two, and was prepared to cross the river. It was evident, then, that his intention was to relieve the Saxon army in the first place. The roads through the defiles were very heavy and difficult, but that afternoon the advance force reached Termitz. Late in the evening the rest of the army arrived there. A squadron of cavalry had been sent off, as soon as the vanguard arrived, to ascertain the movements of the enemy, and they returned at 10 at night, with information that the Austrians had crossed the Eger that day, and were to encamp at Lobositz. The army at once moved on across the mountains, and, after a very difficult and fatiguing march, arrived near Lobositz, and lay down for some hours in the order in which they had marched, taking up their position as soon as it was right. The infantry were in 2 lines. Their left was posted on a steep hill known as the Lobost, part of whose lower slopes extended to the village of Lobositz. A battery with infantry supports took post on a hill called Homolka, which commanded the whole plain between the 2 armies. The centre stretched across the valley between those 2 hills. On the low hill on which stood the little town, the Austrians had thrown up entrenchments and posted a very strong artillery force, whose fire would sweep a greater portion of the Prussian position. Except at this point, the ground between the 2 armies was low and swampy. The Austrian force was greatly superior in numbers, consisting of 72 squadrons of horse, 52 battalions of infantry, and 98 guns, while the Prussians had 55 squadrons, 26 battalions, and 102 guns. It was evident to both commanders that the village of Lobositz was the decisive point, and indeed the nature of the ground was such as to render operations almost impossible, in the marshy plain intersected by rivulets, which in many places formed large ponds. At 7 in the morning the Prussian action began by a heavy fire between the left on the slopes of Lobosch and 4,000 Croats and several battalions of Hungarians, scattered among the vineyards and the stone walls dividing them. A heavy fog covered the whole country, and, until a full view could be obtained of the position of the enemy, neither of the commanders deemed it prudent to move. At 12 o'clock, however, the fog began to clear up. The main body of the Austrians was still invisible, and the king, seeing but a comparatively small force in the plain near Lobositz, thought that this must be the rear guard of the Austrians, who, he imagines, having found the line by which they intended to succour the Saxons occupied in force, had retired, having thrown up batteries and left a strong force at Lobositz to prevent the Prussians from advancing. To ascertain this, 20 squadrons of cavalry were ordered to advance, but on doing so they were received by so tremendous a fire from the batteries of the village, and from others at Sulowitz, another village in the plain on their right, that they fell back with much loss, pursued by the Austrian cavalry. By the time they had resumed their positions behind the infantry, the fog had entirely lifted, and the king and Marshal Keith obtained a full view of the Austrian position, from the spot where they had stationed themselves on the hill. They agreed that no attack could be made against the enemy's centre or left, and that they could be assailed only on their right. The troops on the Lobosch hill were, therefore, largely reinforced, and the whole army advanced, inclining towards the left so as to attack Lobositz from the side of the plain, as well as from that of the mountain. A tremendous artillery fire from the guns on the hill heralded the advance. The troops on the Lobositz hill made their way forward rapidly. The ground was so steep that they commanded a view down into the vineyard, and their fire was so heavy that the Croats and Hungarians fell as fast as they raised their heads above the stone walls to fire. And although General Browne reinforced them by some of the best Austrian infantry, they were rapidly driven down towards Lobositz. At the foot of the hill they were supported by several more battalions, brought from the Austrian centre. General Lacy, who commanded these, was wounded. The Prussians halted at the foot of the slope and were reformed, having fallen into some disorder from the irregular nature of the ground over which they had been fighting. The guns were brought forward, so as to cover their next advance, while a very strong force was sent to support the batteries on the Homolka hill, so as to check the enemy's centre and left, should they attempt any movement across the plain. In the meantime, Marshal Browne was reinforcing the defenders of Lobositz with the whole of his right wing. The village was defended with desperate bravery, but owing to the position, the king was able to reinforce the assailants very much more rapidly than the Australian commander could bring up his distant troops. The Prussian artillery concentrated their fire upon the place, and set it in flames from end to end, and when its defenders were forced to abandon it and retreat with precipitation on their cavalry. In order to cover their withdrawal, the Austrian left moved down to the village of Sulowitz, and endeavoured to pass the dam over a marshy rivulet in front of it, but the fire from the battery on the Homolka rendered it impossible for them to form, and also set that village on fire, and they were therefore called back. The Austrian centre moved to its right, and occupied the ground behind Lobositz, as soon as the defenders of the village had fallen back, and then Marshal Browne formed up his whole force afresh. His position was now as strong as it had been when the battle first began, for the Prussians could not advance except between the swampy ground and the river, and would have been exposed, while doing so, to the fire of batteries both in front and in flank. The Austrians were still greatly superior in number, and all the advantages that had been gained might have been lost by a renewal of the action. The total loss in killed, wounded, and prisoners on the part of the Austrians was 3,308. That of the Prussians was about the same. Although indecisive, and indeed claimed as a victory by both parties, the consequences showed that the advantage lay with the Prussians. Marshal Browne's object had been to relieve the Saxons, Frederick's to prevent this, and for the moment he had wholly succeeded. On the other hand was the fact that Marshal Browne had drawn off his army practically intact, and that it was impossible for the king to winter in Bohemia, as he would have done had the Austrian army been defeated and dispersed, and the latter was still in a position to make a fresh attempt to rescue the Saxons. To prevent this, the king despatched the Duke of Brevard with a large force, as if to get between the Austrians and the river Eger. This movement had the desired effect. Marshal Browne at once fell back, recrossed the river, and took up his position at his former camp at Budin. From there he opened communications with the Saxons, and it was arranged that these should pass the Elbe, and that he, with 8,000 men, should also do so and march to meet them. The Saxons, however, were detained, owing to the terrible weather and the enormous difficulty of the defiles, and only crossed on the 13th. In the meantime, the Prussians had taken up position to cut off the Saxon retreat, and after crossing they found themselves hemmed in, and the road so commanded by newly erected batteries that, Being utterly exhausted by fatigue and hardships, they had no resource but to surrender. The terms enforced were hard. The officers were allowed to depart, on giving their parole not to serve again, but the whole of the rank and file were incorporated in the Prussian army. Fergus, Drummond, and Lindsay stood by their horses, with the other members of the staff, some short distance behind the king and Marshal Keith, as they anxiously endeavoured to discover the whereabouts and intentions of the Austrian army, while the crack of musketry between the Croats and the troops who were gradually pressing them down the hill continued unabated. "This is slow work, Drummond," Lindsay said, as hour after hour passed. "I should not like to have anything to do with the king, just at present. It is easy to see how fidgety he is, and no wonder. For aught we know, there may be only 3,000 or 4,000 men facing us, and while we are waiting here, the whole Austrian army may have crossed over again, and be marching up the river bank to form a junction with the Saxons. Or they may have gone by the defiles we traversed the last 2 days, and may come down into Saxony and fall on the rear of our camp watching Pirna, while the Saxons are attacking in front. No wonder His Majesty paces backwards and forwards like a wild beast in a cage." From time to time an aide-de-camp was sent off with some order involving the movement of a battalion farther to the right or left, and the addition of a few guns to the battery on Homolka Hill. Fergus had taken his turn in carrying the orders. He had 2 days before abandoned his sling, and scarcely felt any inconvenience from the wound, which indeed would have been of slight consequence had it not been for the excessive loss of blood. "These movements mean nothing," Lindsay said, as he returned from one of these rides. "The marshal makes the changes simply for the sake of doing something, partly, perhaps, to take the king's attention off this confounded delay, partly to interest the troops, who must be just as restless and impatient as we are." The messages were taken alternately by the king's aide-de-camp and the marshal's. At length, as the fog began to lift, the interest in the scene heightened. The king and Keith talked long and earnestly together, as they watched the village of Lobositz. "They have got some strong batteries there," Lindsay said, "but as far as one can see, there does not appear to be any large body of troops. I suppose it is meant that the troops on the slopes shall retire there, and make a strong stand. I am bound to say that it looks very much as if Browne had only left a strong guard here, to keep us from issuing from this defile, and that his whole army moved away last night, and may now be some 30 miles away on their march towards Saxony." As the fog lifted still more, they could see the stream running right across the plain, and the little village of Sulowitz on its bank, apparently still and deserted. Presently Keith wrote an order on a tablet, and Lindsay was sent off with it to the general commanding the cavalry. "Something is going to be done at last, Drummond," he said as he mounted. "It is an order to the cavalry." An order was then despatched to the battery on Homolka Hill, and to the batteries on the left. 2 more battalions of infantry then moved up, to press the Croats more quickly down the hill. Fergus watched Lindsay, and saw him ride up to the general. Several officers at once galloped off. There was a movement among the cavalry, and then 20 squadrons passed out through the intervals between the brigades of infantry, and trotted out through the mouth of the valley. They went on without interruption until abreast of Lobositz, and then a great number of men ran suddenly up from the houses of the village to the batteries. A minute later some 30 guns poured their fire into the Prussian cavalry, while at the same moment the guns of a heavy battery, hitherto unseen, poured in their fire from Sulowitz on their left flank, while from rising ground, not visible behind it, came the roar of 30 more pieces. So rapidly had the aides-de-camp been sent off, that Fergus was the only one remaining available. The king spoke a few words to the marshal, and then said to Fergus: "Ride, sir, with my orders to the officer commanding the cavalry out there, and tell him to retire at once." Fergus ran back to where Karl was holding his horse. "Follow me, Karl," he said, as he sprang into the saddle, and then rode rapidly down the steep hill, and as soon as he reached the valley dashed off at a headlong gallop. "I have orders, Karl, to recall the cavalry, who will be destroyed unless they return. Should I fail, carry the order to their commander." The din was now prodigious. The whole of the Prussian batteries had opened on Lobositz and Sulowitz, and between the thunder of the guns came the incessant crackling of musketry on the hill to his right. Passing through the infantry, Fergus dashed across the plain. He was mounted on the horse the marshal had given him, as the other was not yet accustomed to stand fire. The noble animal, as if delighted to be on level ground again, and excited by the roar of battle, carried him along at the top of its speed, without any need of urging. Fergus knew that on the heights behind the king and Keith would be anxiously watching him, for the peril of the cavalry was great, and the concussion of the guns was now causing the fog to lift rapidly, and as he rode he could dimly make out dark masses of men all along the rising ground behind Sulowitz, and knew that the Austrian cavalry might at any moment sweep down on the Prussians. He was drawing abreast of Lobositz when suddenly a squadron of cavalry dashed out from the village. Their object was evidently to cut him off, and prevent any message that he might bear reaching the Prussian cavalry, which were now halted half a mile ahead. Their officers were endeavouring to reform them from the confusion in which they had fallen, from the speed at which they had ridden, and the heavy losses they had sustained. He saw at once that the Austrians would cross his line, and reined in his horse to allow Karl to come up to him. Had not the trooper been exceptionally well mounted, he would have been left far behind. As it was, while pressing his charger to the utmost, he was still some 50 yards in the rear of Fergus. As soon as he came up, the latter said: "We must cut our way through the Austrians. Ride close to me. We will ease our horses a little until we are within 50 yards, and then go at them at full speed. If I fall and you get through, carry the orders to retire to the general commanding the cavalry." The Austrian cavalry had formed up in two troops, one 20 yards behind the other, and each in line 2 deep, extending across the road by which Fergus was riding. Seeing by the speed at which he was travelling that the Prussian staff officer had no intention of surrendering, the Austrian in command gave the order to charge when they were some 50 yards away. "Now, Karl, boot to boot, go right at them." And with pistols in their left hands and their swords in their right, they sent their horses at full speed against the enemy. These had scarcely got into motion when, like a thunderbolt, Fergus and his orderly burst down upon them. Not a blow was struck. Horse and rider went down before them. All was swept aside. They were scarcely conscious that they were through before they encountered the second line. Here the fight was much more severe. Fergus cut down 2 of his opponents, and with a pistol shot rid Karl of an antagonist who was pressing him hard, and after a minute of wild confusion they were through the line and riding at headlong speed towards the Prussians. Pistols cracked out behind them, but before the Austrians had time to turn and aim they were already 50 yards away, and going at a speed that soon left their pursuers behind. As soon as the latter saw this, they drew off and trotted back to Lobositz. Fergus rode up to the officer commanding the cavalry. "I bear the king's orders to you, general, to retire at once with your command." It was time, for a bloody Austrian cavalry of much greater strength could be seen galloping towards them from the high ground half a mile distant. In half a minute the Prussians were in motion, but as they returned The storm of fire from the two villages broke out again with redoubled violence. Men and horses rolled over, but closing up quickly, the squadron swept on. The general remained stationary until his last squadron thundered by, and then galloped forward again and took his place at their head. Fergus had followed him, when there was a sudden crash, and he was thrown with tremendous force over his horse's head, and there lay stunned with the shock. When he recovered, he staggered to his feet and saw that he was surrounded by Austrian cavalry. These, having halted just where he fell, as pursuit of the Prussians was hopeless, and the balls from the Prussian batteries were falling thick. "You are our prisoners, sir," an officer said to him. "So I see," Fergus said bitterly. "It is hard luck just at the beginning of the campaign." "It is the fortune of war," the Austrian said with a smile, "and indeed I don't think that you have any reason to grumble, for, had that shot struck a few inches further back, it would have carried off both your legs." Sharp order was now given to retire. One of the troopers was ordered to give his horse to Fergus, and to mount behind a comrade, and they rode back to the Austrian main position on the rising ground. Fergus was at once taken to the marshal in command of the Austrians. "What is your name, sir?" the lad asked. "Fergus Drummond. I have the honour to be an aide de camp on Marshal Keith's staff." "A Scotchman, I suppose?" the marshal said, breaking into English. "Yes, sir." "What force is there opposed to us?" "That I cannot say, sir. I only joined the army 2 days ago, and have been on the march ever since." "Who is your commander?" "Marshal Keith, sir, but the king himself is with it." "I will see that you are made comfortable presently, Mr. Drummond. Captain Wingratz, will you conduct this officer to the rear, and place a couple of soldiers to see that he is not annoyed or interfered with in any way." Fergus was led away. Captain Wingratz called up 2 troopers and, choosing an elevated spot of ground, told them to dismount and allow no one to speak to the officer. "From here," he said courteously to Drummond, "you will get a view of the field of battle." Fergus sat down on the grass, and remained a spectator of the fight to the end of the day. He marked at once that the combat had rolled down the hill, and that the Prussians were making their way in force towards Lobowitz. Then he saw heavy masses of infantry, from the Austrian right, move forward to aid in its defence. For 2 hours the battle raged round the village, the whole of the guns on both sides aiding in the fight. Then volumes of smoke and flame rose, and the Austrians were seen retiring. Sulowitz still kept up a heavy fire, and he saw a strong body from the Austrian left move down there, while the centre advanced to cover the retreat of the defenders of Lobositz, and to check the advancing masses of the Russians, and he thought for a time that a general engagement was about to take place. Then he saw the Prussian advance cease. The roar of cannon gradually died away, and the battle was at an end. For an hour he remained, apparently unnoticed. Then Captain Wingratz rode up with another officer. "I am sorry to have neglected you so long, Lieutenant Drummond, but you see it was the fault of your own people, who have kept us so busy. This is Lieutenant Kerr, a compatriot of yours, who will take special charge of you. I am sorry that our meeting cannot take place under more favourable circumstances," Kerr said, holding out his hand. "It might well have been the other way. Now, come with me to my tent. I have no doubt that you are hungry. I can assure you that I am." The two walked together for about a quarter of a mile, the Austrian officer having left as soon as he had introduced them. "There were 3 of us here this morning," Kerr said, as they entered the tent. "The other 2 are missing. One I know is killed, the other badly wounded, but whether he is dead or a prisoner I cannot say. By the way, are you not the officer who cut his way through the squadron of our regiment, and went on and joined your cavalry, who at once fell back? I was in Lobositz myself. My squadron was not ordered out, as I hear that you were found by our cavalry as they followed the Prussians. It struck me that it might be you. although from Lobositz we could only see that it was a staff uniform that the officer wore. Yes, it was I was carrying an order for the cavalry to retire. That was what we supposed as soon as you were seen coming down the valley, and as it would have suited us much better for the Prussian cavalry to have stayed where it was for a little longer, the general sent out a squadron to intercept you. It was a splendid thing to do on your part. Of course, there was a number of us watching from the earthworks, and I can assure you that there was a general inclination to cheer as you cut your way through our fellows. I am sure that if I had known that it was a countryman, I should have done it, though the action was at the expense of my own regiment. Our squadron suffered heavily as they rode back again, for that battery from the Homolka turned its attention to them as soon as you had gone through. They had an officer and nearly 30 men killed and wounded before they got back into shelter. How long have you been out here?" "Only about 2 months." "Really, you are lucky in getting on to Keith's staff." "He is a cousin of my mother's," Fergus said, "and he made you lieutenant and aide de camp at once." "No, I was a first cornet, but I was promoted at Dresden. The king had given strict orders about plundering, and it happened that I came upon some marauders at their work, and had the good fortune to rescue a gentleman of some importance from their hands, and the king, who was furious at his orders being disobeyed, himself promoted me. I have been lucky enough to get myself wounded in the affair, as I lost a good deal of blood. I looked, no doubt, a good deal worse than I was, and I expect that had a good deal to do with my getting the step." "Well, you are a lucky fellow. I was 8 years a cornet before I got promoted. I think my bad luck in getting captured balances my good fortune in being promoted so soon. To some extent, perhaps it does, but you will get the benefit when you return. No doubt Fritz was watching you as you rode. He must have seen our cavalry coming down the slope, before the man in command of your squadrons could have done so, and must have felt that they were lost unless his orders were received. He must have been relieved, indeed, when he saw you reach out. This has indeed been the case. The king and marshal had been both watching through their glasses the Prussian cavalry, and marked how the ground behind them was dotted thickly with the bodies of horses and men. "Will they never stop?" the king said impatiently. "These cavalrymen are always getting into scrapes with their impetuosity." Gorlitz must have known that he was only sent forward to ascertain the position of the Austrians, and not to fight the whole army. He ought to have turned, as soon as that crossfire of their batteries opened upon them. "He knew that your majesty and the whole army would be watching him, sire," Keith said quietly, "and I fancy that, under such circumstances, few cavalrymen would draw rein till they had done something worthy of themselves." At this moment the fog moved away. "See," the king exclaimed, "there is a great deal of Austrian cavalry moving along behind Sulowitz. That rise behind the village must hide them from our men. Where is your messenger, Keith?" "There he goes, sire. He is well out of the valley now, and, by the pace he is riding at, he won't be long before he reaches them." "He won't reach them at all," the king said curtly a minute later. "See, there is a squadron of horse riding out from Lobositz to cut him off. No doubt they guess what his errand is." "I see them, sire, and he must see them too. He is checking his horse, for his orderly is coming up to him." "Then the cavalry will be lost," the king said. "The enemy batteries are playing havoc with them, and they will have the Austrians down upon them in a few minutes. And I expect Gorlitz sees them now. Our men are halting and forming up. I suppose he means to charge the Austrians when they come up, but there are 3 to 1 against him. He is lost." "There is hope yet, sire," Keith said, as he again turned his glass on Fergus. "My aide de camp is going to charge the Austrian squadron. "So he is!" the king exclaimed, lowering his glass, for the distance was a little more than half a mile from the spot where he stood. "He must be mad." "It is possible he may do it, sire. His orderly is riding boot to boot beside him. You know already that he is a good swordsman. He will have the advantage that the enemy won't dream of his attacking them, and the rate at which they are riding will help them through. There he goes!" And he raised the glass again to his arm. "Bravo! They are through the first troop, and still together. Now they are at it. There, sire, they are through the second troop. Bravo, Fergus!" The king made no remark until he saw the Austrian squadron draw rein. Then he said: "Thank God he has saved the cavalry. It was a glorious deed. Marshal Keith make out his commission as a captain today." "He is very young, sire," the marshal said hesitatingly. "By heaven, sire, I would promote him if he were an infant in arms," the king replied. "Why, Keith, the loss of half our cavalry would have crippled us, and the cavalrymen are not made in a day. There, he has reached them now. I see they are wheeling. Well and quickly done. Yes, they won't be overtaken but 3 minutes later, and yet not a man would have come back." "Colonel Ragnar," he said to one of a group of officers behind him, "you will please ride down and meet the cavalry when they come in, and convey to Lieutenant Drummond my highest satisfaction at the gallant manner in which he has carried out my orders. You will also inform General Gorlitz that, in my opinion, he pushed his reconnaissance much too far, but that I am well content with the bravery shown by the troops, and at the manner in which he drew them off on receipt of my order." In 25 minutes the colonel returned and said: "I regret to say, your majesty, that Lieutenant Drummond is missing. I have inquired among the officers, and find that as he was following General Gorlitz, he and his horse suddenly pitched forward and lay without movement. Evidently the horse was killed by a cannon shot, but whether Mr. Drummond was also killed they could not say." "We must hope not," the king said warmly. "I would not lose so gallant a young officer for a great deal. Keith, if we take Lobositz today, let a most careful search be made over the ground the cavalry passed for his body. If it is found, so much the worse. If not, it will be a proof that he is either wounded or unhurt, and that he has been carried off by the Austrian cavalry, who passed over the same ground as ours, and who certainly would not trouble themselves to carry off his body." End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of With Frederick the Great, a story of the 7 Years' War, by G. A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gary Oldman. A prisoner. The next morning a horse was brought round for Fergus, and he at once started, under the escort of a captain and Lieutenant Kerr, and 50 troopers, with 13 other officers taken prisoners at Lobositz. 700 rank and file had also been captured. These, however, were to march under an infantry escort on the following day. Fergus afterwards learned that 16 officers, of whom 11 belonged to the cavalry, had been killed, and 81 officers and about 1,800 men wounded in the desperate fighting at Lobositz. Fergus found that among the Austrians the battle of the previous day was considered a victory, although they had lost their advanced post at Lobositz. "I cannot say it seems so to me," he said to the lieutenant, as they rode away from the camp. "Why we have prevented the king from penetrating into Bohemia." "But the king could have done that 3 days ago without fighting a battle," Fergus said, "just as Schwerin did at Königgrätz. There would have been no need to have marched night and day across the mountains in order to give battle to an army nearly twice the strength of his own. His object was to prevent you from drawing off the Saxons, and in that he perfectly succeeded." "Oh, there are other ways of doing that. We had only to keep along the other side of the Elbe until we faced Pima. Then they could have joined us." "Sounds easy," Fergus laughed, "but it would not be so easy to execute. These mountain defiles are terrible, and you may be sure that the king will not be idle while you and the Saxons are marching to meet each other. However, it was a hard fought battle, and I should think that our loss must be quite as great as yours, for your artillery must have played terrible havoc among our infantry, as they marched to the assault of the village." "Yes, I hear this morning that we have lost about 120 officers killed and wounded, and about 2,150 men, and nearly 700 missing or prisoners. What your loss is, of course, I can't say." "I cannot understand your taking so many prisoners," Fergus said. "A great many of them belong to the cavalry. You see, all who were dismounted by the fire of our guns were captured when our horses swept down." "Ah, yes, I did not think of that. I saw a good many men running across the plain when I galloped out. Two of the officers belonged to the 3rd Royal Dragoon Guards, half of which regiment had taken part in the reconnaissance, and both their horses, like his own, had been shot under him. As soon as they were brought up from the tents where they had been lodged, they exchanged a cordial greeting with Fergus. He no longer belonged to the regiment, as on his promotion he had been gazetted from it on to the staff, but during the time he had drilled with them in Berlin, he had come to be well known to all of them. "I thought that it was you, lieutenant," one of them said. "I was not far from you when you charged through those Austrians. I was unhorsed as we went forward, and was running back when I saw them come out. There were a good many of us, and I thought their object was to capture us. It was no use running, and I threw myself down, in hopes they would think I had been knocked over. You passed within 30 yards of me. Our guns opened so heavily on them, after you had gone through, that I thought it prudent to keep quiet a little longer before I made a move, and the result was that the Austrian cavalry, as it came along in the pursuit of our men, picked me up. Do you know where we are bound for?" "Prague, in the first instance, but beyond that I cannot say. I suppose it will depend a good deal on what takes place now. There is no doubt that the Saxons will have to surrender, and I suppose that, anyhow, they will send us further away, unless indeed there is an exchange of prisoners. A long day's ride took them to Prague. The news of the battle had been sent off the night before, and as it had been reported as a victory, the inhabitants were in a state of great delight. Bonfires blazed in the streets, church bells rang in triumphant peals, and the whole population was abroad. The arrival of this party, with prisoners, afforded a welcome confirmation of the news. There were a few yells and hoots, as they rode along in charge of their escort, but as a rule the people stood silent, as if in respect for their misfortunes, for most of the captives were wounded. They were taken to the military prison, and comfortable quarters assigned to them, and the wounds of those who required it were redressed by a surgeon. There was a hearty parting between Fergus and Kerr, as the latter, after handing over his prisoners, turned to ride off with the escort to the barrack. "I start early tomorrow for the camp again," he said. "If you are kept here, I am sure to see you again before long." Fergus shared a room with Captain Hindeman, an officer of the 3rd. "I don't think it at all likely we shall remain here," the latter said. "It is more probable that we shall be sent to Olmutz, or to one of the smaller fortresses in Moravia. The war is, they will think, likely to be confined to Bohemia until the spring, if indeed the king does not have to stand on the defensive. I cannot help thinking, myself, that we should have done better if we had let things go on quietly to the spring. It is not probable that Russia and Austria would have been more ready than they are now, and we should have had the whole summer before us, and might have marched to Vienna before the campaign was over. Now they will all have the winter to make their preparations, and we shall have France, Austria, and Russia, to say nothing of Poland, on our hands. It is a tremendous job, even for Frederick to tackle." They remained for 3 weeks at Prague, and were then informed by the governor that he had orders for them to be removed to Olmütz. Accordingly, the next day 8 of the officers started on horseback under an escort. When they reached Brunn, they found that they were to be separated, and the next morning Captain Hindeman and Fergus were taken to the fortress at Spielberg. An awkward place either to get in or out of, Drummond, the captain said as they approached the fortress. "Very much so," Fergus agreed. "But if I see a chance, I shall certainly do my best to escape before spring." "I don't think there is much chance of that," the other said gloomily. "If we had been left at Prague, or even at Brunn, there might have been some chance. But in these fortresses, where everything is conducted on a very severe system, and they are veritable prisons, I don't think that anything without wings has a chance of getting away. As a rule, officers taken prisoners in war enjoyed a considerable amount of liberty, and were even allowed to reside in the houses of citizens, on giving their parole. The enforced embodiment of the Saxons in the Prussian army had, however, excited such a storm of indignation throughout Europe that it greatly damaged Frederick's cause. It was indeed an unheard of proceeding, and a most mistaken one, for the greater part of the Saxons seized opportunities to desert as soon as the next campaign began. It was the more ill advised, since Saxony was a Protestant country, and therefore the whole action alienated the other Protestant princes in Germany, whose sympathies would have otherwise been wholly with Prussia. And it was to no small extent due to that high-handed action that, during the winter, the Swedes joined the Confederacy and undertook to supply an army of 50,000 men, France paying a subsidy towards their maintenance, and the members of the Confederacy agreeing that, upon the division of Prussia, Pomerania should fall to the share of Sweden. Thus it may be said that the whole of Central and Northern Europe, with the exception only of Hanover, was leagued against Prussia. It was a result of this general outburst of indignation that, instead of being kept in a large town and allowed various privileges, the prisoners taken at the battle of Lobositz were treated with exceptional severity and confined in isolated fortresses. Fergus and his companion were lodged in a small room in one of the towers. The window was strongly barred, the floor was of stone, the door massive and studded with iron. 2 truckle beds, a table, and 2 chairs formed the sole furniture. "Not much chance of an escape here," Captain Hindeman said, as the door closed behind their guards. "The prospect does not look very bright, I admit," Fergus said cheerfully. "But we have a proverb, 'Where there is a will, there is a way.' I have the will, certainly, and as we have plenty of time before us, it will be hard if we do not find a way." He went to the window and looked out. "Over 100 feet, and I should say a precipice fully as deep at the foot as at the wall. At any rate, we have the advantage of an extensive view. I am glad to see that there is a fireplace, for the cold will be bitter here, when the winter sets in. I wonder whether the rooms above and below this are tenanted." Hindeman shrugged his shoulders. He was not at present in a mood to take interest in anything. It was now the end of October, and Fergus was very glad when the door opened again and a warder came in with 2 soldiers, who carried huge baskets of firewood, and it was not long before a large fire was blazing on the hearth. Day after day passed. Fergus turned over in his mind every possible method of escape, but the prospect looked very dark. Even if the door was open, there would be difficulties of all sorts to encounter. In the middle of the day many people went in and out of the fortress with provisions, wood, and other matters, but at sunset the gates were shut and sentries placed on the walls, and on getting out he would have to cross an inner courtyard, and then pass through a gateway at which a sentinel was posted night and day, into the outer court, which was surrounded by a strong wall over 30 feet high, with towers at the angles. Escape from the window would be equally difficult. 2 long and very strong ropes would be required, and the bars of the window were so massive that, without tools of any kind, it would be impossible to remove them. A month later Captain Hindeman fell ill, and was removed to the infirmary. Fergus was glad of his departure. He had been so depressed that he was useless as a companion, and, so long as he remained there, he altogether prevented any plan of escape being attempted. For difficult as it might be for one person to get away, it would be next to impossible for two of us to do so. For an hour in the day the prisoners had leave to walk on the wall. His fellow prisoners had never availed himself of this privilege, but Fergus always took his daily exercise, partly to keep himself in health, partly in hopes that a plan of escape might present itself. A sentry, however, was always posted on the wall while the prisoners were at exercise, and on the side allotted for their walk. The rock sloped away steeply from the foot of the wall. The thought of escape, therefore, in broad daylight, was out of the question, and Fergus generally watched what was going on in the courthouse. In time he came to know which was the entrance to the apartments of the governor and his family, where the married officers were quartered, and where the soldiers lodged. He saw that on the ground floor of the tower he occupied were the quarters of a field officer belonging to the garrison. One day he saw a number of men employed in clearing out some unused quarters on one side of the outer courtyard, and judged that an addition was about to be made to the garrison. This gave substance to a plan that he had been revolving in his mind. That evening, when the warder brought him his food, he said carelessly, "I see you have some more troops coming in." "Yes," the man replied. "There are 300 more men coming. They will march in tomorrow afternoon. They will be getting the room on the first floor below here cleared out tomorrow morning for the officer who commands them." Fergus had all along considered that there would be no difficulty in suddenly attacking and overpowering the warder when he came in or out of the room, for no special precautions were taken. The fact that the prisoners were all in their uniforms, and that on showing themselves below they would be instantly arrested, seemed to forbid all chance of their making any attempt to escape. It was the matter of clothes that had more than anything else puzzled Fergus. Although he thought that he might possibly obtain a uniform from some officers' quarters, it was evident that the guard would at once perceive that he was not one of the officers of the garrison. The arrival of the fresh detachment relieved him of this difficulty, and it now seemed that a way of escape was open to him. Much depended upon the hour at which the regiment would arrive. The later they did so, the better, and as the weather had for some days been terribly rough, and the roads would be deep and heavy, it was likely that they would not arrive until some time past the hour fixed. The next afternoon he listened for the roll of drums that would greet the arrival of the newcomers. Just as the door opened and the sergeant entered with a lantern, he heard the sound that he had been listening for. Nothing could have happened more fortunately. As the man was placing his supper on the table, Fergus sprang suddenly upon him, hurled him down onto his face, and then fastened his hands behind him with a rope he had made from twisted strips of one of the rugs. He was not afraid of his calling out, as the window looked outside and it was blowing half a gale. Moreover, the sound of drums below would aid to prevent any noise being heard from the courtyard. "I don't want to hurt you, sergeant," he said, "but I do want my liberty. I must put a bandage round your mouth to prevent you from calling, but you know as well as I do that there would be no chance of your being heard, however loud you may shout. Now, in the first place, I am going to see if I can get a uniform. If I cannot, I must come back and take yours." Binding the sergeant's legs as well as his arms, and putting a muffler over his mouth, Fergus went out, leaving his own jacket and cap behind. The key was in the door. He turned it and put it in his pocket, shot the heavy bolts, and ran downstairs. When he got to the bottom, he tried the door of the major's quarters. It was unbolted, and he felt absolutely certain that the major would be out as, with the other officers, he would have gone down to the gate to receive those of the incoming detachment. On opening the door, he saw the articles of which he was in search: a long cloak and a regimental cap. These he at once put on. After a further search, he found a pair of military pantaloons and a patrol jacket. Throwing off the cloak, he rapidly changed his clothes. He wanted now only a regimental sword to complete the costume, but he trusted to the long cloak to hide the absence of this. Throwing the things that he had taken off under the bed, he went out, closed the door behind him, locked it, and took the key. He had with him the short sword carried by the warder, and he relied upon this to silence the sentry at the passage leading to the outer court, should he attempt to stop him. This, however, was most unlikely. The night was dark, and there was no light burning, and at this hour, with fresh troops arriving and general movement in the fortress, there could be no question of countersign being demanded by a sentry in the interior of the place. The man, indeed, only drew himself up and saluted, as he dimly made out an officer coming from the major's quarters. The courtyard beyond was half full of soldiers. The newcomer had just fallen out. Some were greeted by members of the garrison who had known them before. Officers were chatting together, and Fergus made his way, unnoticed in the darkness, to the gate. As he had hoped, the baggage waggons were making their way in. A sentry was placed on each side of the gate. "Now then," he said sharply, "hurry on with those waggons. The commandant wants to get the gate shut as soon as possible." And passing the sentry, he went on as if to hurry up the rear of the train. Taking him for one of the officers of the newly arrived party, the sentry stepped back at once, and he passed out. There were 6 waggons still outside, and unnoticed he passed these and went down the road. He had brought with him under his cloak the sergeant's lantern, and as soon as he was half a mile from the fortress, he took this out, and in order to be able to proceed the more rapidly, he had taken particular notice of the country from his prison window, and when he came down into a broad road running along the valley, he turned at once to the south. His plan had all been carefully thought out while in prison. He knew perfectly well that, without money, it would be altogether impossible for him to traverse that many hundred miles that lay between him and Saxony. There would be a hot pursuit when, in the morning, he was found to have gone, but it would hardly be suspected that he had taken the road for Vienna, as this would be entirely out of his way. Happily, he was not altogether penniless. He had always carried 5 or 6 gold pieces, sewn up in the lining of his jacket with the letters with which he had been furnished by Count Eulenfurst, as a resource in case of being taken prisoner. He wished now that he had brought more, but he thought that it might have proved sufficient for his first needs. He walked all night. His candle burnt out in 2 hours after starting, but at 11 the moon rose, and its light enabled him to keep the road without difficulty. As morning dawned, he approached a good-sized village, some 40 miles from his starting point, and waiting for an hour until he saw people stirring, Fergus went to the posting house and shouted for the postmaster. The sight of a field officer on foot at such an hour in the morning greatly surprised the man when he came down. "My horse has fallen and broken its neck," Fergus said, "and I have had to walk some miles on foot. I have important despatches to carry to Vienna. Bring round a horse without a moment's delay." The postmaster, without the smallest hesitation, ordered his man to saddle and bring out a horse. "It will be sent back from the next stage," Fergus said, as he mounted and rode on at full speed. He changed horses twice, not the slightest suspicion being entertained by any of the postmasters that he was not what he seemed, and before noon arrived at the last post house before reaching Vienna. "A bottle of your best wine, landlord, and I want to speak a word with you in a private room. Bring 2 glasses." The wine was poured out, and after he had drank a glass, Fergus said: "Landlord, I am the bearer of important despatches, and it is imperative that I should not attract attention as I enter the city. If I were seen and recognized there, Questions might be asked, and curiosity excited as to the news of which I am the bearer. I see that you are a sensible man, and will readily understand the situation. To avoid attracting attention, it would be best for me to enter the city in a civilian dress. You are about my size, and I beg you to furnish me with a suit of your clothes, for which I will pay at once." "I will do that willingly, sir," the landlord answered, feeling much honoured by being led into what he deemed an important affair. "My best suit is at your service. You can send it to me out from the town." "I would rather pay for it, landlord. I may be ordered in another direction, and I may not have an opportunity of returning it. If you will say how much the suit cost you, I will hand you the money." The landlord went out, and returned in a minute with the clothes. "Another glass of wine, landlord?" Fergus said, as he handed over the amount which the landlord valued them. "Another glass of wine, then. While I am changing, get a light trap round the door. I shall not want to take it into Vienna, but will alight and send it back again, half a mile this side of the gates. Mind, should any inquiries be made, it were best to say as little as possible." In another 5 minutes Fergus was on his way again. He had procured from the landlord a small trunk, in which he had packed the uniform, and directed him to keep it until he heard from him. But if in the course of a week he received no orders, he was to forward it to Major Steiner at Spielberg. When within half a mile of Vienna, Fergus got out, gave a present to the driver, and told him to return, and then walked towards the gate, which he entered without question. He thought better not to put up in that quarter of the town, but walked long distance through the city, purchased a travelling coat lined with sheepskin, and a small canvas trunk in which he put it. He went some distance further and hired a room at a quiet inn, and called for dinner, of which he felt much in need. For beyond eating a few mouthfuls of bread while a fresh horse was brought out for him, he had tasted nothing since the previous evening. After dining, he went to his room and took his boots off and, feeling completely worn out from his long journey after 2 months of confinement, threw himself on the bed and slept for 3 hours. Then he went for an hour's stroll through town. By this time it was getting dark. Snowflakes were beginning to fall thickly, and he was very glad, after sitting for a time listening to the talk in the parlour of the inn, to turn in for the night. In the morning the ground was covered with snow. He was glad to put on his thick coat, for the cold outside was bitter. For some hours he walked about Vienna, and the contrast between that city and Berlin struck him greatly. The whole bearing and manner of the people was brighter and gayer. The soldiers, of whom there were great numbers in the street, Austrians, Croats, and Hungarians, had none of the formal stiffness of the Prussians, but laughed and joked as they went, and seemed as easy and lighthearted as the civilians around them. They were for the most part inferior in size and physique to the Prussians, but there was a springiness in their walk, and an alertness and intelligence, which were wanting in the more solid soldiers of the north. He spent the day in making himself acquainted with the town, the position of the gates, and other particulars which might be important to him, as he could not feel sure of the reception he would meet with when he presented his letter. In the afternoon the city was particularly grey. Sledges made their appearance in the street, and all seemed delighted that winter had set in earnest. The next morning after breakfast Fergus went to the mansion of Count Platurn, whose position he had ascertained on the previous day. The name had been scored under in his list as one on whom he might confidently rely. "I am the bearer of a letter to Count Platurn," he said to the somewhat gorgeously dressed functionary who opened the door. "I have a message to deliver to him personally." The doorkeeper closed the door behind him, and spoke to a footman, who went away and returned in a minute or two, and told Fergus to follow him to a spacious and comfortable library, where the count was sitting alone. "You are the bearer of a letter to me, sir?" he said, in a pleasant tone of voice. "Whence do you bring it?" "From Count Eulenfurst of Dresden," Fergus said, producing it. The count gave an exclamation of pleasure. "Has he completely recovered?" he asked. Of course we heard of the outrage of which he was a sufferer. He was going on well when I saw him last, Count." The count opened the letter and read it, and with an air of growing surprise as he went on. When he had finished it he rose from his seat and offered his hand to Fergus. "You are the Scottish officer who saved the lives of the count, his wife and daughter?" he said warmly. "How you come to be here I don't know, but it is enough for me that you render my dear friend and his wife, who is a cousin of mine, this great service. You are not here, I hope, on any mission which, as an Austrian noble, I could feel it impossible to further?" "No, indeed, Count. Had it been so, I should assuredly not have presented this letter to you. In giving it to me, the countess said that possibly the fortune of war might be unfavourable, and that I might be taken prisoner. In that case, she said, I might find a friend invaluable, and she gave the letters to 8 gentlemen in various great towns, saying that she believed that any one of these would, for the sake of the count, do me any kindness in his power. Prevision has turned out correct. My horse was shot under me at the battle of Lobositz, and I was made prisoner and sent to the fortress of Spielberg. 3 days since I effected my escape, and deemed it more prudent to make my way here, where no one would suspect me of coming, instead of striving to journey up through Bohemia." "You effected your escape from Spielberg?" the count repeated in surprise. "That is indeed a notable feat, for it is one of our strongest prisons. But you shall tell me about that, presently. Now, about Count Eulenfurst. The affair created quite a sensation, partly from the rank and well-known position of the count, partly from the fact that the King of Prussia himself called upon the count to express his sincere regret at what had occurred, and the vigorous steps that he took to put a stop to all acts of pillage and marauding. It was said at the time that, had it not been for the opportune arrival of a young Scottish officer, an aide-de-camp to Marshal Keith, the lives of the count and his family would assuredly have been sacrificed; and that the king, in token of his approbation, had promoted the officer on the spot. But I pray you, take off that warm coat and make yourself at home." He touched the bell. A servant entered immediately. "If anyone calls, say that I am engaged on business, and can see no one this morning. Place 2 chairs by the fire, and bring in wine and glasses." 2 chairs were moved to the fire. Wine was placed close at hand on a small table, and the count fetched a box of cigars from his cabinet. Fergus had already adopted the all but universal custom in the German army of smoking. "Now," the count said, when the cigars were lighted, "tell me all about this affair at Dresden." Fergus related the facts as modestly as he could. "No wonder Eulenfurst speaks of you in the highest terms," said the count. "Truly it was nobly done. 6 Pomeranian soldiers to a single sword. 'Tis wonderful." "The chief credit should, as I have said, Count, be given to the maid, but for whose aid matters might have gone quite otherwise." "Doubtless great credit is due to her, Lieutenant Drummond. But you see, you had already defeated 3, and I prefer to think that you would have got the better of the others, even if she had not come to your aid. The countess had, I hope, quite recovered at the time you came away, since it is she who writes the letter in her name." "I think that she had quite recovered. For a few hours the doctors were even more anxious as to her state than that of the count, but the news that he was doing well and might recover did wonders for her, and she was able herself to take part in nursing him 2 days after he received the wound. I saw by the account that my little cousin received the king." "She did, sir, and bore herself well. It was no doubt a great trial to her, so soon after the terrible scene she had passed through, in that she had showed great calmness and presence of mind, and was able to give assistance to her mother, as soon as she herself was released from her bonds." "You were not present yourself?" "No, sir. My wounds were, as I said, but in the flesh, but was of so little consequence that I did not think to have it bandaged until all other matters were arranged. But when I had made my report to the marshal, and begged that a surgeon should be sent instantly to aid the count, I fainted from loss of blood, and it was some days before I was able to ride out to pay my respects to the countess. And now tell me about your escape from Spielberg." This Fergus did. "It was well managed indeed," laughed the count. "You seem to be as ready with your wit as with your sword, and to have provided against every emergency. It was fortunate that you had hidden away those gold pieces with your letters, for otherwise you could hardly have got those clothes from the postmaster. It was a bold stroke indeed to use Her Majesty's uniform and the imperial post to further your escape. Now we must think in what way I can best aid you. You will require a stout horse, a disguise, a well-filled purse. Eulenfurst authorizes me to act as his banker, to advance any moneys that you may require. Therefore you need offer me no thanks. What disguise do you yourself fancy?" "I should think that the dress of a trader, travelling on business, would be as good as any I could choose. Yes, I should think it would. I should give myself out as a Saxon merchant," Fergus went on. "In the first place, my German, which I learned from a Hanoverian, is near enough to the Saxon to pass muster, and my hair and complexion are common enough in Saxony. I will get an official paper from the city authorities, stating that you are one, shall we say, Paul Muller, native of Saxony, and draper by trade, now returning to Dresden. I shall have no difficulty in getting it through one of my own furnishers. I do not say that you could not make your way through without it. Should you be stopped and questioned, it would facilitate matters. I will see about it this afternoon. I have simply to say to one of the tradesmen I employ that I am sending an agent through Bohemia to Eulenfurst, and think that in the present disturbed state he had better travel as a trader, and ask him to fill up the official papers, and take them to the burgomaster's office to get them signed and stamped. He will do it as a matter of course, seeing that I am a sufficiently good customer of his. The horse I can, of course, supply you with. It must not be too showy, but it should be strong and serviceable animal, with a fair turn of speed. The clothes you had perhaps better buy for yourself, together with such things as you can carry in your valises. I would gladly ask you to stay with me here for a while, but having arrived in that dress, it might excite remarks among the servants were you to appear in a different character. I regret that my wife and family are away at one of my country seats, and will not be back for a week, and I suppose you will not care to linger so long here." "I thank you, count, but I should prefer to leave as soon as possible. I do not think that there is really any fear of my being recognized. If they search at all along the Vienna road, it is not likely they will do so as far as this, and certainly they could obtain no news of me for the first 40 miles, and would not be likely to push their inquiries as far, for a dismounted field officer could not but have attracted attention at the first village through which he passed. It would be best for you not to change your clothes at the place where you are stopping. I can have everything ready for you by tomorrow morning, if you wish to leave at once. I should certainly prefer doing so." "Very well, then. Do you go out by the west gate at 9 o'clock, and walk for some 4 miles. When you find some quiet spot, change your clothes, and walk on until within sight of the village of Gulnach, and there wait. I will send a confidential steward with the horse. He, on seeing you standing there, will ask you who you are waiting for. You will give my name, and then he will hand over the horse and the papers to you." He got up, went to his table, and opened the drawer. "Here are 100 rix dollars, Mr. Drummond, which I hand you as Count Eulenfurst's banker. It is a matter of pure business." "I could do with much less than that, sir," Fergus said. "No, 'tis better to be well supplied. Besides, there are your clothes to buy, and be sure and provide yourself with a good fur lined travelling coat. You will need it, I can assure you. Your best course will be to travel through St. Pölten and Lips, cross the river at once, and go over the mountains by the road through Freistadt to Budweis. It is by far the most level road from here, through a good deal longer than the one through Horn. But there is snow in the air, and I think that we shall have a heavy downfall, and you may well find the defiles by the Horn road blocked by snow, whereas by Freistadt you are not likely to find any difficulty, and most of the road is perfectly flat. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of With Frederick the Great, a story of the 7 Years' War by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gary Oldman. Flight. After leaving Count Platum with the most sincere thanks for his kindness, Fergus went to a clothier's where he bought clothes suitable for a trader, with warm undergarments and an ample cloak lined with warm though cheap fur, and carried these to his inn. The rest of the day was spent in strolling about and in examining the public buildings and art galleries. The next morning he paid his reckoning and, taking his small trunk in one hand and his fur cloak in the other, started, wearing the coat he had first purchased, as he thought that, crossing the defiles into Saxony, he might very well need that as well as his cloak. As the western gate was one of the nearest to his inn, it was not long before he issued out and, walking briskly, came in 3/4 of an hour to a wood. As there was no one in sight along the road, he turned in here and changed his clothes. Then, leaving those he had taken off behind him, he continued on his way, and in less than half an hour approached a village which he learned from a man he met in Gulnach. He waited by the roadside for 1/4 of an hour, and then saw a man galloping towards him, leading a riderless horse. He drew rein as he came up. "What are you waiting here for?" he asked. "Platurn," Fergus replied. "That is right, sir. This is your horse. Here is the letter the count bade me give you, and also this sword," and he unbuckled the one that he wore. "He bade me wish you Godspeed. Pray tell him that I am sincerely obliged to him for his kindness," Fergus replied, as he buckled on the sword. The man at once rode off. The saddle was furnished with valises. These contained several articles he had not thought of buying, among them a warm fur coat with flaps for the ears, and a pair of fur-lined riding gloves. He transferred the remaining articles from his little trunk to the valises, and threw the former away, rolled up his cloak and strapped it behind the saddle, and then mounted. He was glad to find in the holsters a brace of double-barrelled pistols, a powder flask, and a bag of bullets, and he also a large flask full of spirits. As he gathered the reins in his hand, he had difficulty in restraining a shout of joy, for with an excellent horse, good arms, warm clothes, and a purse sufficiently well lined, he felt he was prepared for all contingencies. As he moved on at a walk, he opened the count's letter. It contained only a few lines, wishing him a safe journey, and begging him to tell Count Eulenfurst that he regretted that he could not do more for his messenger, to prove his goodwill and affection, and also the official document that he had promised to procure for him. Tearing up the count's letter and putting the official document carefully in his pocket, he pressed his heel against his horse's flank and started at a canter. He stopped for the night at Ips, and on the following day rode to Linz. The snow had fallen almost incessantly, and he was glad indeed that he had brought the coat as well as the cloak with him. The next night he halted at Freistadt, as this was a strongly fortified place, commanding the southern exit of the defile from the mountain. He was asked for his papers. The official merely glanced at them and returned them. He was forced to stay here for several days, as he was assured that it would be all but certain death to endeavour to cross the pass in such weather. On the third day the snow ceased falling and, early next morning, a force of 500 men, comprising almost the whole of the garrison, started to beat down the snow and cut a way through the deep drifts. For 4 days this work continued, the men being assisted by a regiment that was marched down from Budweis, and opened the defile from the northern end. The pass was an important one, as in winter it was the one chiefly used for communication between Bohemia and Vienna, and it was therefore highly important that it should be maintained in a practicable state. Fergus was in no hurry to proceed. He knew that there was not the slightest possibility of operations being commenced until the snow disappeared, which might not be until the end of March. He therefore took matters very quietly, keeping entirely indoors as long as the snow continued to fall, and going out as little as possible afterwards. He was glad indeed when the news came that the pass was clear. As soon as the gates were unlocked, he pressed on, in order to get ahead of a large convoy of carts, laden with warm clothing for the soldiers, that was also waiting for the pass to be opened. In spite of all that had been done, it was rough work passing through the defile, and he did not arrive at Krumnau until nearly sunset. Budweis lay but a few miles further ahead, but he had made up his mind not to stop there, as it was a large garrison town, and the small places suited him better. Passing through the town next day, he continued his course along the road near the river Moldau. He made but short journeys, for the snow had not yet hardened, and it was very heavy riding. He therefore took 4 days in getting to Prague. He thought it probable that here a watch might be kept for him, for, had he travelled straight from Spielberg, this was the point for which, in all probability, he would have made, unless he had gone through Silesia, and then travelled up through Breslau. He therefore made a circuit of the picturesque old city, entered it by a western gate, and then rode straight for the bridge. He had slept at a place but 4 miles distant, and had started at daybreak, so that it was still early in the day when he proceeded on his way. He stopped at a small town 10 miles further north. 2 or 3 squadrons of cavalry were quartered there. The landlord at the inn where he put up at once asked for his papers. These he took to the town offices, where they were stamped as being in due order. Half an hour later, as Fergus was at his meal, 2 officers entered. "Your papers appear to be right, sir," one of them said courteously, "but in times like these it is our duty to examine closely into these matters. You come from Vienna?" "Yes, sir." "Which way did you travel?" "By way of Linz and Budweis," he said. "The snow began on the day before I left the capital, and I was advised to take that route, as the road would be more level and less likely to be blocked with snow than that through Horn. You will see that my paper was stamped at Linz, and also at Freystadt. I was detained at the latter place 7 days. For the first 3 it snowed, and for the next 4 days the garrison was occupied, with the aid of troops from Budweis, in opening the defile." The officer nodded. "I happen to know that your story is correct, sir, and that it accounts fully for your movements since leaving Vienna. Which way do you intend to cross the passes into Saxony?" "I must be guided by what I hear of their state. I had hoped to have got back before the snow began to fall in earnest, but I should think that the road by the river will now be the best." "I should think so," the officer said, "but even that will be bad enough. However, I will not detain you further." They moved away to another table, and, calling for a bottle of wine, sat down. "No, we are mistaken. I don't think the fellow would have the barefaced impudence to come through Prague," one said. The other laughed. "I should think that he would have impudence for anything, major, and in truth I rather hope that they won't lay hands upon him. A fellow who devised and carried out such a scheme as he did deserves his liberty. Of course, his overpowering the warden was nothing, but that he should have had the impudence to go down into the major's quarters, appropriate his clothes, leave his own uniform behind, and then, taking advantage of the arrival of another regiment, march calmly out through them all, past the sentries, who took him from one of the newly arrived officers in charge of the wagons, was really splendid. How it was that they did not overtake him the next morning, I cannot make out. He had no sword with him, and no horse, and the spectacle of a field officer on foot, without even a sword, should have attracted the attention of the very first person who met him. He had not been gone 2 hours when troops started in pursuit, for when the major, whose door he had locked, had it burst open and found that his uniform was gone, he suspected something was wrong, and had all the sergeants in charge of prisoners mustered. One was missing, the man who had charge of this young Scotchman. As he could not be found, the fellow's cell was broken open, and there was the warder, bound and gagged. The bird had flown, and parties of horse were sent off by all the roads leading to Bohemia and Silesia. But no sign of the man have, as far as we have heard, yet been discovered. The only thing that I can imagine is that, when he heard the cavalry in pursuit, he left the road and hid up somewhere, and that afterwards he tried to make his way by unfrequented paths, and was starved in the snow. In that case, his body is not likely to be found until the spring. I cannot help thinking that a fellow who could plan and carry out that escape would hardly be likely to lose his life in a snowdrift. You see, it was not a sudden idea. On no other evening would he have found the gate open and after sunset, nor would he have been certain to have found the major absent from his quarters. He must have been waiting patiently for his opportunity, and as soon as he heard that another battalion was coming into the garrison, he must have resolved to act. More than that, he must have calculated that instead of arriving at 4 o'clock, as they were timed to do, they would be detained and not get in until after dark. They are clear-headed fellows, these Scotchmen, whether they are in our army or Frederick's. What makes the affair more wonderful is that this was quite a young fellow, and probably understood no German. But I think that he would have acted more wisely had he waited until the spring." "I don't know," the other said. "When once the troops are all in movement north, he certainly could not have escaped in a military uniform without being questioned, and it scarcely seemed possible that he could have procured any other. He must be in more of a hurry to fight again than I am." "There can hardly be much serious fighting," the other said. "With us, Russia and France, and with the 50,000 Swedes who have been bought by France, we shall have 500,000 men under arms, while we know that 200,000 is the utmost Frederick can muster, and these will have to be scattered in every direction round his frontier." "I am sorry that France has joined in," the other said. "It is unnatural enough that we and Russia should combine to crush Prussia, but when it comes to our old enemies, the French, helping us against a German power, I say frankly I don't like it. Besides, though we may get Silesia back again, and that will be a small advantage in comparison to the disadvantage of France getting a firm foothold on this side of the Rhine. Even if her share of the partition doesn't extend beyond the river, this will be her frontier nearly down to the sea, and she will have the power of pouring her troops into Germany whenever she chooses." Fergus had now finished his meal, and, without caring to listen longer, he betook himself to bed. To avoid all appearance of haste, he did not start so early the next morning, but mounted at 10 and rode to the junction of the Eger with the Elbe. It was too late to cross the river that night, and he therefore put up at a village on the bank, and crossed in a ferry boat on the following morning to Leitmeritz, a town of considerable size. He was now within a day's ride of the defile through which the Elbe finds its way from Bohemia into Saxony. His papers were inspected, as usual, by the officer in command of a troop of cavalry there. "You will have a rough time of it, if you push on," he said. "There is no traffic through the passes now, so the snow will lie as it fell, and at any moment it may come down again. As far as the mouth of the pass, you will find it easy enough, for we send half a troop as far as that every day. But beyond that, I should say that it would be all but, if not quite, impassable. I advise you to stay here quietly until you hear of someone having crossed, or at any rate, if you go on, you must take 3 or 4 peasants as guides to help you through the difficult places." "Would it not be possible, captain," Fergus asked, "to hire a boat?" "I did not think of that. Yes, there are flatboats that at ordinary times go down to Dresden with the rafts of timber, but whether you would find anyone willing now to make such a journey is more than I can say." "I am very anxious to be back to my business," Fergus said, "and as I should have to pay handsomely for guides to take me over, and even then might lose my life, it would be better for me to pay higher and get through at once." On going down to the waterside, he saw several boats hauled up, and it was not long before some boatmen, seeing a stranger examining their craft, came down to him. "I want to go down to Dresden," he said. "'Tis a bad time of the year," one of the men replied. "It is a bad time of the year, as far as cold is concerned, but it is a good time of the year for going down the river," he said, "for now that the frost has set in, the river is low and the current gentle, whereas in the spring, when the snow is melting, it must be a raging torrent in some of the narrow defiles." This evidence that the stranger, whoever he was no fool, silenced the boatman for a minute. "Now," Fergus went on, "what is the lowest price that one of you will take me and my horse down to Dresden for? I am disposed to pay a fair price, and not more; and if you attempt to charge me an exorbitant one, I shall take guides and follow the road." "You would never get through," one of the men said. "Well, at any rate, I would try; and if I could not succeed by the river, I would cross by some other pass. I have no doubt whatever I could get through by Graber and Zittau." The stranger's acquaintance with the country again silenced the men. They talked for a while apart, and then one said: "We will take you for 20 rix dollars." "Do you suppose that I am the emperor in disguise?" Fergus said indignantly. "'Tis but 3 days' journey, at most, and perhaps 6 for coming back against the stream. We shall need 4 men, master, and there is the food by the way." After much bargaining, the price was settled at 15 rix dollars, both parties being satisfied with the bargain. The men, because it was more than twice the sum for which they would have been glad to do it, at ordinary times. Fergus, because he had still 46 rix dollars in his pocket, and had only bargained as he did in order not to appear too anxious on the subject. The price was to include the erection, at the end of the boat, of a snug cover of rushes for his use. He found, on going down to the shore 3 hours later, that the boatmen were engaged in covering in the whole of the craft, with the exception of a few feet at each end, with a roof of rushes. The boat itself was some 35 feet in length and 10 wide, with straight sides and a general resemblance to a canal barge, save that the beam was greater in comparison to the length. The roof was high and sloped sharply. A tall man could walk along it in the centre, while at the sides there was all but 3 feet height. Hay and straw were extremely scarce, the whole supply of the country having been stripped by the foraging parties, but bundles of reeds had been thickly littered down, especially near the stern. Shortly after his return, the landlord of the inn told him that, if he did not want to take the horse with him, he would himself gladly buy it. "I have frequently to send to Prague for things for the inn, and besides, I have to get provisions for people in the town. I sold my best horse last autumn to an officer whose charger had been killed. Now that sledging has begun, I want one which can travel fast and do the journey there in a day. So if you don't want to take it, and will accept a reasonable price, I will buy it." The offer was a welcome one. With 2 splendid horses at his command, for he knew that good care would have been taken of the one left in camp, a third would only have been in the way, and this, although a good and useful beast, was scarce good looking enough for an officer on the marshal's staff. Therefore, after the usual amount of bargaining, he parted with it for a fair price. The next morning early he went on board, the servant of the inn following with a great hamper of wine and provisions. He was glad to see that a bright fire burned on an earthen hearth in the middle of the boat, the smoke finding its way out partly through a hole cut in the thatch above it, partly by the opening at the fore end of the boat. He brought with him his horse cloth, as well as his other belongings. The men, who were clearly in a hurry to be away, pushed the boat off from the shore as soon as he had taken his place. "We want to be back as soon as we can," the owner of the boat said, "for it will not be long before the ice begins to form, and we don't want to be frozen in." "It does not feel to me quite so cold this morning," Fergus remarked. "No, sir. We are going to have more snow." "That won't matter to us, and if it snows for the next week, all the better. It is not often that the river closes altogether until after Christmas. In the mountains the river seldom freezes at all. There is too much current, and besides, in shelter of the hills, the cold is not so great." 2 oars were got out, for the purpose of steering rather than of hastening the progress of the boat, and once well out of the current, she was allowed to drift quietly with the stream. Fergus spread his horse cloth on the rushes by the fire, and found no need for his sheepskin coat. The cloak loosely thrown over his shoulders, and the collar turned up to keep off the draughts that blew in under the bottom of the thatch, being sufficient to make him thoroughly comfortable. There was nothing to see outside. The shore being low and flat, he had brought a large supply of meat with him, and he handed over a portion of this to the man who acted as the cook of the crew, and told him to make broth for them all. This was a welcome gift to the crew, who but seldom touched meat, and with the addition of barley, coarse flour, and herbs that they had brought for their own use, an excellent stew was provided. The pot was kept going through the journey, fresh meat and other ingredients being added from time to time. In addition to this, slices of meat were grilled over the fire, and eaten with the bread they had brought. The gift of a bottle of wine between the crew each day, and of a small portion of spirits, the last thing in the evening, added greatly to the satisfaction of the men. By nightfall they arrived at the entrance of the defile. The snow was falling heavily, and they tied up against the bank. Fergus chatted with the men, listened to their stories of the river for some hours. All of them had, at various times, gone on timber rafts. They bewailed the war, which would do them much harm. It would not altogether interrupt trade, for timber would be required as usual, in Saxony and Hanover, as a rule. Neither of the contending armies interfered with the river traffic, though communication by land was greatly interrupted, owing to the peasants' carts being impressed for military service. This, and the anxiety of everyone for the safety of his home and belongings, brought the trade between the countries to a standstill. On the river, however, the difficulty consisted not in any interference by the authorities, but from so large a number of the able-bodied men being called out for service, that the amount of timber cut and brought down was greatly diminished, while the needs of the army brought the trade in cattle and other produce to an entire cessation. The dangers of the river were not great, although in spring, when the snow melted and the river was swollen, navigation was rendered, especially in the narrow reaches of the defile, difficult and dangerous, for the force of the stream was so great that it was well nigh impossible to direct the course of the rafts, and indeed the poles used for that purpose were often found too short to reach the bottom. The men were up long before daylight, but it was 2 hours later before Fergus roused himself, and shaking off the fine snow that had drifted in and lay thickly on his coat, went out to have a look at things. One of the men was already preparing breakfast. Two of the others stood at the bow with long poles, which they punted the boat along. The captain, also provided with a pole, stood in the stern. The snow had ceased, but the air felt sharp and cold as it came down the hill, which was all thickly covered. "So there is an end to snow, for the present, captain," he said, and as he pushed aside the curtain of reeds that closed the stern of the covered portion, and joined him. "Yes, I am not altogether sorry, for we can see where we are going. We shall keep on now until we are through the defile." "But there is no moon, captain." "No, but we can tell pretty well by the depth of water where we are, and can manage to keep in the middle of the current. There are no obstructions here to affect us, though in some places there are plenty of ugly rocks near the shore. However, if we have luck we shall be through before midnight, and shall pass all the worst points before sunset." The day passed, indeed, without adventure of any kind. The journey was highly interesting to Fergus, for the scenery was very picturesque. Sometimes the hill narrowed in, and the stream, straightened in its course, hastened its speed. At others the hills receded and were covered far up with forest, above which bleak mountain tops with their mantle of snow rose high in the air. The captain pointed out the spots where the Saxons had crossed, and where, pent in and surrounded with batteries commanding every means of exit, they were forced to surrender. "It is smooth work now," he said, as they were going through one of the narrows, "for the river is low and the current gentle. But in floods there are waves here that would swamp the boat did she keep out in the middle, as we are doing, and it would be impossible to pole her against it, even close to shore. You see the ice is forming already near the bank." "How do you manage coming back?" "In some places we can pole the boat. She will be light, and will only draw a few inches of water. Then we hire a horse for a bit at one of these little villages, or when the road leaves the river the other three will get out and tow from the edge, while I shall steer. We shall manage it easily enough, if the ice does not form too thickly. If the worst comes to the worst, we should stop at one of the villages, get the people to help us to haul her well up, wait till the snows are quite over, and then make our way back on foot, and come and fetch the boat up when the spring floods are over." "Then the pass is not so dangerous after all, captain," Fergus said with a smile. "Not when the snow has once hardened, and to men accustomed to it. As soon as the weather gets settled there will be a little traffic, and the snow will be beaten down. Besides, where the hills come steep to the water's edge, a man on foot can always make his way along when the water is low, though a horseman might not be able to do so. In fact, I suppose," Fergus said, "you all combine at Leitmeritz to represent the passes as being a great deal more dangerous than they are, in order to force those obliged to make the journey to take as many men as possible with them, or to pay 2 or 3 times the proper fare by boat." "The passes over the hills would be terrible now," the man said. "Most of them would be absolutely impassable, until the snow hardens. As for the rest," he added with a smile, "it may be that there is something in what you say, but you see times are hard. There is little work to be done, and scarce any timber coming down, and if we did not get a good job occasionally, it would go very hard with us." By nightfall they were nearly through the defile. Lanterns were placed in the bow of the boat, and until long after Fergus was asleep the men continued to work at their poles. When he woke up in the morning the boat was floating down a quiet river, with the plains of Saxony on either side and the mountain range far astern. At noon they neared Dresden, and an hour later Fergus stepped ashore. He paid the men the sum arranged, and handed over to them the rest of his provisions, which would be sufficient to carry them far on their way back. He soon learnt that Marshal Keith was established in his old quarters, and made his way thither. He met 2 or 3 officers of his acquaintance, but no one recognized him in his present attire. He had hired a boy, when he landed, to carry his cloak and valises. The saddle and bridle he had sold with the horse. He was, as usual, passing the sentries at the gate without notice, when one of them stepped in front of him. "What is your business, sir?" "My business is with Marshal Keith," he said, "and it is particular." The sentry called a sergeant of the guard. "You can pass me up," Fergus said sharply. "I am well known to Marshal Keith, and he will assuredly see me." The soldier took him up to the anteroom. Lieutenant Lindsay, who was on duty, came forward and looked at him doubtfully for a moment, and then shouted joyfully: "Why, Drummond, is it you? This is indeed a joyful meeting, old fellow. I had thought of you as immured in one of the enemy's fortresses, and as likely to remain there till the war was over. And now here you are. The marshal will be delighted." "He cannot be more pleased than I am to be back again, Lindsay. Is he alone?" "Yes. Come in at once. I won't announce you." He opened the door. "A gentleman to see you, marshal," he said, and Fergus walked in. The marshal recognized him at once, and holding out both hands, shook those of Fergus cordially. "I am indeed glad to see you," he said. "We knew that you were unhurt, for on the morning after the battle we sent in a parlementaire to Brown with a list of prisoners taken, and received his list in return, and as your name was among them, and that you were not put down as wounded, my anxiety about you was relieved. We tried a month later to get exchanges, but they would not hear of it. In the first place, there is no doubt that the king's action in incorporating the Saxons with our army has caused a strong feeling against him, and in the second, they had plenty of fortresses in which to stow their prisoners, while they would calculate that the more prisoners we had to look after, the fewer men they would have to fight. And now, tell me by what miracle you have got here. I have nothing particular to do. Lindsay, you may as well stop and hear the story. Tell the sergeant to call you out if anyone in particular comes to everyone else. I am engaged. Or stay," he broke off. "They have just told me that luncheon is ready in the next room. A story is always better told over a bottle of wine. So tell the sergeant, Lindsay, that for the next hour I can see no one, unless it is on a very particular business. Now, in the first place, Captain Drummond. Oh, of course, you have not heard," he broke off in answer to Fergus's look of surprise. "The king and I watched you charge through that Austrian squadron, and when he saw you reach our cavalry in safety, and they turned to come back, he ordered me at once to make out your commission as captain. I ventured to object that you were very young, and he said you had saved half his cavalry, and that he would promote you if you were an infant at arms. It is really absurd, marshal. I shall feel downright ashamed to be called captain by men still lieutenants, though a dozen years older than I am. I fear I have gone over Lindsay's head." "You need not mind me, Drummond," Lindsay laughed. "I shall have a chance one of these days, but not a soul will grudge you your promotion. There were many of us who saw you charge, and I can tell you that it was the talk of the whole army, and it was thoroughly recognized that it saved the cavalry, for their commander would certainly have taken them against the Austrians, and if he had, it is equally certain that none of them would have got back again. And when your name appeared in orders the next day, we all felt that no one ever better deserved promotion." "The king inquired especially, as soon as the list came, whether you were wounded, Fergus," Keith said, "and was very much pleased when he heard that you were not. Now let us hear how you come to be here." The marshal laughed heartily, when Fergus told of his escape in the disguise of an Austrian field officer. "It was most admirably managed, Fergus," he said when the tale was finished, "and your making for Vienna instead of for the frontier was a masterly stroke. Of course, your finding a friend there was most fortunate, but even had you not done so, I have no doubt you would have got through, somehow. I think the best idea of all was you taking the post horses, and then getting a fresh suit of clothes from the postmaster. "I am glad you ordered the major's suit of clothes to be sent back to him. I should have liked to have seen his face when he found that not only his uniform, but his prisoner had disappeared. It will be a good story to tell the king. He has sore troubles enough on his shoulders, for the difficulties are thickening round, and although Frederick is a born general, he really loves peace and quiet and books, and the society of a few friends, far better than the turmoil into which we are plunged. The French are going to open their campaign in the spring with an army of 100,000 men. Russia will invade the east frontier with certainly as many more, perhaps 150,000. They say these rascally Swedes, who have not a shadow of quarrel against us, intend to land 50,000 men in Pomerania, and that Austria will put 250,000 in the field. Even-tempered and self-relying as the king is, all this is enough to drive him to despair, and anything that will interest him for an hour, and make him forget his difficulties, is very welcome." The marshal asked many questions, for, as he said, the king would like to know all the ins and outs of the matter, and he knew that Fergus would much rather that the story should be told the king by another, than that he should be called upon to do so. "I hope the horse came back safely, Lindsay?" Fergus asked as they left the marshal's apartments. "Oh yes, he went back with the convoy of wounded, and he is now safe in Keith's stables. The other is, of course, at the courts, and I sent you things back at the same time, and when we returned here I packed everything up and sewed them in a sack. They are all in the storeroom." "What has become of Karl? Did he get safely back?" "Yes, but he had a nasty sabre wound he got in the charge, and he was in the hospital for 6 weeks. The king gave him a handsome present on the day after he came in, and would have given him a commission if he would have taken it, but he declined altogether, saying that he was very comfortable as he was. His colonel would have made him a sergeant at once, but he refused that also. At present he is still looking after your horse, and helping generally in Keith's stable. His wound was on the head, and he is scarcely fit for duty with his regiment, so of course he will now fall to his place with you again." Fergus went down to the stable, where he was received with the greatest delight by Karl, whose pride in his master was great, after his exploit at Count Eulenfurst's, and had been heightened by the feeling excited in the army at his having saved the cavalry from destruction. "I thought that you would be back by the spring, captain," he said. "Donald and I have talked it over many a time, and we were of one mind that if anyone can get away from an Austrian prison, you would do it." End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of With Frederick the Great, a story of the 7 Years' War, by G. A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gary Ulman. Prague. The next morning Fergus rode over to see Count Eulenfurst. Found him quite restored to health. Fergus was received by the count, the countess, and Thirza with great pleasure. "My return in safety is in no small degree due to you, count. Had it not been for the letter to Count Platurn, with which the countess furnished me, I doubt whether I should have been able to get through; or at any rate, if I had done so, it could only have been with many hardships and dangers, and certainly great delay. I have no doubt that the help you received from the count was of considerable assistance to you, and lessened your difficulties much, Captain Drummond; but I am sure you would have managed, without it. Had you formed any plans as to what you would have done, had you found him absent?" "I had thought of several things, count, but I had settled on nothing. I should have remained but a day in Vienna, and should have exchanged the suit I had got from the innkeeper for some other. My idea was that I had best join one of the convoys of provisions going up to Bohemia. I calculated that I should have no difficulty in obtaining a place as a driver, for of course the service was not popular, and any of the men would have been glad enough for me to take his place. I might thus have got forward as far as Prague. After that I must have taken my chance, and I thought I could, in the same sort of way, have got as far as Leitmeritz. But there I might have been detained for a long time, until there was an opportunity of crossing the defiles. It would have been difficult, indeed, for me to have earned my living there, and what was left of the money I had, after paying for the landlord's suit, would scarcely have lasted, with the closest pinching, till spring." "You would have managed it somehow, I am sure," Thirza said confidently, "after getting out of that strong fortress. It would be nothing to get out of Bohemia into Saxony." "We have not congratulated you yet," the countess said, "upon your last promotion. Lieutenant Lindsay came over to tell us about it, and how you had gained it. Of course we were greatly pleased, although grieved to hear that you had been made a prisoner. We wondered whether, at the time you were captured, you had any of the letters I had written with you, and whether they would come in useful. It did not even occur to me that you would have called upon Count Platurn, my cousin. I thought that you might be detained at Prague, but Vienna is the last place where we should have pictured you. Had we known that you had been sent to Spielberg, I think we should have given up all hope of seeing you again, until you were exchanged, for I have heard that it is one of the strongest of Austrian fortresses. I do hope, Captain Drummond, that we shall see a great deal of you this winter. There will not be many gaieties, though no doubt there will be some state balls, but there will be many little gatherings, as usual, among ourselves, and we shall count upon you to attend them always, unless you are detained on service. We learn that it is probable your king will pass the whole of the winter here." "We will send your horse down to you today," the count said. "You will find him in good condition. He has been regularly exercised." "Thank you very much, count. I wrote to you before I started, but I have had no opportunity of thanking you personally, for those splendid animals. Sorry as I was to lose the horse I rode at Lobositz, I congratulated myself that I was not riding one of yours. I should have had no difficulty in replacing him, Captain Drummond," the count said with a smile. "The least we can do is to keep you in horseflesh while the war lasts, which I hope will not be very long; for surely your king can never hope to make head against the forces that will assail him in the spring, but will be glad to make peace on any terms." "No doubt he would be glad to, count, but as his enemies propose to divide his dominions among them, it is not very clear what terms he could make. But though I would grant that, on paper, the odds against him is enormous, I think that you will see there will be some hard fighting yet, before Prussia is partitioned." "Perhaps so," the count replied, "but surely the end must be the same. You know I have been a strong opponent of the course taken by the court here. Saxony and Prussia, as Protestant countries, should be natural allies, and I consider it is infamous that the court, or rather Bruhl, who is all powerful, should have joined in a coalition against Frederick, who had given us no cause of complaint whatever. My sympathies, then, are wholly with him, but I can see no hope whatever of his successfully resisting this tremendous combination." "Various things might happen, count. The empresses of Russia or Austria or the Pompadour might die, or the allies might quarrel between themselves. England may find some capable statesman who will once again get an army together and, joined perhaps by the Netherlands, give France so much to do that she will not be able to give much help to her allies. Yes, all these things might happen, but Frederick's first campaign has been, to a great extent, a failure. It is true that he has established Saxony as his base, but the Saxon troops will be of no advantage to him. He would have acted much more wisely had he, on their surrender, allowed them to disband and go to their homes. Many then might have enlisted voluntarily. The country would not have had a legitimate grievance, and the common religious tie would soon have turned the scale in favour of Prussia, who, as all see, has been driven to this invasion by our court's intrigues with Austria. Had he done this, he could have marched straight to Prague, have overrun all Bohemia, established his headquarters there, and menaced Vienna itself in the spring. Looking at it coolly, that might have been the best way, count. But a man who finds that 3 or 4 of his neighbours have entered into a plot to attack his house and seize all his goods, may be pardoned if he does not at first go the very wisest way to work." The count laughed. "I hope that the next campaign will turn out differently, but I own that I can scarcely see a possibility of Prussia alone making head against the dangers that surround her." The winter passed quietly. There were fetes, state balls, and many private entertainments. For while all Europe was indignant, or pretended to be so, at the occupation of Saxony, the people of that country were by no means so angry on their own account. They were no more heavily taxed by Frederick than they were by their own court, and, now that the published treaty between the confederates had made it evident that the country, without its own consent, had been deeply engaged in a conspiracy hostile to Prussia, none could deny that Frederick was amply justified in the steps he had taken. At these parties only Prussian officers who were personal friends of the host were invited. But Fergus, who had been introduced by Count Eulenfurst to all his acquaintances, was always asked, and was requested to bring with him a few of his personal friends. Lindsay, therefore, was generally his companion, and was, indeed, in a short time invited for his own sake, for the Scottish officers were regarded in a different light to the Prussians, and their pleasant manners and frank gaiety made them general favourites. Their duties as aides de camp was now light, indeed, although both were 2 or 3 times sent with despatches to Berlin, and even to more distant parts of Prussia, where preparations for the coming campaign were being made on a great scale. The whole Prussian population was united. It was a war not for conquest but for existence, and all classes responded cheerfully to the royal demands. These were confined to orders for drafts of men, for no new tax of any kind was laid on the people, the expenses of the war being met entirely from the treasure that had, since the termination of the Silesian war, being steadily accumulated, a fixed sum being laid by every year to meet any emergency that might arise. Towards spring, both parties were ready to take the field. The allies had 430,000 men ready for service. Frederick had 150,000 well-trained soldiers, while 40,000 newly raised troops were posted in fortresses at points most open to invasion. The odds were indeed sufficient to appall even the steadfast heart of Frederick of Prussia, but no one would have judged, from the calm and tranquil manner in which the king made his arrangements to meet the storm, that he had any doubt as to the issue. Man for man, the Prussian soldier of the time was the finest in the world. He was splendidly drilled, absolutely obedient to orders, and filled with implicit confidence in his king and his comrades. He had been taught to march with extraordinary rapidity, and at the same time to maneuver with the regularity and perfection of a machine, and could be trusted in all emergencies to do everything that man was capable of. The French army, 110,000 strong, was the first to move. Another 30,000 men were preparing to march to join the army that had been got up by that mixed body, the German Federation. The main force was to move through Hanover. To oppose them was a mixed army, maintained by British money, comprising Hanoverians, Brunswickers, and Hessians, some 50,000 strong, commanded by the Duke of Cumberland. With these were some 5,000 Prussians, who had, by Frederick's orders, evacuated the frontier fortresses and joined what was called the British Army of Observation. Frederick prepared for the present to deal with the Austrians, intending, if successful against them, to send off 25,000 men to strengthen Cumberland's army. The proposed Swedish invasion was altogether disregarded, but 30,000 men, principally militia, were posted to check the Russian invasion. So quiet had been the preparations that none of their enemies dreamt that the Prussians could assume the offensive, but considered that they would confine their efforts to defending the defiles into Saxony and Silesia. But this was not Frederick's idea. As spring approached, he had been busy redistributing his troops from their winter cantonment, and preparing 3 armies for the invasion of Bohemia. April had been a busy month for the staff, and the aides de camp had passed their days, and even their nights, on horseback. At last all was in readiness for the delivery of the stroke, and on the 20th the king started from Lockwitz, facing the old Saxon camp of Pirna. The Duke of Bevern from Lousitz, and Marshal Schwerin from Schlesien, and, without the slightest warning, the 3 great columns poured down into Bohemia. The movement took the Austrians absolutely by surprise. Not dreaming of such a step on Frederick's part, they had prepared, near the frontier, vast magazines for the supply of their advancing army. These had to be abandoned in the greatest haste, and a sufficient amount of food to supply the entire army for 3 months fell into the hands of the Prussians. Marshal Browne and General Koenigsegg, who commanded the Austrian armies in Bohemia, fell back to Prague with the greatest speed that they could make. The light irregular corps that Frederick had raised during the winter and placed under experienced and energetic officers pervaded the whole country, capturing magazines and towns, putting some to ransom, dispersing small bodies of the enemy, and spreading terror far and wide. Browne succeeded in reaching Prague before the king can come up to see him. Bevern, however, overtook Koenigsegg and greatly hastened his retreat, killing 1,000 men and taking 500 prisoners, after which Koenigsegg reached Prague without further molestation, the Duke of Bevern joining Schwerin's column. The Austrians retired through Prague and encamped on high ground on the south side of the city, Prince Karl being now in command of the whole. Had this prince been possessed of military talents, or listened to Marshal Browne's advice, instead of taking up a defensive position, he would have marched with his whole army against the king, whose force he would very greatly have outnumbered. But instead of doing so, he remained inactive. On the 2nd of May, 12 days after moving from Saxony, Frederick arrived within sight of Prague. So closely had he followed the retreating Austrians that he occupied, that evening, a monastery at which Prince Karl and Marshal Browne had slept the night before. 30,000 men, who were now under the command of Marshal Keith, were left to watch Prague and its garrison, while Frederick, on Tuesday, searched for a spot where he could cross the river and effect a junction with Schwerin. He knew his position, and had arranged that 3 cannon shots were to be the signal that the river had been crossed. A pontoon bridge was rapidly thrown over. The signal was given, and the Prussians poured across it, and before the whole were over, Schwerin's light cavalry came up, and an arrangement was made that the 2 forces should meet at 6 o'clock next morning at a spot within 2 miles of the Austrian camp on the Liska hills. Battle of Prague. At this time the Austrians showed inactive, and permitted the Prussian columns to join hands without the slightest attempt to interfere with them. Had Browne been in command, very different steps would have been taken. But Prince Karl was indolent, self-confident, and opinionated, and had set his army to work to strengthen its position in every possible manner. This was naturally extremely strong, its right flank being covered by swampy ground formed by a chain of ponds, from which the water was let off in the winter, and the ground sown with oats. These were now a brilliant green, and to the eyes of Frederick and his generals, surveying them from the distance, had the aspect of ordinary meadows. The whole ground was commanded by redoubts and batteries on the hill, which rose precipitously 700 or 800 feet beyond the position. In the batteries were 60 heavy cannon, while there were in addition 150 field guns. Well might Prince Karl think his position altogether unassailable, and believe that, if the Prussians were mad enough to attack, they would be destroyed. Frederick and Schwerin spent much time in surveying the position, and agreed that on two sides the Austrian position was absolutely impregnable, but that on the right flank attack was possible. Schwerin would fain have waited until the next morning, since his troops were fatigued by their long marches, and had been on foot since midnight. The Austrians, however, were expecting a reinforcement of 30,000 men under Daun to join them hourly, and the king therefore decided on an attack, the terrible obstacles presented by the swamps being altogether unnoticed. With incredible speed the Prussians moved away to their left, and by 11 o'clock were in readiness to attack the right flank of the Austrian position. Browne, however, was in command here, and as soon as the intention of the Prussians was perceived, he swung back the right wing of the army at right angles to its original position, so that he presented a front to the Prussian attack, massing thickly at Sterbold, a village at the edge of the swamps. Rapidly the whole of the artillery and cavalry were formed up on this face, and quick as had been the advance of the Russians, the Austrians were perfectly ready to meet them. Led by General Winterfeld, the Prussians rushed forward, but as they advanced a terrific artillery fire was opened upon them. Winterfeld was wounded severely, and the troops fell back. The main body now advanced under Schwerin, and the whole again pressed forward. In spite of the incessant rain of grape and case shot, the Prussians advanced until they reached the pleasant green meadows they had seen in the distance. Then the real nature of the ground was at once disclosed. The troops sunk to the knees, and in many cases to the waist, in the treacherous mud. Soldiers less valiant and less disciplined would have shrunk, appalled at the obstacle. But the Prussians struggled on, dragging themselves forward with the greatest difficulty through mud, through slush, through a rain of grape from upwards of 200 cannon, and through a storm of musketry fire from the infantry. Regiment after regiment, as it reached the edge of the dismal swamp, plunged in unhesitatingly, crawling and struggling onward. Never in the annals of warfare was there a more terrible fight. For 3 hours it continued without a moment's interval. Thousands of the assailants had fallen, and their bodies had been trodden deep into the swamp as their comrades pressed after them. Sometimes a regiment struggled back out of the mire, thinking it beyond mortal power to win victory under such terms. But the next moment they reformed and flung themselves into the fight again. Schwerin, seeing the regiment named after him recoil, placed himself at their head, and shouting, "Follow me, my sons," led them till he fell dead, struck by 5 grape shots. The Austrians fought as stoutly, Marshal Browne leading them till a cannonball took off his foot, and he was carried into Prague, to die there 6 weeks later. While this terrible struggle was going on, the Prussian cavalry had made a very wide circuit around the ponds and lakelets, and charged the Austrian horse on Browne's extreme right. The first lines were broken by it, but so many and strong were they that the Prussians were brought to a standstill. Then they drew back and charged a second and a third time. The Austrians gave way. Prince Karl himself, brave if incapable, did his best to rally them, but in vain, and at last they fled in a headlong rout, pursued for many miles by Ziethen's horsemen. Still the infantry struggle was maintained. At last the Prussian right wing, hitherto not engaged, though suffering from the artillery fire on the heights, had their turn. General Manstein discovered that, at the angle where Browne threw back the right wing of the army to face the Prussians, there was a gap. The troops there had gradually pressed more to their right, to take part in the tremendous conflict, and the elbow was, therefore, defended only by a half-moon battery. Through the fish tanks he led the way, followed by Princes Henry and Ferdinand. The whole division struggled through the mud, drove back the Austrians hastily brought up to oppose them, captured the battery, and poured into the gap, thereby cutting the Austrian army in two and taking both halves in flank. This was the deciding point of the battle. The Austrians' right, already holding its own with difficulty, was crumpled up and forced to fall back hastily. The other half of the army, isolated by the eruption, threw itself back and endeavoured to make a fresh stand at spots defended by batteries and stockades. But all was in vain. The Prussians pressed forward exultingly, the fresh troops leading the way. In spite of the confusion occasioned by the loss of their commanders, and of the surprise caused by the sudden breakup of their line by the inrush of Manstein and the princes, the Austrians fought stoutly. 4 times they made a stand, but the Prussians were not to be denied. The Austrian guns that had been captured were turned against them, and at last giving way, they fled for Prague, where some 40,000 of them rushed for shelter, while 15,000 fled up the valley of the Moldau. Had it not been that an accident upset Frederick's calculations, the greater portion of the Austrians would have been obliged to lay down their arms. Prince Maurice of Dessau had been ordered to move with the right wing of Keith's army, 15,000 strong, to take up a position in the Austrian rear. This position he should have reached hours before, but in his passage down a narrow lane, some of the pontoons for bridging the river were injured. When the bridge was put together, it proved too short to reach the opposite bank. The cavalry in vain endeavoured to swim the river. The stream was too strong, and Frederick's masterly combination broke down, and the bulk of the Austrians, instead of being forced to surrender, was simply shut up in Prague with its garrison. The Battle of Prague was one of the fiercest ever fought. The Austrian army had improved wonderfully since the Silesian War. Their artillery was especially good. Their infantry had adopted many of the Prussian improvements, and had Browne been in sole command, and had he escaped unwounded, the issue of the day might have been changed. The Prussians lost 12,500 men, killed and wounded. The Austrians, including prisoners, 13,300. Frederick himself put the losses higher, estimating that of the Austrians at 24,000, of whom 5,000 were prisoners, that of the Prussians at 18,000, without counting Marshal Schwerin, who alone was worth about 10,000. It is evident that the king's estimate of the loss of the Austrians must have been excessive. They had the advantage of standing on the defensive. The Prussian guns did but comparatively little service, while their own strong batteries played with tremendous effect upon the Prussians, struggling waist deep in the mud. There can therefore be little doubt that the latter must have suffered, in killed and wounded, a much heavier loss than the Austrians. Impassive as he was, and accustomed to show his feelings but little, Frederick was deeply affected at the loss of his trusted general, and of the splendid soldiers who had been so long and carefully trained. And even had Prague fallen, the victory would have been a disastrous one for them, for, threatened as he was by overwhelming forces, The loss of 5,000 men, to him, was quite as serious as that of 20,000 men to the Confederates. In Keith's army there had been considerable disappointment when it became known that they were to remain impassive spectators of the struggle, and that while their comrades were fighting, they had simply to blockade the northern side of the city. "You will have plenty of opportunities," the marshal said quietly to his aide-de-camp, on seeing their downcast looks. "This war is but beginning. It will be our turn next, for it is a great task the king has set himself in attempting to carry the strong position that the Austrians have taken up, and he will not do it without very heavy loss. Tomorrow you may have reason to congratulate yourself that we have had no share in the business." Nevertheless, as the day went on and the tremendous roar of battle rolled down upon them, terrible, continuous, and never ceasing for 3 hours, even Keith walked in a state of feverish anxiety, backwards and forwards in front of his tents, while the troops stood in groups, talking in low tones, and trying to pierce with their eyes the dun-coloured cloud of smoke that hung over the combatants on the other side of Prague. When at last the din of battle went rolling down towards that city, the feeling of joy was intense in many. The relief from the tension and the long excitement was so great that they burst into tears. Some shook hands with each other, others threw their caps into the air, and then a few voices burst into the well-known verse of the church hymn: "Nun danket alle Gott, mit Herzen, Mund und Hasendan," of which our English translation runs: "Now thank we all our God, with hands and hearts and voices." And in a moment it was taken up by 30,000 deep voices in a solemn chorus, the regimental bands at once joining in the jubilant thanksgiving. Pious men were these honest Protestant, hard-fighting soldiers, and very frequently on their long marches they beguiled the way by the stirring hymns of the church. Keith and those around him stood bareheaded as the hymn was sung, and not a word was spoken for some time after the strains had subsided. "That is good to listen to," Keith said, breaking the silence. "We have often heard the psalm singing of Cromwell's Ironsides spoken of with something like contempt, but we can understand now how men who sing like that with all their hearts should be almost invincible." "It is the grandest thing that I have ever heard, Marshal," Fergus said. "Of course, I have heard them when they were marching, but it did not sound like this." "No, Fergus, it was the appropriateness of the occasion, and perhaps the depth of the feelings of the men, and our own sense of immense relief, that made it so striking. Listen! There is a fresh outburst of firing. The Austrians have fallen back, but they are fighting stoutly." The chief effect of this great battle was of a moral rather than a material kind. Prague was not a strong place, but with a garrison of 50,000 men it was too well defended to assault, and until it was taken Frederick could not march on as he had intended, and leave so great a force in the rear. The moral effect was, however, enormous. The allies had deemed that they had a ridiculously easy task before them, and that Frederick would have to retreat before their advancing armies, and must at last see that there was nothing but surrender before him. That he should have emerged from behind the shelter of the Saxon hills, and have shattered the most formidable army of those that threatened him, on ground of their own choosing, entrenched and fortified, caused a feeling of consternation and dismay. The French army, the Russians, and the united force of the French with the German Confederacy were all arrested on their march, and a month elapsed before they were again set in motion. Marshal Daun, who had arrived at Erdwise, fell back at once when the news reached him, and, taking post at the entrance of the defile, he made the greatest effort to increase his army. Reinforcements were sent to him from Vienna and all the adjacent country. The Duke of Bevern was posted with 20,000 men to watch him, and Frederick sat down with all his forces to capture Prague. The siege train was hurried up from Dresden, and on the 9th of May his batteries on the south side of the city, and those of Keith on the north, opened fire on the city. For a month missiles were poured into the town, magazines were blown up, and terrible destruction done. But the garrison held out firmly. At times they made sorties, but these were always driven in again, with much loss. But 50,000 men behind fortifications, however weak, were not to be attacked. Every approach to the city was closely guarded, but it became at last evident that, as long as the provisions held out, Prague was not to be taken. The cannonade became less incessant, and after a month almost died away. For Daun had by this time gathered a large army, and it was evident that another great battle would have to be fought. If this was won by the Prussians, Prague would be forced to surrender. If not, the city was saved. It was not until the 12th of June that Daun, a cautious and careful general, in accordance with urgent orders from Vienna, prepared to advance. His force had now grown to 60,000. 40,000 of the garrison of Prague could be spared, to issue out to help him. Frederick had under 70,000, and of these a great portion must remain to guard their siege works. Thus, then, all the advantages lay with the relieving army. Several officers in disguise were despatched by Daun to carry into Prague the news of his advance, and to warn Prince Karl to sally out with the whole of his force and fall upon the Prussians as soon as he attacked them in the rear. So vigilant, however, were the besiegers that none of these messages succeeded in entering Prague. On the 13th, Frederick set out with 10,000 men, to be followed by 4,000 more under Prince Maurice. 2 days later, these being all that could be spared from the siege works, to join Bevern, who had fallen back as Daun advanced, the junction effected. Frederick joined Bevern and approached Daun, who was posted in a strong position near Kolin, 35 miles from Prague. On the 17th, Prince Maurice arrived, and after several changes of position, the armies faced each other on the 18th, within a short distance of Kolin. Daun's new position was also a strong one, and was in fact only to be assailed on its right, and the Prussian army was moved in that direction, their order being to pay no attention to the Austrian batteries or musketry fire, but to march steadily to the spot indicated. This was done. Ziethen dashed with his hussars upon the Austrian cavalry, drawn up to bar the way, defeated them, and drove them far from the field, while Hulsen's division of infantry carried the village of Prussia on the Austrian flank, in spite of the Austrian batteries. So far, Frederick's combination had worked admirably. Hulsen then attacked a wood behind it, strongly held by the Austrians. Here a struggle commenced, which lasted the whole day, the wood being several times taken and lost. He was not supported, owing to a mistake that entirely upset Frederick's plan of battle. While 3 miles away from the point where the attack was to be delivered, Manstein, whose quickness of inspiration had largely contributed to the victory of Prague, now ruined Frederick's plan by his impetuosity. The cornfields, through which his division was marching towards the assault of the Austrian left, was full of Croats, who kept up so galling a fire that, losing all patience, he turned and attacked them. The regiment to which he gave the order cleared the Croats off, but these returned strongly reinforced, the regiment coming behind, supposing that French orders had arrived, also turned off, and in a short time the whole division, whose support was so sorely needed by Hulsen, was assaulting the almost impregnable Austrian position in front. Another mistake, this time arising from a misconception of a too brief and positive order given by Frederick himself, led Prince Maurice, who commanded the Prussian centre, to hurl himself in like manner against the Austrians. For 4 hours the battle raged. In spite of their disadvantages, the Prussians fought so desperately that Daun believed the day to be lost, and sent orders to the troops to retreat to Suchdol. But the commander of the Saxon cavalry considered the order premature, and, gathering a large body of Austrian infantry, charged with them and his own cavalry so furiously upon the Holstein that the latter was forced to retreat. The movement spread, the attack slackened, and the other division moved down the hill. They had all but won. Frederick in vain tried to rally and lead them afresh to the attack. They had done all that men could do, and the battle ceased. Daun scarcely attempted to pursue, and the Prussians marched away unmolested even by cavalry, some of the regiments remaining firm in their position until nightfall, repulsing with great loss the one attempt of the Austrians at pursuit. And Ziethen's cavalry did not draw off till 10 at night. The Austrians had 60,000 men in the field, of whom they lost, in killed and wounded, 8,114. The Prussians, who began the day with 35,000 strong, lost 13,773, of whom the prisoners, including all the wounded, amounted to 5380. The news of the disaster, and with it Frederick's order to prepare to raise the siege of Prague at once, came like a thunderclap upon the Russian camp. Frederick himself and the remnant of his army arrived there in good order, with all their baggage train, a day later. The cannon was removed from the batteries, the magazines emptied and in good order, and without any attempt on the part of the Austrian garrison to molest them, the Prussian army marched away and took their postings at Leitmeritz. The news that an Austrian army had at last beaten Frederick, and that Prague was saved, caused an exultation and joy among the allies, equal to the dismay that had been roused by the defeat at Prague. Although there was nothing remarkable or worth much congratulation in the fact that an army in an almost impregnable position had repulsed the attack of another of little over half its strength. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9. Of With Frederick the Great, A Story of the 7 Years' War, by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gary Ullman. Chapter 9. In Disguise. Leitmeritz, lying as it did but a short distance beyond the mouth of the defiles leading into Saxony, was an admirably chosen position. Supplies for the army could be brought up by the Elbe, and a retreat was assured, should an overwhelming force advance to the attack, while from this spot Frederick could march at once either to the defence of Silesia, or to check an enemy approaching from the west towards the defiles through the mountains. The news of the defeat at Kolin set all the enemies of Prussia in movement. The Russian army entered East Prussia, where there was no adequate force to oppose it. The Swedes issued from Stalsund. The French pressed hard upon the so-called British column of observation, and forced the Duke of Cumberland to retreat before them. Another French army, in conjunction with that of the German Confederacy, threatened the western passes into Saxony. As yet, it was impossible to say where Marshal Daun and Prince Karl would deliver their blow, and great efforts were made to fill up the terrible gaps created at Prague and Kolin. In the regiments most hotly engaged with fresh troops, who were speedily rendered, by incessant drills and discipline, fit
to take their places in the ranks with the veterans.
The king was lodged in a cathedral close to the city. Keith, with his division, occupied the other side of the river, across which a bridge was at once thrown. Prince Maurice and Bevern had gone to Bunzlau at the junction of the Iser and Elbe, but when, upon a crowd of light Austrian horses approaching, the prince sent to the king to ask whether he should retreat. He was at once recalled, and the Prince of Prussia appointed in his stead. On the 2nd of July came news which, on top of his other troubles,
Almost prostrated Frederick.
This was of the death of his mother, to whom he was most fondly attached. He retired from public view for some days, for although he was as iron in the hour of battle, he was a man of very sensitive disposition and fondly attached to his family. His chief confidant during this sad time was the English ambassador, Mitchell, a bluff, shrewd, hearty man for whom the king had conceived a close friendship. He had accompanied Frederick from the time he left Berlin, and had even been near him on the battlefield, and it was in no small degree due to his dispatches and correspondence that we have obtained so close a view of Frederick, the man as distinct from Frederick the king and general. The Prince of Prussia, however, did no better than Prince Maurice. The main Austrian army, after much hesitation, at last crossed the Elbe and moved against him, thinking doubtless that he was a less formidable antagonist than the king. The prince fell back, but in such hesitating and blundering fashion that he allowed the Austrians to get between him and his base, the town of Zittau, where his magazines had been established. Zittau stood at the foot of the mountain and was a Saxon town. The Austrians had come to deliver Saxony, and they began the work by firing red-hot balls into Zittau, thereby laying the whole town in ashes, rendering 10,000 people homeless, and doing no injury whatever to the Prussian garrison or magazines. The heat, however, from the ruins was so terrible that the 5 battalions in garrison there were unable to support it, and, evacuating the town, joined the prince's army, which immediately retired to Bautzen on the other side of the mountains, leaving the defiles to Saxony and Silesia both unguarded. As messenger after messenger arrived at Leitmeritz with reports of the movements of the troops, the astonishment and indignation of Frederick rose higher and higher. The whole fruits of the campaign were lost by this astounding succession of blunders, and on hearing that Zittau had been destroyed, and that the army had arrived at Bautzen in the condition of a beaten and disheartened force, he at once started with the bulk of the army by the Elbe passes for that town, leaving Maurice of Dessau with 10,000 men to secure the passes, and Keith to follow more slowly with the baggage train and magazines. On his arrival at Bautzen, Frederick refused to speak to his brother, but sent him a message saying that he deserved to be brought before a court-martial, which would sentence him and all his generals to death, but that he should not carry the matter so far, being unable to forget that the chief offender was his brother. The prince resigned his command, and the king, in answer to his letter to that effect, said that in the situation created by him, nothing was left but to try the last extremity. "I must go and give battle," he wrote, "and if we cannot conquer, we must all of us get ourselves killed." Frederick, indeed, as his letters show, had fully made up his mind that he would die in battle
rather than live beaten.
The animosity of his enemies was, to a large extent, personal to himself, and he believed that they would, after his death, be inclined to give better terms to Prussia than they would even grant while he lived. For 3 weeks the king vainly tried to get the Austrians to give battle, but Prince Karl and Daun remained on the hill from which they had bombarded Zittau, and which they had now strongly fortified. The barbarous and most useless bombardment of Zittau had done their cause harm, for it roused a fierce cry of indignation throughout Europe, even among their allies, excited public feeling in England to the highest point in favour of Frederick, and created a strong feeling of hostility to the Austrians throughout Saxony. As soon as Keith and the wagon train arrived, bringing up the Prussian strength to 56,000, the king started on the 15th August, 1757, for Bernstadt, and then, to the stupefaction of the Austrians, who had believed that they had either Saxony or Silesia at their mercy, whenever they could take up their mind which ought first to be gobbled up. So rapidly did the Prussian cavalry push forward, that Generals Beck and Adasti were both so taken by surprise that they had to ride for their lives, leaving baggage coaches, horses, and all their belongings behind them. On the 16th, Frederick with the army marched and offered battle to the Austrians, but although so superior in numbers, they refused to be beguiled from their fortified hill. At last, after tempting them in vain, Frederick was forced to abandon the attempt and return to Saxony, bitterly disappointed. He had wanted, above all things, to finish with the Austrians, so as to be able to move off to the other points threatened. He now arranged that Bevern and Winterfeld should take the command in his absence, watch the Austrians, and guard Silesia, while he, with his 23,000 men, marched on the 31st of August from Dresden, with the intention of attacking the combined French and German Confederacy force under Soubise. They had already reached Erfurt. Keith accompanied the king on his harassing march. Since the arrival of the army at Leitmeritz, Fergus had been incessantly engaged in carrying dispatches between that town and Dresden, and worked even harder while the king was trying, but in vain, to bring about an engagement with the Austrians. For the first few days after starting for Erfurt, he had a comparatively quiet time. The marshal was now constantly the king's companion, his cheerful and buoyant temperature being invaluable to Frederick in this time of terrible anxiety. Fergus would have found it dull work, had it not been for the companionship of Lindsay, who was always light-hearted and ready to make the best of anything. "I would rather be an aide-de-camp than a general, at present, Drummond," he said one day. "Thank goodness, we get our orders and have to carry them out, and leave all the thinking to be done by others. Never was there such a mess as this. Here we are in October, and we are very much as we were when we began to march. Yes, except that all our enemies are drawing closer to us. They are closer, certainly, but none of them would seem to know what he wants to do. And as for fighting, it is of all things that which they most avoid. We have been trying, for the last 2 months, for a fight with the Austrians and cannot get one. Now we are off to Erfurt, and I will wager a month's pay that the French will retire as soon as we approach, and we shall have all this long tramp for nothing, and will have to hurry back again as fast as we came. It is unfortunate that we had to come, Lindsay. Things always seem to go badly when the king himself is not present. The princes make blunder after blunder, and I have no faith in Bevern." "No," Lindsay agreed, "but he has Winterfeld with him." "Yes, he is a splendid fellow," Drummond said, "but everyone knows that he and Bevern do not get on well together, and that the duke would very much rather that Winterfeld was not with him, and with 2 men like that, the one slow and cautious, the other quick and daring, there are sure to be disagreements. We are going to attack a force more than twice our own strength, but I am much more certain as to what will be the result than I am that we shall find matters unchanged when we get back there." The foreboding was very quickly confirmed. A day or 2 later came the news that the Austrians had suddenly attacked an advanced position called Jakelsberg, where Winterfeld, who commanded the van of Bevern's army, had posted 2,000 grenadiers. Prince Karl undertook the operation by no means willingly, but the indignation at Vienna at his long delays had resulted in imperative orders being sent to him. To fight Nadasti was to lead the attack, with 15,000 men, while the main army remained a short distance behind, ready to move up should a general battle be brought on. The march was made at night, and at daybreak 1,000 Croats and 40 companies of regular infantry rushed up the hill. Although taken by surprise, the Prussians promptly formed and drove them down again. Winterfeld was some miles behind, having been escorting an important convoy, and rode at a gallop to the spot. As soon as he heard the sound of cannon, and brought up 2 regiments at a run, just as the grenadiers were retiring from the hill, unable to withstand the masses hurled against them. Sending urgent messages to Bevern to hurry up reinforcements, Winterfeld led his 2 regiments forward, joining the grenadiers, and, rushing eagerly up the hill, regained the position. But the Austrians were not to be denied, and the fight was obstinately sustained on both sides. No reinforcements reached Winterfeld, and, after an hour's desperate fighting, he was struck in the breast by a musket ball and fell, mortally wounded. The Prussians drew off, slowly and in good order, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and soon afterwards the Austrians also retired. Nothing having come of this useless battle, save heavy loss to both sides and the killing of one of Frederick's best and most trusted generals. It was not, however, without result, for Bevern, freed from the restraint of his energetic colleague, at once fell back to Schlesien, where he was more comfortable near his magazines. Keith sent for Fergus on the evening when this bad news had arrived. "I want you, lad, to undertake a dangerous service. Now that Winterfeld has been killed, the king is more anxious than ever as to the situation. It is enough to madden anyone. It is imperative that he should get to Erfurt and fight the French. On the other hand, everything may go wrong with Bevern while he is away, to say nothing of other troubles. Cumberland is retreating to the sea. The Russians are ever gaining ground in East Prussia. There is nothing, now, to prevent the remaining French army from marching on Berlin, and the Swedes have issued from Stralsund. It may be that by this time Soubise has moved from Erfurt, and this is what, above all things, we want to know. You showed so much shrewdness in your last adventure that I believe you might get through this safely. Doubtless there are cavalry parties far in advance of Erfurt, and these would have to be passed. The point is, when you undertake this mission, to go to Erfurt, to ascertain the force there, and if possible their intentions, and bring us back word. I shall be glad to try, Marshal. That there should be no difficulty about it. I shall, of course, go in disguise. I should not be likely to fall in with any of the enemy's cavalry patrols, till within a short distance of Erfurt. But should I do so, there would be little chance of their catching me, mounted as I am. I can leave my horse within a short distance of the town. 2 or 3 hours would be sufficient to gather news of the strength of the forces there, and the movements of any bodies of detached troops. Yes, you should have no great difficulty about that. A large proportion of the population are favourable to us, and, being so near the frontier of Hanover, your accent and theirs must be so close that no one would suspect you of being aught but a townsman. Of course, the great thing is speed. We shall march from 18 to 20 miles a day. You will be able to go 50. That is to say, if you start at once, you can be there in the morning, and on the following morning you can bring us back news." An hour later, Fergus, dressed as a small farmer, started. It was a main line of road, and therefore he was able to travel as fast at night as he would do in the day. There was the advantage, too, that the disparity between his attire and the appearance of the horse he rode would pass unnoticed in the darkness. He had with him a map of the road on a large scale, and beneath his cloak he carried a small lantern, so as to be able to make detours to avoid towns where detachments of the enemy's cavalry might be lying. He had started 2 hours after the troops halted, and had 4 hours of daylight still before him, which he made the most of, and by sunset he was within 15 miles of Erfurt. So far he had not left the main road, but he now learned from some peasants that there was a small party of French hussars at a place 3 miles ahead. He therefore struck off by a by-road and, travelling slowly along, turned off 2 hours later to a farmhouse, the lights from which had made him aware of its proximity. He dismounted 100 yards from it, fastened his horse loosely to a fence, and then went forward on foot, and peeped in cautiously at the window. It was well that he had taken the precaution, for the kitchen into which he looked contained a dozen French hussars. He retired at once, led his horse until he reached the road again, and then mounted. Presently he met a man driving a cart. "My friend," he said, "do you know of any place where a quiet man could put up, without running the risk of finding himself in the midst of these French and Confederacy troops?" "'Tis not easy," the man replied, "for they are all over the country, pillaging and plundering. We are heartily sick of them, and there are not a few of us who would be glad if the King of Prussia would come and turn them out, neck and crop. I don't care what sort of place it is, so that I can put my horse on. It is a good one, and like enough some of these fellows would take a fancy to it. I don't think that it would be safe in any farmhouse within 10 miles of here. But if you like to come with me, my hut stands at the edge of the wood, and you can leave him there without much risk." "Thank you very much. That would suit me well. It is just what I had intended to do, but in the darkness I have no great chance of finding a wood." "How far are we from Erfurt now?" "About 5 miles. "That will do very well. I have some business to do there, and can go and come back by the afternoon." In a quarter of an hour they arrived at the man's house. It was but a small place. "Not much to rob here," his host said grimly. "They have taken my 2 cows and all my poultry. My horse only escaped because they did not think him fit for anything. This is a stranger, wife," he went on, as the woman rose in some alarm from the stool upon which she was crouching by the fire. "He will stop here for the night, and though there is little enough to offer him, at least we can make him welcome." He took a torch from the corner of the room, lighted it at the fire, and went out. "You are right about your horse, my friend," he said, "and it is small chance you would have of taking him back with you. If any of these fellows set eyes on him, I see your saddlery hardly matches with your horse." Fergus had indeed, before starting, taken off his saddle and other military equipment, and had replaced them with a common country saddle and bridle, adding a pair of rough wallets and the commonest of horse cloths, so as to disguise the animal as much as possible. "I am sorry that I cannot give you a feed for the animal," the man went on, "but I have none, and my horse has to make shift with what he can pick up. I have one of my wallets full. I baited the horse at inns as I came along. He may as well have a feed before I take him out into the wood." He poured a good feed onto a flat stone, and as he did so, the peasant's horse lifted up his head and sniffed the air. "You shall have some too, old boy," Fergus said, and going across was about to empty some of it on the ground before it, when its owner, taking off his head, held it out. "Put it into this," he said. "It is seldom indeed that he gets such a treat, and I would not that he should lose a grain." Fergus poured a bountiful feed into the hat. "Now," he said, "I can supplement your supper as well as your horses." And from the other wallet he produced a cold leg of pork that Karl had put in before he started, together with 3 loaves and 2 bottles of wine, carefully done up in straw. The peasant looked astonished as Fergus took these out and placed them upon the table. "No, no, sir," he said, "we cannot take your food in that way." "You are heartily welcome to it," Fergus said. "If you do not assist me to eat it, it will be wasted. Tomorrow I shall breakfast at Erfurt, and maybe dine also. I will start as soon as I get back." "Well, well, sir, it shall be as you please," the man said, "but it seems to me that we are reversing our parts, and that you have become the host and we are your guests." It was a pleasant meal by the torchlight. Many a month has passed since the peasants had tasted meat, and the bread fresh from Prussian bakeries was of a very different quality to the black oaten bread to which they were accustomed. A horn of good wine completed their enjoyment. When the meal was done, the man said, "Now, master, I will guide you to the wood." There was no occasion to lead the horse, for it, as well as its companion, had been trained to follow their masters like dogs, and to come to a whistle. The wood was but 200 or 300 yards off, and the peasant led the way through the trees to a small open space in its centre. The saddle and bridle had been removed before they left the cottage, and Fergus tethered the horse by a foot rope to a sapling growing on the edge of the clearing. Then he patted it on the neck and left it beginning to crop the short grass. "It won't get much," the peasant said, "for my animal keeps it pretty short, but it is his best feeding place now, and I generally turn him out here at night when the day's work is done." "What is its work principally?" "There is only one sort now," the man said. "I cut faggots in the forest, take a cartload into Erfurt twice a week. I hope by the spring that all these troubles will be over, and then I cultivate 2 or 3 acres of ground. But so long as these French and the Confederacy troops are about, it is no use to think of growing anything. Now, sir, is there anything that I can do for you?" he went on after they returned to the cottage and had both lit their pipes and seated themselves by the fire. "I can see that you are not what you look. A farmer does not ride about the country on a horse fit for a king, or put up at a cottage like this. Yes, you can help me by leading me by quiet paths to Erfurt. I tell you frankly that my business there is to find out how strong the French and Confederacy army is, in and around the town. Also whether they are taking any precautions against an attack, and if there are any signs that they intend to enter Hanover or to move towards Dresden. I dare say I can learn all that for you without difficulty, for I supply several of the inns with faggots. There are troops quartered in all of them, and the helpers and servants are sure to hear what is going on. Not, of course, in the inns where the French are quartered, but where the German men are lodged. They speak plainly enough there, and indeed everyone knows that a great many of them are there against their will. The Hesse and Gotha and Dresden men would all prefer fighting on the Prussian side, but when they were called out they had to obey. At what time will you start? I should like to get to Erfurt as soon as the place is astir." "That is by 5, the man said. "There is a trumpeting and a drumming enough by that time, and no one could sleep longer, if they wanted to. Then we should start at dawn." The peasant would have given up his bed to Fergus, but the latter would not hear of it, and said that he was quite accustomed to sleeping on the ground, whereupon the peasant went out and returned with a large handful of rushes, which, as he told Fergus, he had cut only the day before to mend a hole in the thatch. Fergus was well content, for he knew well enough that he should sleep very much better on fresh rushes than he should in the peasant's bed place, where he would probably be assailed by an army of fleas. As soon as the man and his wife were astir in the morning, Fergus got up, bathed his head and face in a tiny streamlet, then ran within a few yards of the house. Then, after cutting a bunch of bread to eat on their way, the two started. They did not come down upon the main road until within a mile and a half of the town, and they then passed through a large village, where a troop of French cavalry were engaged in grooming their horses. They attracted no attention whatever, and entered Erfurt at 5:15. They separated when they got into town, agreeing to meet in front of the cathedral at 11 o'clock. Fergus went to an eating place, where he saw a party of French non-commissioned officers and soldiers seated. They were talking freely, confident that neither the landlord, the man who was serving them, nor the 2 or 3 Germans present could understand them. It was evident that they had very little confidence in Soubise. "One would think," a sergeant said, that we were going to change our nationality and to settle down here for life. Here we have some 50,000 men, and there is nothing to stop our going to Dresden except some 10,000 or 12,000 Prussians. They say that Daun has an army that can eat up Frederick, and it is certain that he could not spare a sergeant's guard to help on the way. I cannot understand it, comrades. This leisurely way of making war may suit some people, but it is not our way, and we must admit that it is not the Prussians' way. Another said, they are our enemies, though why I am sure I don't know. That is not our business, but the way that they dash out and set the Austrians dancing is really splendid. I wish that our own generals had a little of Fritz's energy and go. There was a general murmur of assent. Here we are, September beginning, and next to nothing done. Now there would be enough to do if Fritz could get away from Daun and dash off in this direction. Yes, another said, there would be plenty to do, but I would not mind majoring that we should not wait for him. And after all, I am not sure if it would not be the best thing to do. For these Germans with us are a little better than a rabble. That is so, Francois. But mixed up with us as they would be, they would have to fight whether they liked it or not. At any rate, if we don't mean to fight, what are we here for? That I cannot say, another laughs. But I own I am not so eager to fight as you seem to be. We are very comfortable. We ride about the country. We take pretty well what we like. It is better than being in barracks at home. While, on the other hand, it is no joke fighting these Prussians. The fights are not skirmishes. They are battles. It is not a question of a few hundred killed. It is a question of ding-dong fighting, and of 15 or 20,000 killed on each side. No joke that. For my part, I am quite content to take it easy at Erfurt, and to leave it to the Austrians to settle matters with these obstinate fellows. So they continued talking, and Fergus saw that so far no news whatever of Frederick's march against Erfurt had reached him. He learned, too, that although there were some outlying bodies to the north, the main bulk of the force lay in and around Erfurt. The contempt with which the French soldiers spoke of the German portion of the army was very great. Each little state had, by the order of the Council of the Confederacy, been compelled to furnish a contingent, even if its representatives in the council had opposed the proposal. Therefore, very many of the men had joined unwillingly, while in other cases the French declared that the levy had been made up by hiring idlers and ne'er-do-wells in the towns, so as to avoid having to put the conscription into force in the rural districts. The officers were declared to be as incapable as the men, and had not been that an Austrian contingent, some 5,000 strong, had been joined with them, and the drilling largely undertaken by the non-commissioned officers of this force, nothing approaching order or discipline could have been maintained. All the Frenchmen lamented their fortune in having to act with such allies, instead of being with the purely French army that was gradually pressing the Duke of Cumberland to the seaboard. Fergus waited until the party had left the inn, when the landlord himself came across to hand him his reckoning. "Bad times, master," he said, "bad times," shaking his head ruefully. "Yes, they are bad enough, landlord, but I should say that you must be doing a good trade with all these soldiers in town." "A good trade?" the landlord repeated. "I am being ruined. Do you not know that, in addition to levying a heavy contribution on the town, they issued a regulation settling the price at which the troops were to be served? At beer shops and inns. Breakfast, and you saw what those fellows ate, 4 pence. A tumbler of wine, 1 pence. Dinner, 5 pence. Well, each item cost me more than double that, and as nobody brings in cattle, for these might be seized on the way, and no compensation given, so meat gets dearer. We are waiting until there is none to be had, on any terms, and then we shall send representatives to the general to point out to him that it is absolutely impossible for us to obey the regulations. Ah, these are terrible times. We could not have suffered more than this. Had Coburg joined Frederick, though they say that Richelieu's French army is plundering even worse in Hanover and the country behind it than Soubise is doing here. Moreover, one would rather be plundered by an enemy than by fellows who pretend to come hither as friends. If Frederick would march in here, I would open my house free to all comers, and would not grudge the last drop of wine in my cellar. There is never any saying, Fergus replied. The King of Prussia always appears when least expected, and more unlikely things have happened that he should appear here some fine morning. As he was sallying out, a mounted officer dashed by at a headlong gallop. His horse flecked with foam, and it was evident that he had ridden far and fast on an important errand, having nothing to do until he should meet the peasant. Fergus followed the officer at a leisurely pace, and in 5 minutes came up with the horse, held by a soldier, at the entrance gate of a very large house. Sentries were pacing up and down in front of it, and officers going in and out. "Is that the headquarters of the French general?" he asked the townsman. "Yes," and the man walked on with a muttered malediction. A few minutes later, several mounted officers rode out and dashed off in haste in various directions. "There is evidently something up," Fergus said to himself. "Perhaps they have got news of the Prussian approach." In a quarter of an hour, several general officers arrived and entered the house. It was evident that a council of war had been summoned. Half an hour elapsed, and then a number of aides de camp and staff officers rode off in haste. A few minutes later, a trumpet sounded a regimental call, and then the assembly. Before it had died away, similar calls echoed from all parts of town. Soldiers ran hastily through the streets, mounted officers dashed in every direction, and the citizens came to their doors, in surprise at this sudden movement. Fergus had no longer any doubt about the cause of the stir. The great thing now was to ascertain whether the army would advance to take up some strong position outside the town and oppose the Prussian advance, or whether they would march away. Being 50,000 in number, the former would appear to be the natural course for a general to adopt, as Frederick had with him but 23,000 men. Of this fact, however, Soubise would be ignorant, and might only have heard that the Prussian army was marching to annihilate him. Before long, baggage wagons began to clatter through the streets. They were being driven westward, and it was in the same direction that the regiments made their way. Fergus followed them to the plain outside the town. The tents had already been struck. The troops, as they arrived from the town and camp, were marshalled in order. A long train of baggage wagons were already making their way westward, and there was no longer any grounds for doubt that Soubise was retreating. It was just 11 o'clock when Fergus returned to the cathedral. The peasant was awaiting him. "They all seemed on the move," the latter said. "I have heard much about them." "It does not matter now," Fergus replied. "I must get back to your place as quickly as I can." Not a word was spoken until they had left the town. "They must be going up into Hanover to join the French army there," the peasant said. "They are running away. Frederick will be here tomorrow night, or at any rate the next day." "The news seems too good to be true, master." "How have you learnt it?" "I have learnt it from no one here. I am one of the king's officers, and I came out here to find out whether the enemy would be likely to come out and fight, or would bolt when they heard of his advance." "The Lord be praised," the man said piously, taking off his hat as he spoke. "I thought, sir, that there was something curious in your having such a horse, and still more so in your wanting to find out all about the force of the enemy here. But it was no business of mine, and I felt that you must be a friend, for, had you been Austrian or French, you would have ridden boldly into the town." As they went along the road, they were met by several troops of cavalry, riding at full speed. Is the way we came this morning the shortest?" "Yes, sir, by a good mile." "Then we will return by it," said Fergus. As soon as they left the main road, they went at a run for some distance, and then broke into a fast walk. In an hour from the time of leaving Erfurt, they arrived at the hut. "I will run along and fetch your horse, sir," the peasant said. "No, I will go myself. He does not know you, and he might refuse to let you come near him." In a few minutes Fergus returned with his horse. The saddle, bridle, and wallets were quickly put on. Fergus dropped his pistols into his saddlebag, buckled on the sword he had brought with him. It was not his own, but one he had bought at starting, a good piece of steel, but with a battered and rusty sheath that showed that it had been lying for weeks, possibly for months, on some field of battle before being picked up. Then, with a word of adieu and thanks to the peasant and his wife, and slipping a crown piece into the hand of the latter, he mounted and rode off. End of chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of With Frederick the Great, a story of the 7 Years' War by G.A. Henty. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gary Oldman. Chapter 10, Rossbach. Fergus knew that there were several cavalry posts ahead, and thought it likely that some of these might be left to give warning of the Prussian approach. He therefore rode across the country for some miles. He had begun to think that he must have gone beyond the limit of their outpost, when he saw a hussar pacing across the line in front of him, his beat evidently being between two small woods 300 or 400 yards apart. He checked his horse as he saw Fergus approaching. He was a good-tempered looking fellow, and nodded to Fergus, as much as to say that if he could speak his language, he would like a chat with him. The latter at once checked his horse and said good day in French. "Ah, you speak our language," the soldier said. "I am glad to exchange a word with someone. It is hot here, especially when one's time is up, and one ought to have been relieved an hour ago." "Yes, I can understand that. I expect you have been forgotten." "Well, it does not make much difference. I shall get off my next guard in consequence. You will have to wait some time before you are relieved, if you stop here." "What do you mean?" the soldier asked. "I mean that when I left Erfurt, your army was all moving west, and as I rode along I met several troops of cavalry galloping to join them." "That is strange news. Nothing whatever was known when I came out here." "No, the news only arrived at Erfurt this morning, that Frederick's army is within a day's march, and I saw the troops march out and the baggage wagons on their way before I started. I don't say that your troop may have gone. They may have stopped to form a post of observation. Well, at any rate, I shall go into the village and see. I ought to have been relieved an hour ago, and if they had such news as that, and had remained there, they would have been sure to have sent to order all vedettes to use vigilance. We have only been posted here as sort of a practice, for we did not think that there was an enemy within 150 miles. And now, if the news is true, we may have the Prussian cavalry coming along at any moment." "Well, thank you for warning me," and turning his horse he went off at a gallop. As the outposts would not have been set except by the party most in evidence, Fergus knew that there was now no more risk of falling in with the enemy unless a cavalry force had been sent forward to endeavour to get an idea of the force of the Prussians. But as the generals had so precipitately decided upon a retreat, it was not likely that they would have ordered any reconnaissance of this kind to be made. He therefore presently regained the main road, and, riding fast, arrived at the place where the Prussians had pitched their camp, 30 miles from Erfurt, having made a 20-mile march that day. He dismounted at the house where Keith had established his quarters. "I have bad news for you, sir," he said. "Word of your coming reached Erfurt at 8 o'clock this morning, and by 11 the whole army were on their march westward, bag and baggage." "That is bad news, Fergus. You could hardly have brought worse. The king had hoped to have struck a heavy blow, and then to be off again to face the Austrians. What strength were they?" "About 50,000. How did they get the news of our coming?" "That I cannot say, sir. We had gone into Erfurt soon after 5, and had already picked up a good deal of news from the talk of a party of French non-commissioned officers who were taking breakfast at a small inn, and who, not imagining that I could understand them, talked very freely over affairs. They sat over their meals some time, and I did not go out until they had left. Just as I did so, a mounted officer galloped past at a speed that showed he was the bearer of an important dispatch. I followed him to Soubise's headquarters. While there, I noticed several mounted officers rode out in great haste. A quarter of an hour later, several general officers arrived. There was a consultation for half an hour, and then officers rode off in all directions, and in a few minutes trumpets were sounding and drums beating all over the town. In a very short time a movement began towards the western gate. By 10 o'clock the tents were all struck round the town, the wagons loaded, and they were on their way west. An hour later, and the whole force was in movement in that direction, and as I issued from the town on this side, I met the cavalry that had been scattered among the villages, galloping in. I don't think that there is, at the present moment, an enemy within 10 miles of Erfurt." "You were in no danger yourself?" "None at all, sir. I passed the night at a friendly peasant's hut, 5 miles this side of the town, inside their advanced post. I left my horse in a wood, and my peasant guided me by paths to the town. I did not exchange a word with anyone except the landlord of the hotel where I breakfasted. He was bitterly hostile to the enemy. I also spoke to a solitary French vidette, who had, in the hurry of their retreat, been left behind, and told him that he had best be off, as the whole army was in full march to the west." "Well, if you breakfasted at 6 this morning, you must be hungry. My dinner will be ready in half an hour, and you had better share it with me. I must go now and tell the king the news that you have brought. I said nothing to him about my having sent you." In 20 minutes the marshal returned. "The king wishes to see you, Fergus. Of course he is vexed, but he always takes bad news well, unless it is the result of the blunder of one of the officers. He does not say much, even then, but it is very bad for that officer when he sees him. Frederick never forgives a blunder." "Well, Captain Drummond, so you have been playing the spy for us." "I have been doing my best, your majesty." "And the French are gone, bag and baggage?" "Yes, sire. They have gone off west, to perch themselves somewhere among the mountains, I suppose. Perhaps they will get bolder. Presently they will hear that they are more than double my strength. Did you learn anything more than what Marshal Keith has told me?" "I heard a great deal of talk among a party of French non-commissioned officers, sire. They expressed great dissatisfaction with their general, and at the long delays. They also spoke with absolute contempt of the Confederacy army, both officers and men, and said that if it had not been for the drilling by the Austrian non-commissioned officers, they would be nothing better than a rabble." "I daresay Soubise is of the same opinion," the king said, "and wants them to have a few weeks' more drill before he sets them in line of battle. However, I have no doubt we shall manage to bring him to book before we return." "Well, I am obliged to you for your zeal, Captain Drummond, and although Keith tells me that you got in without being questioned, such business is always dangerous. Mayhap next time you will have a better opportunity for distinguishing yourself, as you managed to pass so freely among them, after you made your escape from prison. You can clearly be trusted on work of this kind." Fergus saluted and retired.
The next morning the troops started as usual at daybreak. They were to make but a short march, but they had no longer any occasion for speed, and they had made the 150 miles at a very rapid pace. But when they halted, Frederick with the cavalry rode straight on into Erfurt. "Don't wait to put on your uniform now," Keith said to Fergus, on his return from the royal quarters. "Dinner is waiting, and I am ready. If you are not, Lindsay is going to dine with me, too." "Well, Lindsay," the marshal said, as the latter entered, "you see the advantages of this young fellow being able to speak German well. If you had been taken prisoner at Lobositz, you would have been fast in Spielberg at present, and you see he is now able to undertake perilous missions, and peril means promotion." "I quite see that, marshal," Lindsay said with a smile; "but though I can get on with French fairly enough, my tongue doesn't seem to be able to form these crack-jawed German words. And you see, marshal, it is not the only one that does not. I think, sir, that bad as my German is, it is not much worse than your own, and you have been here much longer than I have." The marshal laughed. "You are right. I cannot say half a dozen German words, but you see I have not had your motive for acquiring it, and cannot very well get promotion. And again, it would not do for me to speak better German than the King of Prussia, who, beyond a few words necessary for animating his troops on occasion, knows very little German himself. For general work here, French is amply sufficient, because every officer speaks it. But as you see, German is very useful, too, to a young officer who wishes to push himself forward, and is willing to undertake special work of this kind. But even then, marshal, he would have no advantage over a Prussian officer who speaks French. It depends a good deal upon the Prussian officer. The greater portion of them are mere machines. Splendid fighting machines, no doubt, but of no great use outside their own work. Anyone could detect, with half an eye, 19 out of 20 of them. Dress them how you would, disguise them as you like, they step the regulation length, bring their foot down in the regulation way, and are as stiff as if they had swallowed a ramrod. They have neither suppleness nor adaptability. They are so accustomed to obey that they have almost lost the power of originating, and would be taken and shot before they were in the enemy's lines 10 minutes. Now, Fergus has the advantage of knowing both languages, and of being quick-witted and sharp." The next 2 months were passed in marches to and fro. Seidlitz with some cavalry took possession of Gotha, to the great satisfaction of the Duke and Duchess, and the king himself rode over and dined with them. When Seidlitz remained there as governor, with a couple of regiments of horse, a strong body of French and Austrian hussars, grenadiers, and artillery marched against Gotha. Seidlitz, having so few men to oppose them, evacuated the place, and the enemy marched into it in triumphant procession. The Duke and Duchess made the best of matters, and invited all the principal officers to a banquet. Just as they were sitting down to this, Seidlitz with his Prussians reappeared, his men being so artfully scattered about that they appeared a great deal stronger than they were. The enemy was seized with panic. Soubise and his generals mounted in great haste, and in a few minutes the whole were retreating at top speed, Seidlitz pursuing for some distance, killing 30 and taking 60 prisoners, with a large amount of baggage and plunder, and then returning to Gotha to eat the dinner prepared for the enemy. Ferdinand of Brunswick, with his division, had been sent off to check, if possible, the movements of the French army under Richelieu near Magdeburg. In October came the startling news that Berlin itself was threatened, and that a force said to be 15,000 strong, under General Haddick, was in rapid motion towards it. Prince Maurice was ordered to hasten to its defence, and the king also moved in that direction. The invading force was but 4,000 strong. Their numbers, however, were so magnified by rumour that the governor of Berlin, who had but 4,000 troops, did not venture to oppose them, but sent the royal family and archives away under a strong escort. Haddock occupied a suburb of the city, but knowing that as soon as his real force was known he would be hotly opposed, and receiving news that Prince Maurice was rapidly approaching, demanded a ransom of £45,000, finally accepted £27,000, and then hurried away. Prince Maurice arrived 24 hours later. The consequences of this little success, magnified by report into Berlin captured Prussian royal family in flight, turned out very advantageous to Frederick. The enthusiasm in Paris and Vienna was enormous, and orders were despatched to the armies to set to, without further delay, and finish the work. 15,000 men were sent from Richelieu's army to reinforce Soubise, who thereupon issued from his mountain stronghold and marched against Leipzig. Frederick, however, arrived there first, Ferdinand and Maurice joining him a day or two later, and while waiting there, Frederick received the joyful news that England requested him to appoint Duke Ferdinand of Brunswick commander-in-chief of the army, until now commanded by the Duke of Cumberland, who had just sailed for England. Pitt had now risen to almost absolute power in England, and was busied in reforming the abuses in the army and navy, dismissing incapable officials, and preparing to render some efficient aid to its hard-pressed ally. The proposal that Prince Ferdinand should assume the command of the army, whose efforts had hitherto been rendered nugatory by the utter incompetence of the Duke of Cumberland, who, although personally as brave as a lion, was absolutely ignorant of war, afforded immense satisfaction to the king. No better choice could have been made. Ferdinand was related to the royal families both of England and Prussia. He was a capable general, prudent, and at the same time enterprising, firm under difficulties, ready to seize opportunities, and under his command there was no doubt that the northern army, which had hitherto been useless, and had only been saved from absolute destruction by the incompetence of the French generals, would now play a useful part. On October 30th, Soubise, in spite of his orders to fight, and the fact that he had doubled the strength of the Prussians, fell back before them. Soubise himself felt no confidence in his troops, but upon the other hand, his officers and those of the Confederate army were puffed up with vanity, and remonstrated hotly against the retreat. The next day Frederick came in sight of Soubise's army, which was camped on a height near the town of Weissenfels. Frederick had but one half of his force with him, the other half, under Keith, being still detached. 5,000 men garrisoned Weissenfels, but Frederick made short work of the place. His cannon burst down the gates, and his troops rushed forward with all speed, but the garrison fled across the bridge over the Saale, which had already been prepared for burning, and they set it on fire in such haste that 400 were unable to cross, and were made prisoners. The fugitives joined their army on the other side of the Elbe, and its guns opened upon the burning bridge, to prevent the Prussians from trying to extinguish the flames. The Prussians returned the fire, and the artillery duel was kept up until 3 o'clock, by which time the bridge was consumed. Frederick had already fixed upon a spot suitable for the erection of another, and during the night, while the enemy were falling back to take up a fresh position upon higher ground, the engineers, working diligently, succeeded in throwing a bridge across. Keith arrived at Merseburg the next morning. A strong force lay opposite, ready to dispute the passage, but when Soubise found that the king was crossing by his new bridge, he called in all his detachments and marched away to a strong position, and there set himself in array ready to receive an attack. Keith's bridges were finished on the 3rd of November, and that afternoon he crossed and joined Frederick. On the 4th the army was on the move. By 2 o'clock in the morning a bright moon was shining, and by its light it was discovered that the enemy had shifted his position for one much stronger, with approaches protected by patches of wood and bog. The Prussian army therefore marched back to their camp, the king hoping that, being so far from their base of supplies, the enemy would be forced ere long to make some movement that would afford him a chance of attacking them under better circumstances. The ground from Weissenfels rises, very gradually, to a height of 120 feet or so, which, in so flat a country, is regarded as a hill. On this slight swelling are several small villages. Of these, Rossbach is the principal, standing high up on its crest. Here Frederick's right wing was posted, while his left was at Bedra. The king took up his quarters at a large house in Rossbach, and from its roof, at 8 o'clock on the morning of the 5th, he saw that the enemy was getting into motion and moving away towards their left. The movement had begun much earlier. Half an hour later they had passed through the village of Grost, and were apparently making their way to Freiburg, where they had some magazines. Hoping to have a chance of attacking their rear, Frederick ordered the cavalry to saddle, and the whole army to be in readiness, and then sat down to dinner with his officers at noon. Little did he dream at the time that the slow and clumsy movement that he was watching was intended by the enemy to end in a flank attack on himself. On the previous day Soubise, with his general, looked down on the Prussian camp, had reckoned their force at 10,000. In reality they had seen only a portion of their camp, the sight being hidden by a dip of the ground. Even Soubise thought that, with the odds of over 5 to 1 in his favour, he could fight a battle with a certainty of success, and planned a masterly march, by which he could place himself on Frederick's left and rear, drive him into the bend made by the Saale, and annihilate his army. In his enthusiasm at this happy idea, he sent off a courier to carry the news to Versailles that he was about to annihilate the Prussian army, and take the king prisoner. Frederick's dinner was prolonged. There was nothing to be done, and patience was one of the king's strong points. At 2 o'clock an officer, who had remained on watch on the housetop, hurried down with news that the enemy had suddenly turned to the left. The king went up to the roof with his officers, and at once divined the intention of his foes. It was a glorious moment for him. At last, after 3 weary months, he was to meet them in battle. Instantly his orders were given, and in half an hour the Prussian army was all in movement, with the exception of some irregular corps which were left to occupy the attention of the enemy's horse, which had been posted as if to threaten Rossbach. By the line taken, the Prussians were at once hidden behind the crest of the hill from the enemy, and so Soubise thought that the Prussians, being afraid of his attack, were marching away with all speed for Keith's bridge at Merseburg. He accordingly hurried on his cavalry, and ordered the infantry to go at a double for the purpose of capturing the runaway Prussians. In the meantime Seidlitz, with 4,000 horse, trotted briskly along until he reached, still concealed from the enemy's sight, the spot towards which they were hurrying. In 2 great columns headed by 7,000 cavalry, he allowed them to move forward until he was on their flank, and then dashed over the crest of the hill and charged like a thunderbolt upon them. Taken completely by surprise, the enemy's cavalry had scarce time to form. 2 Austrian regiments and 2 French were alone able to do so, but there was no withstanding the impetus of the Prussian charge. They rode right through the disordered cavalry, turned, formed, and recharged, and 4 times cut their way through them, until they broke away in a headlong flight, and were pursued by Seidlitz until out of sight from the hill, when he turned and waited to see where he could find an opportunity of striking another blow. By this time Frederick, with the infantry, was now pouring over the crest of the hill, their advance heralded by the fire of 24 guns. Rapidly in echelon they approached the enemy. In vain Soubise endeavoured to face around the column thus taken in flank, to meet the coming storm. He was seconded by Broglio and the commander of the Confederate army, but the two columns were jammed together, and all were in confusion at this astounding and unexpected attack. Orders were unheard or disobeyed, and everything was still in utter disorder, when 6 battalions of Prussian infantry hurled themselves upon them. When 40 paces distant, they poured in their first terrible volley, and then continued their fire as fast as they could load, creating great havoc among the French troops on whom they had fallen, while away on each flank the Prussian artillery made deep gaps in the line. Soon the mass, helpless under this storm of fire, wavered and shook, and then Seydlitz, who had been concealed with his cavalry in a hollow a short distance away, hurled himself like a thunderbolt on their rear, and in a moment they broke up in headlong flight. In less than half an hour from the first appearance of the Prussians on the hill, the struggle had ended, and an army of from 50 to 60,000 men was a mob of fugitives, defeated by a force of but 22,000 men, not above half of whom were engaged. The loss of the Allies was 3,000 killed and wounded, 5,000 prisoners, and 72 guns, while the Prussians lost but 165 killed and 376 wounded. The victory was one of the most remarkable and surprising ever gained, for these figures by no means represent the full loss to the defeated. The German portion of the army, after being chased for many miles, scattered in all directions, and only one regiment reached Erfurt in military order, and in 2 days the whole of the men were on their way to their homes in the various states composing the Confederation. The French were in no less disgraceful a condition. Plundering as they went, a mere disorganized rabble, they continued their flight until 55 miles from the field of battle, and were long before they gathered again in fighting order. The joy caused in Prussia and in England by this astonishing victory was shared largely by the inhabitants of the country through which the French army had marched. Everywhere they had plundered and pillaged, as if they had been moving through an enemy's country instead of one they had professed to come to deliver. The Protestant inhabitants had everywhere been most cruelly maltreated, the churches wrecked, and the pastors treated as criminals. The greater portion of Germany, therefore, regarded the defeat of the French as a matter for gratification rather than the reverse. In England the result was enormous. It had the effect of vastly strengthening Pitt's position, and 20,000 British troops were, ere long, despatched to join the army under the Duke of Brunswick, which was now called the Allied Army, and from this time the French force under Richelieu ceased to be dangerous to Frederick. France and England were old antagonists, and entered upon a duet of their own, a duel that was to cost France, Canada, and much beside, to establish England's naval preponderance, and to extinguish French influence in the Netherlands. Fergus Drummond was not under fire at the memorable battle of Rossbach. Keith's division was not, in fact, engaged, the affair having terminated before it arrived. Keith, however, had ridden to the position on the brow of the hill where the king had stationed himself and his staff. Following him, had the satisfaction of seeing the enemy's heavy columns melt into a mass of fugitives and spread in all directions over the country, like dust driven before a sudden whirlwind. "What next, I wonder?" Fergus said to Lindsay, who had, 3 days before, been promoted to the rank of captain, as much to the satisfaction of Fergus as to his own. "I suppose some more marching," Lindsay replied. "You may be sure that we shall be off east again, to try conclusions with Prince Karl. Bevern seems to be making a sad mess of it there. Of course he is tremendously outnumbered, 30,000 men against 80,000. But he has fallen back in Silesia without making a single stand, and suffered Prince Karl to plant himself between Breslau and Schweidnitz, and the prince is besieging the latter town with 20,000 men, while with 60,000 he is facing Bevern. 4 days after the victory, indeed, Frederick set out with 13,000 men, leaving Prince Henry to maintain the line of the Saale and guard Saxony, while Marshal Keith was to go into Bohemia, raise contributions there, and threaten as far as might be the Austrian posts in that country. Fergus, however, went with the king's army, the king having said to the marshal: "Keith, lend me that young aide-de-camp of yours. I have seen how he can be trusted to carry a despatch, at whatever risk to his life. He is ingenious and full of devices, and he has luck, and luck goes for a great deal. I like him, too. I have observed that he is always lively and cheery, even at the end of the longest day's work. I notice, too, that, even though your relation, he never becomes too familiar, and his talk will be refreshing when I want something to distract my thoughts from weighty matters." So Fergus went with the king, who could ill afford to lose Keith from his side. With none was he more friendly and intimate, and, now that Schwerin had gone, he relied upon him more implicitly than upon any other of his officers. But Keith had been, for some time, unwell. He was suffering from asthma and other ailments that rendered rapid travel painful to him, and he would obtain more rest and ease in Bohemia than he could find in the rapid journey the king intended to make. On the 5th day of his march, Frederick heard to his stupefaction that Schweidnitz had surrendered. The place was an extremely strong one, and the king had relied confidently upon its holding out for 2 or 3 months. Its fortifications were constructed in the best manner. It was abundantly supplied with cannon, ammunition, and provisions, and its surrender was inexcusable. The fault was doubtless, to a large degree, that of its commandant, who was a man of no resolution or resources; but it was also partly due to the fact that a portion of the garrison were Saxons, who had at Pirna been obliged to enter the Prussian service. Great numbers of these deserted, 180 of them in one day, going over from an advanced post to the enemy. With troops like these, there could be no assurance that any post would be firmly held, a fact that might well shake the confidence of any commander in his power of resistance. The blow was none the less severe to Frederick, from being partly the result of his own mistaken step of enrolling men bitterly hostile in the ranks of the army. Still, disastrous as the news was, it did not alter his resolution, and at even greater speed than before he continued his march. Sometimes of an evening he sent for Fergus, and chatted with him pleasantly for an hour or two, asking him many questions of his life in Scotland, and discoursing familiarly on such matters, but never making any allusions to military affairs. On the 10th day of the march they arrived at Gorlitz, where another piece of bad news reached Frederick. Prince Karl, after taking Schweidnitz, had fallen with 60,000 men on Bevern. He had crossed by 5 bridges across the Low, but each column was met by a Prussian force strongly entrenched. For the space of 15 hours the battles had raged, over 7 or 8 miles of country. 5 times the Austrians had attacked. 5 times had they been rolled back again. But at 9 o'clock at night they were successful, more or less, in 4 of their attacks, while the Prussian left wing, under the command of Ziethen, had driven its assailants across the river again. During the night Bevern had drawn off, marched through Breslau, and crossed the Oder, leaving 80 cannon and 8,000 killed and wounded. A tremendous loss indeed, when the army at daybreak had been 30,000 strong. Bevern himself rode out to reconnoitre, in the grey light of the morning, attended only by a groom, and fell in with an Austrian outpost. He was carried to Vienna, but being a distant relation of the emperor, was sent home again without ransom. It was the opinion of Frederick that he had given himself up intentionally, and on his return he was ordered at once to take up his former official post at Stettin, where he conducted himself so well in the struggle against the Russian armies that 2 years later he was restored to Frederick's favour. As if this misfortune was not great enough, 2 days later came the news that Breslau had surrendered without firing a shot, and this when it was known that the king was within 2 days' march, and pressing forward to its relief. Here 98 guns and an immense store and magazine were lost to Prussia. Frederick straightway issued orders that the general who had succeeded Bevern should be put under arrest, for not having at once thrown his army into Breslau, appointed Ziethen in his place, and ordered him to bring the army round to Glogau and meet him at Parchwitz on December 2nd, which Ziethen punctually did. In spite of the terrible misfortunes that had befallen him, Frederick was still undaunted, increased as it was by the arrival of Ziethen. His force was but a third of the strength of the Austrians. The latter were flushed with success, while Ziethen's troops were discouraged by defeat, and his own portion of the force worn out by their long and rapid marches, and by the failure of the object for which they had come. Calling his generals together on the 3rd, he recounted the misfortunes that had befallen them, and told them that his one trust in this terrible position was in their qualities and valour, and that he intended to engage the enemy as soon as he found them, and that they must beat them or all of them perish in the battle. Enthusiastically the generals declared that they would conquer or die with him, and among the soldiers the spirit was equally strong, for they had implicit confidence in their king, and a well justified trust in their own valour and determination. That evening Frederick, eager as he was to bring the terrible situation to a final issue, cannot but have felt that it would have been too desperate an undertaking to have attacked the enemy, posted as they were with a river known as the Schweidnitz water, and many other natural difficulties covering their front and having their flanks strengthened, as was the Austrian custom, with fieldworks and batteries. Fortunately, the Austrians settled the difficulty by moving out from their stronghold. Daun had counselled their remaining there, but Prince Karl and the great majority of his military advisers agreed that it would be a shameful thing that 90,000 men should shut themselves up to avoid an attack by a force of but one-third their own strength, and that it was in all respects preferable to march out and give battle, in which case the Prussians would be entirely destroyed, whereas if merely repulsed in an attack on a strong position, a considerable proportion might escape and give trouble in the future. The Austrians, indeed, having captured Schweidnitz and Breslau, defeated Bevern, and in the space of 3 weeks made themselves masters of a considerable portion of Silesia, were in no small degree puffed up, and had fallen anew to despising Frederick. The blow dealt them at Prague had been obliterated by their success at Kolin, and Frederick's later success over the French and Federal army was not considered by them as a matter affecting themselves. Although several Austrian regiments had been among Soubise's force, the officers were very scornful over the aggressive march of Frederick's small army, which they derisively called the Potsdam Guards Parade, and many were the jokes cut at the military messes at its expense. The difference, then, with which the two armies regarded the coming battle was great indeed. On the one side there was the easy confidence of victory, the satisfaction that at length this troublesome little king had put himself in their power. On the other, a deep determination to conquer or to die. A feeling that, terrible as the struggle must be, great as were the odds against them, they might yet, did each man do his duty, come out the victors in the struggle. "And what do you think of this matter, lad?" Frederick said, laying his hand familiarly on the young captain's shoulder. "I know nothing about it, your majesty, but like the rest, I feel confident that somehow you will pull us through. Of one thing I am sure, that all that is possible for the men to do, your soldiers will accomplish." "Well, we shall see. It is well that I know all the country round here, for many a review have I held of the garrison of Breslau, at the very ground where we are about to fight. Their position is a very strong one, and I am afraid that crafty old fox Daun will here, as he did at Prague, persuade Prince Karl to hide behind his batteries. Were it not for that, I should feel confident, whereas I now but feel hopeful. Still, I doubt not that we shall find our way in somehow." Chapter 10.